Canadian government decides that they want to breastfeed. And breastfeeds and develops milk through these medications and breastfeeds their 9-month-old baby.
Sick.
I tried Googling this. I couldn't find it.
Sick.
I go page after page after page. I go straight to DuckDuckGo. Bam! It's the second article.
Crazy.
I'm like, they're hiding this. They're hiding this story that is relevant.
No.
Did it? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's something.
They're shadow banning you.
Algorithm.
No, but it's true. Like.
No, but this is February 2018. This is a new one. The new one is a 50-year-old man who. There's something creepy about him. There's a new one, Jamie. This isn't the one. See, this is why I couldn't find it. Go to DuckDuckGo. Is it right there? Oh, that's right. They're HIV positive. That's right. This is an HIV positive man, but 2, by the way. He's breastfeeding his baby. Super cool. Super cool. Okay.
How innovative.
You can find it. I couldn't fucking find it, Jamie. Maybe they changed it after we complained about it, because I complained about it more than once. And but I found it on DuckDuckGo. Like that.
Oh my gosh.
Like that. That story is insane. And if you have a hard time, and Google does, they curate searches. It's a fact.
Of course.
And Robert Epstein, who's a guy who's sort of documented how this affects elections, says this is essentially election manipulation to the point where, like, statistically you can prove that due to search engine results, you can move a candidate one way or the other. It's possible.
What up, baby?
Because if you Google Donald Trump and you only find the most horrendous, negative things, Donald Trump's success, and then you find corruption and scandal. That's all you can find. It takes forever and ever. Right. But if you say Joe Biden and you talk about the accomplishments, the up in the economy, the 3 years, everything's going great. Look at the inclusiveness. Look at how many lesbians are in office. And when you do that, if that's all you find, a certain percentage of low information voters are going to go to that, and it's enough to move the needle by like 10%, 14%.
Probably more than, honestly, with how much people rely on social media.
Yeah. When you saw what Google did with their fucking wacky AI, where their wacky AI would not show white men.
I can't even.
It's so crazy.
Do they realize they're creating, like, when they do stuff like that, they create more of a divide. Again, under the guise of unity.
I don't think they realized how nutty.
Or again, maybe they want the divide.
I don't think they realized how nutty they programmed it. Nor do I think even though they're in the internet, I think they're in the internet in this very leftist liberal bubble, and I don't think they truly comprehend, like 4chan, and truly comprehend all the people that are going to be very suspicious of Google's AI and ask it trick questions.
I want to know what Google's AI says about you.
Oh God, it can't be good.
That's actually a good thing. Probably.
It can't be good, but I mean, fortunately, I've achieved escape velocity. It's like it's big enough for like people actually know who I am.
Whatever, yeah.
You can talk all the shit you want.
It's a good point, yeah.
But that's what it is. It's like, but it takes a while to get there, and they'll try to stop you every step of the way. And if you do achieve escape velocity, then they kind of shut up about you, because then they realize every time they talk about you, it actually makes it bigger. Yeah,
which is this whole stuff with Donald Trump, like everything that's going on with taking him off the ballots, and I mean all the different attacks they've had on him, trying to indict him and arrest him, and blah blah blah. It's significantly helping him. Again, are they that stupid where they don't realize it, or like are we being naive? Is this something they're going for? Like it's hard to grasp. It's hard to fathom.
Well, it's people in a spiral, and it's like, people that are really emotional, they don't realize that what they're doing is actually hurting it. You're screaming out a car window. It's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. You're not getting anything done. You're not getting anything done here. No. But they're just caught up in it, and they just want him to lose, and they had hope. They saw that he was being removed from ballots. Like, yes, justice is served. It's all those Biden super fans the New York Times interviewed. All these fucking zombies walking around New York City with their little dogs. Like, he's the best. Get out of their fucking minds. They're out of their fucking minds. No disrespect to little dogs.
I was going to say, justice for Carl. Justice for Carl. We love Carl.
But these people are literal zombies, and there's a lot of them. And
too many.
Enough people that aren't that have to recognize that this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a giant percentage of the population that's literally lost its marbles.
To So what do we do?
Keep talking, Riley.
Yeah.
Because people will
I was
listen
hoping
to
you
you.
give me something more profound, because
I don't think
do we have, honestly though, like, it is mind-numbing to a degree to have to keep saying the same thing.
Right.
Like, I'm sick of saying that women are different.
Yeah. Well.
But it is, I agree, like, you have to understand, like, not everyone hears that. So many people are deceived. Like, you can't even blame them because they don't know right from wrong. You can't blame them for not doing right if they were never really taught right. They don't know what right is. So
they've probably been taught something completely different than that. They've probably been taught some very skewed version of reality. And, unfortunately, there's no, mental health test to see if you should be raising children. You just get to raise them. If you're a loon, your kids are probably going to be loony, too. And the only thing that's going to get them out of that...
Most of them are at least castrating themselves or not reproducing.
I just don't know how those people get out of this. I think for the logical, sane people, there's enough of us talking that we're just going, this is insane. Like, what you're doing is you're leading us down this road to demise, and there's no roadmap. No one knows where we're going. And if you're going to change the definitions of everything and what Vivek wisely calls the tyranny of the oppressed, that the oppressed are forcing everyone else to comply with their desires and needs. And he's right about that, because that is what it is. And they feel because they have that title, they're above all, the tyranny of the oppressed.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if people listen to you, actually listen to you, and not just read the bullshit and the clickbait and listen to you talk, they see a very accomplished woman who's done amazing things in the world of athletics, who's confronted by this very unique challenge, and you're uniquely qualified to handle it. And so I think that's what they're going to get out of this.
I hope so. Because again, that's really all this is. I just wanted to swim. I just wanted to compete fairly. And then, boom, that was impacted. And here we are, just trying to make a difference when and where we can. So that's certainly what I hope people see me as. You're right, getting past the headlines. Anti-trans swimmer slams Leah Thomas.
It's all that reductionist view of a human being. They just try to paint you in the worst possible light, the bigotry, the transphobia. Stop using those words and just talk about the reality of the facts of what we're talking about here, and you realize you don't have an argument. Yeah. Your argument's based on nonsense.
Exactly.
That's what every parent needs to wake up and recognize. That's what every person hearing this, that's what every person that works in the schools needs to recognize. You're talking nonsense, and you're likely encouraging people who are mentally ill and maybe narcissists to dominate women's sports.
Mostly narcissists.
A lot of them.
A ton of them.
More than one.
More than one. A ton of them.
And they're encouraging this, and they're making this person go from being a mediocre male swimmer to being a fucking hero.
Exactly.
And that's nonsense. And if we want to embrace nonsense, that's the road to demise. Because the nonsense does not stop there. If we can get away with that nonsense, it's going to go further and further and further.
Bring on the next thing.
Minor attracted persons. And it sounds nuts. If you had told me this a long time ago, I would have said, dude, don't bring that up. That's not to say no one's really going to accept that. But when you see people openly on film who are...
This lady from Kentucky, this Democrat representative or senator or whatever she is in Kentucky, who was mentioning in their state legislature, said something to the effect of, look, these minor attracted persons, there's a lot of benefit to having child sex dolls because it can help decrease their appeal and desires for actually, pursuing young children. So there was a bill introduced that would do just that. And I see this and I'm like, this lady is evil. There's really no other word for it. She's evil. And then the next day she comes out after it got national attention of what she had said and what she was advocating for is helping. I wouldn't even say it's helping curb these sexual predators' desires. It's feeding into it, honestly.
Because if you've had that desire but never did it, and then you get a robot doll that's a little boy, that's the sickest thing I've ever heard.
But she came out the next day and said, I just feel like we should have room as adults for open discussions. is no open discussion for pedophiles. There's no open discussions. I guess unless it's electric chair or life in prison, maybe we can have that discussion. But other than that, there is no discussion for pedophiles in this country, in this world.
I wonder if that woman has children.
Probably.
That's scary.
Isn't it?
That's scary. And again, it's just this cult thinking. And I don't know how it got into the education system, and I don't know how it got into these people's mouths where they got so confident saying it that they could say it in front of cameras.
Well, it's because they're teaching it.
Right.
Even if you look at something like Scholastic, right? Like they put on these big book fairs and different things. Like obviously we've seen the books that they're bringing in to school, to grades as young as kindergarten. It's crazy, which is why it's important to find alternatives. Like there's an alternative for everything, whether it's skincare. Okay, don't use Dove. We just saw their Super Bowl commercial, which was it was so funny. It was the protagonist was a young girl swimmer in a locker room, and the punchline of the whole commercial was about keeping girls in girl sports. So I see this watching the Super Bowl, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like the first big organization who is like standing with women and like defending women's sports and saying no men in women's sports. I'm like, this is great. So I go to their like social media profiles because I'm like really trying to look into this and see if anyone else caught on to this or if it was just me and I was being hyper vigilant. They were hiding all the replies that had mentioned keeping men out of women's sports. So I was like, oh my gosh, what virtue signaling fools, really. So instead of using Dove, use something like Amy skincare.
They were hiding the replies.
Yeah.
So they made that ad, and they made that ad presumably for pro women in women's sports, right?
Yeah, but their hook to it was speaking to like the mental health of female athletes. But I saw it and was like, oh, the best way to keep girls in girls sport. Yeah, but Dove has outwardly expressed like the last Olympics in 2020 when Laurel Hubbard, or 2016, Laurel Hubbard, a man powerlifter from New Zealand, they were like, we love you, Laurel Hubbard, here's our products, be an ambassador, whatever. So they really don't. They do, but the best way, right, to keep girls in girls sports is to keep boys and men out of girls sports.
Yeah.
So don't use stuff. Use something like Mimi skincare, or don't shop at Target. Use something like Yakima Apparel or Unitas or Scholastic. Back to Scholastic, right? Don't use Scholastic. Don't buy your books from Scholastic. Use something like Brave Books, which is a phenomenal group and organization that produce these like pro-God, pro-country, pro-America, pro-family, wholesome books that aren't political, they're not partisan, but again, virtuous, and I think what kids need to read. So I think there's alternatives for everything, and I think that's how we make a difference ultimately, because like we've said, this movement really is driven by dollar signs and by money. And so while, of course, not everyone can give financially, what everyone can do is stop giving your money to organizations and companies that hate you.
Well, I think people woke up to that with Bud Light.
Definitely.
That's a real fact.
And it works.
It worked. And then they also woke up to it with Google. After Google's AI, their stock crashed hard. People were like, what the fuck are you doing? Because it was so nutty. Like, how could anybody invest in this? Like, let's get out of this now. And what did they lose? How much did Google lose from that? It was something like $9 billion.
Crazy.
And you got lucky there. So
Yeah.
Like, no one would trust you ever again.
No.
If I was thinking about using a Google phone, I see that, I'm like, what? Fuck out of here. And what you've done is, most importantly, you become like a logical face of all this, a reasonable face of all this, and a person who can handle it. And you're really good at like confronting people that oppose it. It's an interesting thing to watch you navigate it, but you're doing it really well.
Well, it's worth it. It's worth it, and it's necessary. So bring it on. Bring it on. Bring on the men in dresses. I'm ready for them. There's a lot of things that scare me, but a man in a dress will never be one of them.
Okay. Well, listen, Riley, I really enjoyed talking to you. I appreciate what you're doing. And again, your courage. I know you don't like to think about it that way, but it is courageous. It's important. It's important for people to see the real you.
Well, thank you.
And I hope we did that.
Definitely. I've got a book that has just dropped. It is being released in May. But believe it or not, of course, this is this is the short to kind of, I guess, the how and the why, right? Like the how I got here, the why I got here. It's called Swimming Against the Current, Fighting for Common Sense in a World That's Lost Its Mind. I also have a podcast of my own with Outkick called Gains for Girls, which has been super fun to be on the other side of things. But really, I couldn't appreciate you more, giving the opportunity on a very large scale, and really important for me too. Like, it's not just preaching to the choir. A lot of the rooms I find myself in, it's talking to people who agree with me, which is great. Like, but that's not who we need to reach. That's not who we need to persuade, because again, they already agree. So I could not be more grateful for the opportunity to reach some people who aren't Fox News watchers. Pretty incredible. So very grateful.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure.
I agree.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting.
My favorite part of this trip is going over the grid.
New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer whenever I want? Hey, will you sleep cool? Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, the Clean Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery if you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Baby Blues All Security Flexibility is designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to one where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. GameBridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more of. And retirement income you cannot outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Please visit GameBridge.io/variable for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
They're going to have even more Big Mac sauce, which they should have done a long time ago.
Hopefully they give you like a cup too. That's great.
Watch down with Big Mac with some Big Mac sauce. Oh, really?
What's that face about? I'm alone?
And we'll be for a long time. The Fork Report with Neil Semegra this afternoon at 2 on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Rich DeVero here, hanging out with you, talking technology at 888 Rich 101. That's 888-742-4101. The website, richontech.tv. Anything I mentioned on the show, the links are there. Just look for the big red banner at the top that says "Heard it on the radio." Click here, and you'll get the links in real time. You can follow me on social media. I am at Rich on Tech. Once again, the fate of TikTok is up for debate in the U.S. This week, the House Energy and Commerce Committee voted 50-0 to advance this bipartisan bill that would require ByteDance, that's TikTok's Chinese parent company, to divest its ownership of the app within 165 days if this bill passes. It still needs to be introduced into the Senate before it reaches the president's desk. But this is interesting. President Biden has kind of said, yeah, he would support the bill that would result in this nationwide ban if it's passed. But what's also interesting is that the White House recently joined TikTok in an effort to reach young voters. Meanwhile, former President Trump, who previously pushed for a TikTok ban back in the day, now opposes that. He says he thinks Facebook will gain from this ban, and he doesn't like that idea. Now, opponents of the bill, obviously there are many of them, civil liberties groups. They argue that it would infringe on the freedom of expression and violate the Constitution. And of course, TikTok does not like the idea, you think? They actually sent out a push notification to users warning about this potential ban. And they said, you know what? Why don't you call your representative? And they gave them the info on how to do that. And many users flooded the phone lines in D.C. And they actually had to turn off the phones for a bit in some of these offices there because so many people called. So obviously, a lot of people use TikTok, not just for fun, but also for business. Artists, creators, there are so many things that ride on top of this. It is an interesting debate to watch. I have my thoughts on TikTok. I think, of course, it's incredible for self-expression and to be able to go viral and to build a business. I know so many people that have done that, but at the same time, there's a lot of junky junk out there, just like there is any other social media platform. And does TikTok get more information about the American people than any other app out there? No, but you have to wonder where this information is going and how it can be used. So there are some real interesting debatable areas of this whole thing, but we've heard it once before. No doubt we're going to hear this once again. Something to be aware of. Let's go to Janice in Redondo Beach. Janice, you're on with Rich.
Well, hi. How's it going?
It is going well. What can I help you with?
I got the new update on my Apple Watch, and nothing works the same way they used to. Is there any way to go back to the version before, or somehow learn all the little intricacies of the update?
There is no way to go back on the Apple Watch to previous software. Apple does not let you do that easily. Now, yes, is there a way? Of course, there's always a way. But is it easy for you, Janice, to do this? Probably not, unless you have a lot of knowledge about techie stuff. And it's just one of those things that.
I'll be right back, Rabbi.
All right, baby.
Once you upgrade, you are upgraded. So yes, everything has changed on the Apple Watch, and I am still annoyed by it myself. When I tap, there's only 2 buttons on my Apple Watch, and every time I press the wrong button because it's not what I want to do. So here's the best thing to do. Now, do you have an iPhone?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you got an iPhone. Obviously, you probably do if you've got that. Okay, so the best thing to do is open up. There is a Books app on the iPhone, and you open up the Books app and type in I hope I'm doing this in real time. I hope, yes, okay, it's there. So you open up the Books app, and then you search Apple Watch. And this is probably the best kept secret of Apple in the world. But Apple actually posts and creates a really good user guide for every operating system that they come out with, whether it's the one for the watch, whether it's for the iPhone. And so you search Apple Watch and look for the user guide that has the latest watch OS. And so I've got to figure out which one that is. But right now I see 9.4. I think the latest watch OS is 10. Let's see if they've got that. So search that up. And of course I'm not seeing, let's see, I got to make sure which Apple Watch, which one it is. So yeah, Apple Watch OS 10. So if you go into Books and you look for Apple Watch OS, Apple usually publishes a user guide. And so that's what you want to look for. And that's what you want to have as your guide for this. Now, I'm looking right now, it says watchOS 9.4, 8.6, 5.2. Definitely don't want that one. 4.3 and 6.2. So I don't know if they gave up and they just stopped putting these things out, but I'm not seeing the 10 just yet, which is kind of odd. Obviously, there are many third-party books on the Apple Watch, but what I would do is first search for that Apple Watch user guide, no matter what version of Apple Watch you're using. And if they don't have it just yet, they will soon. But I can tell you the side button and the top button, look on the Apple. They run a great Apple support website, but they have a lot of interesting tutorials and things. That's going to be the best way to learn it. Also, YouTube is your friend. Go on YouTube and just search Apple Watch, new OS or OS 10, and you will see all of the interesting tutorials that people spend a lot of time making that will give you the basics. The basics have changed what the actual buttons do on the watch, but the watch functions in mostly the same way. But I get it. It is frustrating. This is why people don't do software updates, because they are so worried about what it's going to do.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Let's go shimmy. Most people don't know about shimmy. They don't know about your alter ego.
No. Well, yeah, you were the one who brought it out of me. You were, right?
Well, we would do shows. We would do shows in New York, and you would go full shimmy. I'd be on the side of the stage yelling out, shimmy!
Well, when we first started, by the way, we did the Joe Rogan Experience 30 years ago. Right?
Yeah,
Which wasn't millions
just
of
hanging
people.
out.
Let's say exactly.
Just playing pool.
I remember Sussman brought you into town. You started at Nick's. Was it Nick's or?
I started at Stitches in Boston.
Stitches.
And then I was like 2 years in when I met you, and then I think we met at Eastside, which was awesome.
Great club. I was just there.
Shout out to Richie Menderbini.
Yes, my man. It was the greatest place to go. I remember it would be a line around the block, 2 shows like on a Wednesday night. It was insane.
Yeah. The golden age of comedy at the time, 1990.
Yes.
Oh my God, it was incredible back then. 91-ish.
I started in '89. I think I met you in, was it 90?
91 maybe? 90, 91?
Yeah, somewhere in there. And I was following everybody. That was my thing. Like I was being a stand-up comedian with the jacket sleeves pushed up, the bolo tie. You know what I'm talking about? I was that street thing, and you came into town, and we were like, "Who is this dude?" Like you just didn't care about anything, and it was like you always remained the same. It was just incredible to watch. We were like, "Whoa, he just doesn't care," and that's what you were. You would work with me on that. You would be like, "Brother, you can't be like you're handing out a platter of food for these people. Like, do what you want to do." And I was like, I just gotta get good. Yeah, I gotta wrap my head around that. You're right. You know, I would just try to make the audience so happy. You're like, stop it. And you gotta let go. And you get me going crazy. I get all fired up there. I'd be like yelling at people. They'd be like, "Whoa!" It's like, all right, maybe we bring it back a little bit, but it was different, man. It really was. It really taught me to. Most of all, to be comfortable in front of the audience and not care about them. You know, I literally battle with it to this day. Yeah. That anxiety of, oh gosh, I get nervous and I start overthinking things. So, but it really helped me to say, like, just do what you do. And it's almost like because the audience is like a dog, right? They sense fear. You know,
100%.
Yeah,
they're animals, just like we are. We're all animals.
That's right. And it's like they know when, you know, and if you're comfortable, even if you're faking it, they'll go with you. You do a joke and you're confident. They'll laugh just because they think it's funny. And they look around and everybody's like, oh, it must be funny because he's just got confidence. Right? And you have that confidence always. But you're always insanely intense. You just never look back. And way to go, man.
Way to go for you, too. You just always needed a hype man.
Mm-hmm.
You need someone to give him the green light. Give him the green light.
Canadian beer. I've been racking my brain to think about it. There was like a of it and like an amber, and it was just the greatest stuff. And we get fired up there, and I loved it, man. I loved going to that Montreal Comedy Festival.
Oh, it was the best. Back when it was, I think it's gone under. I think they just announced they're going bankrupt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unfortunately. See, we should tell people what it was. So what it was during our time, when we were young, was the Montreal Comedy Festival was where young comedians would go up and you could kind of get a deal. And that's where you got the deal to do the King Queens.
Well, I got the deal to do it at NBC.
Right.
And once that failed, that went to CBS.
But once you get in, the thing about people should know, like in the 90s, there was this thing that was happening where everybody looked at a comedian like, this could be the next Roseanne, this could be the next Tim Allen, this could be the next Seinfeld. So every time they looked at you, they're like, what do you got? What do you got for me? And the agents would try to put it together as a sitcom.
Yes.
And they had this showcase called the Montreal Comedy Festival, Just for Laughs Comedy Festival. And it was the most insane thing. You would go there and it would change your life. You could have one 15-minute set, and all of a sudden you got $500,000.
100%. You have one set that pops in, people talking about, there's a buzz, and it's like, you're set.
And they have bidding wars.
Yes.
So like CBS with Fox with they would all be throwing in, and there's guys who walked. Do you remember Chicken?
Chicken was the crazy guy.
Yes. Chicken got the deal that killed the deal.
Yes. He got like 800,000 or something. It was some crazy money, or I don't know what it was.
Some nutty amount of money.
But he had no act, right? It was after that they thought he
just tricked everybody.
He did.
And I don't know how he did it, and I wonder if he had a hype man, if he could have kept tricking people.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he just went off the rails with anxiety when success starts, because that's one of the things that does happen. And I've talked about it, I think everybody admits it. When it first starts happening, you think it's going to go away. You get super anxiety ridden. You feel like an imposter. And you can't, you show up on the set and you're like, are they kicking me out? Like, I'm still here?
My butt, I'm telling you, I still deal with that. I'm not even kidding. You obviously don't, and you haven't.
I do, though.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. I just ignore it. I tell them to shut the fuck up.
Well, that's what you got to do, I guess, and that's what I don't do enough, because I start thinking, and I start overthinking both sides. I'm like, oh gosh, what if this happens? What if this means something? To this day, like if I'm doing like a theater and it's my people, and I know that they're coming to pay to see me, I'm pretty confident. I feel like I'm going to do well. But if I do a club that they don't know me, like I did a corporate gig like a month ago, like in Miami, and I was like, oh boy, corporate gigs, they can go either way, and it could be horrible. Well, I get there, it's in Miami, really good looking people, everybody, it's in a lobby of a hotel, and I'm like, I thought this was in the theater, I'm there, and it's a good, and I'm now getting worried, I'm like, I got to do how much? And they're like, you got to do an hour, and then I find out, nobody there wants to see me. The woman who was the CEO of this company it was her birthday, and she liked me, so she brought me in for all her friends to see. Dude, I'm sitting in the lobby, and I'm finding all this information out as I'm sitting there, and I'm not kidding, I've never had a panic attack. I start going, what do you mean? Just nobody else knows I'm here or this or that, or they don't know. They go, no, they don't know. This is a company, and and I'm looking in the room. It's in the lobby. I can see through like a little glass window, and they're drinking, they're having, they're talking at table. We're set up for comedy too, just like round tables, booths, like not even facing you. And I see a postage stamp of a stage stage that I got to stand on, and I'm like, oh my gosh, so I start hyperventilating. So I start going, I can't do this. I'm talking to Skylar, my assistant, but he's helping me out here, and I'm like, hey, just tell them we can't do it. He's like, what are you talking about? I go, just tell them we're going to give them the money back. We're just not going to do it. We don't need to do this. I don't want to do it. It's just not going to go well. I started really panicking, and then they started going up. She's up on stage now, introducing me, and I go, oh my gosh, no.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan.
Oh my gosh. So I start freaking out. It's going exactly. I've been doing comedy 30 years of doing stand-up. I go, I don't need this. I'm ready to call Sussy and go, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do it. I get up there and I go, just get it with that first joke. If you do it, you settle it. Because if you don't, if they don't buy you on that first joke,
you're fucked.
You're gone.
You're fucked.
You're gone for an hour.
You're gone.
Oh gosh, and they're not even listening. They're loud when they bring me up, and when I came up, it wasn't even like they all turned and went nuts. But I got him. I don't know what I said. I just said one joke about the lady thanking me, thanking for bringing me up, and then I just won them over in one little sweet way, and they turned and they clapped and they laughed at one thing, and then I went to another joke very gingerly, just kind of going this, that, and they laughed at that, and I go, okay. I just settled in. I go, I got them, and they were great. They were great. They were really great, and I was sweating the whole time. I really feeling the sweat. You know what I'm saying? It was rough, but
that's so perfect. I'm glad it worked out great, but
I hate it.
But I ran into Sandler when I missed you at the airport. I ran into Sandler, and he was just telling me about the fucking worst corporate gig that he just had to do.
Yeah, I called him about it. He had the same thing. He had the same thing. So it's nice to see somebody like that has it too.
Yeah, a guy like him can still eat dick.
I talked to Billy Joel, and he says he was like, I've gone through those. I'm like, but when you're playing music, it's different, man.
Don't throw that Saudi money out. Yeah.
He threw crazy money out. He did a corporate gig or whatever it was, and he says they weren't even listening. They turned away, and it's like just you and the band, and you just go, let's go, boys. You know, and they play.
Dana White had a 40th birthday party, and Stone Temple Pilots played. And it was insane. These dudes played like it was a packed arena.
Where?
It was in a fucking conference room in a hotel somewhere.
They didn't care.
They didn't give a fuck. They had a beautiful stage set up. The stage was set up nice. But, like, you know, all of a sudden they were like, hey, everybody, Stone Temple Pilots. And then they fucking, I am.
They just went, yeah.
I was so impressed by his ability to perform. I mean, there's like, it took a while for people to even filter to the dance floor in front of them and watch the show. This dude did it like there was 50,000 people out there. It was incredible. I mean, he didn't back off at all.
He who cares less has more power. It's literally like that's it. It's I'm going around with three. Like, funny. He's like, I don't care.
He
and it's
didn't
like,
give a fuck.
And everybody jumps in.
Full commitment. You know, when someone just fully commits to something like that, it's very inspiring, and you'll never forget that. Because if you never see anybody fully commit, that's why you never see great comics ever that exist where there's no other great comics. The best comic in the world never comes out of Tallahassee, out of nowhere, no scene. We all need to see other people do something special. And if you're lucky, you live in New York or you live in LA or now you live in Texas and you get to see these killers all the time.
Yeah.
And then you get a sense of it. So you know like where the watermark is.
Right.
Until you see a guy jump in front of a fucking 40th birthday party who's a platinum selling artist in this insane band that's iconic and perform like they're performing in front of a he had the bullhorn and everything. It was incredible. It was incredible. The show was amazing.
Wow.
It was so good, but it was like that fucking guy worked for his money. Like he doesn't. He didn't have like I'll give him a 7 tonight. Right. I'll give him an 8 every night.
Based on the area where you're playing. It's like
guns blazing.
That's what you gotta be, man. I gotta do it.
You need a hype man.
I need a hype man. I'm doing
you're two different guys. You know hype. You know.
Yeah. To my own devices, I go into a little hole. I do. It's my whole life. Everything. Sports. Yeah. Everything. But this is the thing. Like I have, I'm playing my first arena coming up, and I'm freaking out. I've never done that.
Have you doing it in the round?
No.
That's the way to do it. You know why?
This is late for that.
This is okay. You'll still have a great time. They're still great. The arenas are great. They're fun. It's a wild experience. But the round is the best because it's actually intimate in the strangest way.
The Westbury Music Fair,
facing everybody.
Yes.
So all the people see each other. And they're all in it together.
I love that. I love that idea. But does the stage, does it turn?
No, you walk around.
I used to do the one, the Westbury Music Fair.
Oh, it would
spin for you, and you wouldn't even know where the hell you are. And then you have to walk off. It's the awkward walk off.
You don't know where the stairs are.
You don't know where they are. Move, and everybody shifted. You don't know who you're looking at.
You have to find some distinctive person in the audience that sits
market. That big guy is my marker.
Yeah.
Right there.
The one in Phoenix spins around too. Was that the Celebrity Theater?
You
can turn it on or off.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good one too. Because it's a comedy club, but it's in the round. Right. It's like a 2,000 seat comedy club in the round. That's what it's like.
I would feel guilty, like half the crowd is looking. I'd be thinking now I got another thing to think about. They've seen my ass for the last 40 minutes. I got to spend it. Do you set up a joke over here and deliver the punchline there, or how do you break it up?
Well, you have giant screens. So the thing about the arenas, they have massive screens. So if for some reason, like, we did these once in Ohio, and Chappelle came down, and it was very interesting to watch because they didn't know he was supposed to be there. And it was my show, and Tony didn't know whether he was going to bring Dave up or me because Dave hadn't gotten there yet.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like Tony's on stage. And he's got like 5 minutes before he should go on stage, and all of a sudden Dave rolls up, posse, fucking limo.
Yeah, this is a guy who doesn't overthink things. You don't need the hype man.
He just strolled in,
yeah,
and he just came to say hi, and he's always like, "Should I go up?" I go, "What do you mean should you go up?" I go, "Go up, let's go." He goes, "When?" I go, "You'll be up in 5 minutes." He goes, "Well, let's have a drink." So we had a drink. And then we're sitting in the green room, and I go, dude, he's got about 1 minute to go. I go, I'll walk out there with you. Because he needs to know that it's not me, that he's bringing up Dave. So he starts bringing me up. This is one of my best friends, one of my favorite, and then I'm like flashing the light, and he sees Dave, and the crowd slowly starts to realize it's Dave.
Oh my
when they see me and Dave walk to the stage, and by the time he says, Ohio Zone, Dave Chappelle, it is 1 full minute of a standing ovation. 1 full minute.
Yeah.
So he takes this victory lap around the stage for like a full minute, man. It was, I filmed it. I put it up on my Instagram. It's insane.
It's inspiring.
Me and Tony were just looking at each other and looking around going, wow. It just felt special. It felt like special that you could be there. Like, wow. And then he goes, OH. And he puts the mic out. They just even bigger. It was insane. It was insane. It was so fucking cool because he's from Ohio.
You're right.
You know, he lives in Yellow Springs, which is like right outside of Dayton. So it's like for him to go there like that, but to be in the round. So the round is everybody sees everybody.
Yes.
It's not just you facing this crowd, and then you're in the crowd. They're there. In the round, it seems like everyone's all in this together. It's so much
special
better.
way.
Yeah, and the screens are giant, so you just walk around. But like when Dave was facing that way, I'd see his face on the screen. It's not bad. It's like, it's still awesome because you're there. And everybody just kind of walks around. You just get used to walking around. Nobody really stands still.
Right.
And points in one direction.
Right.
In an arena in the round. That would be rude.
Well, the screens help. I mean,
it's massive.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. They're giant.
Yeah.
Like 50 feet wide. They're fucking everywhere. So it makes it easy. It's an experience.
I would love to be there. I think I'm in Denver and Salt Lake City where I'm worried about this. My first arenas, and it's like,
you're gonna have fun. I don't know, man. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Though. This is Dave. Here it is. Listen to this.
it's like a fight. Oh my God.
I mean, you literally can't even hear him bring up Dave Chappelle. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, that's insane. No. It's like,
it was the sickest thing I've ever seen. It was like, I felt like we were seeing the Beatles. I felt like it was like Hendrix got on stage.
Well done for you bringing him up before you. I mean, that's insane.
It was awesome.
That's incredible.
It was so fun. It was so but that's the thing. It's like, but I do that all the time. You know, when I'm at the club, I'll have 5-6 guys who are going on in front of me. They're all headliners. I'm going on stage an hour and a half into the show.
I would, again, my theaters, I'd be comfortable. Your club, I would be afraid. I'd be afraid because you got such heavy hitters, and I come up and I'm talking about
No.
observational stuff, and it's like, well, it would get in my head. It would.
There's got a lot of weird observational comedians kill there. It's a fun place. Like Duncan kills there, and you know, it's all great. It's all a bunch of different. But for me, it's like to have I want the audience to see like the best possible show they can see. So they're gonna see Ron White, they're gonna see Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, and Brian Simpson, and
that's insane.
And all these monsters that come into town. Like in any given week, it's Chris Stefano or fucking Dave Smith, or it's like there's so many killers.
How often during the week are you there, and how often like are guys working out their stuff there?
Well, it's open 7 nights a week.
7 nights a week.
2 shows each night in each room, except for Mondays and Sundays, which are open mic nights. So open mic night, there's a show in the small room, only one show, but then there's at least one show in the main room. That's a regular show, right? Regular comedians.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and it's 2 shows a night in each room, so 4 shows a night.
And how big are each room?
One's 250 and one's about 110 to 120.
You feel a difference?
Oh yeah. The little one's super intimate. The little one is like, if you remember the belly room at the Comedy Store, it's like the belly room in the original room had a baby, and that's the little one.
Wow.
It's like medium-sized little. And then the big room is like the original room and the main room at the Comedy Store had a baby. That's what it's like.
And when you're trying to have stuff, people going up there with like notepads and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
Christina Pazitsky does it all the time. She goes up with a notepad. A lot of guys go up with notepads. Yeah, it's like if you got some new shit you're working on, Segura's, he goes up with notepads. If you have new shit.
Right.
Because you want to be able to remember. You don't want to fuck up the bit. And the audience kind of appreciates, like, oh, this is so new.
They feel that
they have to look at it.
Yeah, it's not polished.
And then Brian Simpson hosts this show called Bottom of the Barrel, and that's a really fun show where you go up there and you have no material. And you just reach into this whiskey barrel, and there's a bunch of different premises that the audience members have written down. And you pull it out, you open it up,
and you do a bit on that.
Yeah, you just start talking shit. Yeah. But the audience knows that's what you're doing. So because they know what you're doing, it's really fun. Yeah, they're not expecting polished material. Everybody knows what the show is. The show's fucking around. And maybe
if I was to go there and do my act, I would pretend like I pulled that out of the whiskey bottle first, the barrel, and then.
Did you ever notice?
Oh man.
Yeah. But you can, like, if you have a bit on a subject, you just tell them, I actually have a bit on the subject, and then you can do it.
Right.
You know, and there's also, like, sometimes there's the other night, there's something that I've been writing that I've never done on stage before, and just by sheer coincidence, the same subject was something that I pulled out of a piece of paper.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. So it was like, oh, this robot fuck dolls.
Right.
So, which is like,
yeah, I have a whole chunk on that. I guess. Now I'm gonna throw it away because you're working on it. I don't want to.
But it was one of those moments where I was like, oh, I just, like, last night I spent 2 hours writing stuff on this.
Right.
So let's just run with it here and see what happens.
Have you ever had a dip? Because they must go nuts when they see you, right?
Yeah.
And then, because back on Long Island, I'll work out at a little club like Governor's. You know, I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, Governor's Levittown.
Yeah, and I'll go out there, and I'm a hometown boy, and I go up there, and they go nuts for like a minute or so. Not like that, but like they go crazy. It's fun to see you, and then within 2 minutes, if I don't, like, they're ordering sausage rolls, and it's like they're talking, and it's like putting weight on the bar. It's like, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, well, New York audiences too. They don't have much patience for bullshit. It's a good place to start comedy. New York and Boston both good place to start comedy because people don't have any patience for bullshit.
Right.
We're happy to see you, but come with the jokes.
Exactly.
Let's go. Come on. I'm here to laugh. Yeah.
I do a lot of writing while I have a tour. Like if I have a tour in the theaters, where I'll try to, if I have a theme set, I'll try to add some stuff in there for the next one. Have you ever done that? Do you ever?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When you're doing a lot of shows, it's great.
Yeah.
Because you kind of get a sense of where you can stick stuff in, and you
always have the safety net of I can go here, right? Going nowhere.
Yeah.
That's my problem. That's what I do too. I'll write a huge chunk on something and won't know when to bail on it if it's not going. But it's dependent on this thing. I got to follow through with it now, and if they're not in, they don't buy in right away. I'm like, wow, I got 3 more minutes of this stuff.
Well, oftentimes I've realized it's because I didn't buy it.
Right.
That's what it is mostly with me. If I'm entering a bit, I didn't want to be talking about this. I wish I didn't bring this one up. Like, if I ever get to that place, like, you just have to fight off that thought. There's this thought that comes into your mind, like, oh, why did I bring this up? I don't want to do this bit. But you can't say, you know what, fuck that bit.
Yeah.
Because then the audience will be like, what?
Yes.
No, so you just have to never let yourself get to the mindset where you're like, I don't want to do this. You got to remember, there was something, whatever the subject is, there was something about that subject that when you initially started writing a joke about it, it was resonating with you. And you were like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But if you hear it too many times, it's like anything else. You get tired of it. It loses its luster. But that's just a mental weakness. You just have to realize that you get your head wrapped around that you can't allow yourself to think that way. And surely this thought originally was valid because that's why you're so excited about it. That's why you wrote a bit about it. The audience doesn't know that you've said it 100 times over the last year,
right,
or more. They just want to hear it,
right?
So they want to hear it from fresh eyes. So you have to put yourself in fresh eyes,
right?
You have to be able to do that, and that's the trick. And it's not like you're faking it either. You have to actually really be thinking about it like you think about it. If you want it to work at the best, like when a bit is really sharp, you have to be thinking about it as you're like enthusiastic
to you.
as you can be actually engaged with each part of it while it's happening.
Well, when I write a new bit, and if I write a big chunk and it's too much, I'll go up with too much stuff, and I didn't rehearse it, because words are so efficient. You say one word, or you're repeating a word, it stumbles you up, and then you're like, and then it kind of blows it for the next part of the bit. So it's like I got to work more at really rehearsing my bits, just really getting through how I'm going to speak, because I stumble all the time.
Well, it's a problem is then you start thinking about it,
right?
And with the new bits, they're just not etched into your brain yet. So as you go up with them, they're like little Bambi walking on ice. Unsteady.
Yeah.
But that's what small shows are good for. That's what fucking around is good for.
Right.
And that's what also is that's when it's really inspired by the idea I can always talk about it.
Right.
If there's a thing that I can get behind, where I'll go, you explain this to me. And then if I'm in that mindset, I can make it happen. But I just can't never let myself not be interested in what I'm talking about. That's a problem that people have and that I've had. And it's you have to recognize it. It's like throwing a toaster in a bathtub.
Well, what I'm trying to do now is, because I used to write just separate jokes, joke here. And every time I would bring up a new subject, it was like the audience is starting from scratch again to try to catch up, and it's exhausting to try to understand. So if I try to put it in a story or like a theme to my set, at least they kind of know what's happening before, so they know, this is you tend to do these type of things, and then you talk about something like that, they go with you. It's like you're not just starting it's easy to, push a moving car, momentum, exactly. And that's been working better for me, because I saw everything was like just isolated bits of jokes that I would put, and I just put them in anywhere, put a lazy connective tissue to it, and it would be like, it would work. You get the laugh, but it's like there's no, building.
That's why I always admired guys like Stephen Wright who do those non sequiturs. I'm like, how do you do that? And how do you write? Right. God, that's going to be so hard to write.
Who's the guy? He's such a
same thing. Yeah, same thing. So non sequiturs. Amazing.
And you were with him, and that's what made it even funny. It's like,
who does that now? Are there any non sequitur guys that just go joke to? I guess Jimmy Carr is kind of non sequitur. But some guys they're just one bit to the next, one subject to the next. And with Mitch Hedberg, it was always like super ridiculous. And Stephen Wright, same thing. Everything was really ridiculous.
And that became something that actually elevated it to great. It was they weren't storytellers,
Right. It was part of the fun.
So out of it.
That this guy was like
out of nowhere.
Somebody asked me, "Do I want a frozen banana?" I said no, but I want a regular banana later. So yes. What a fucking great joke. Oh, he was amazing, man. Oh, that was a guy he just didn't want to kick heroin. Yeah, they were trying to get him to kick heroin. He's like, I like it.
Is that what it was?
He liked it. Just wasn't going to kick it. He was hospitalized while we were on the Man Show, where Doug Stanhope and Mitch were very close. And I admired him deeply as a comedian. He was a great comic, man. And that was when he was hospitalized with gangrene. Yeah, because he was shooting, allegedly. It's heroin is a scary one because it seems to touch this part of people that makes them very creative. It resonates with people. There's so much music that's great. It's made on heroin. But God, what a curse. What a curse. When you watch someone who gets caught in the opiate web, it's so terrifying. It's so sad to see. Yeah. And when you have someone that's just like this, imagine the kind of bits that Mitch Hedberg could have come up with over all these decades after that. Yeah, and he was all non sequitur. It was all one event leads into the next event. DoubleTree Hotel.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I love that. He was amazing.
yeah, he was. It's just, that guy. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. We had a hard time in the beginning because people didn't know what he was doing. So he would go on after like these high energy like music acts. Yeah. Guys would sing songs and shit, and they'd have like a dirty rap and just bring up shit. Yeah, and it'd be different like that in death. And you're in the middle of Ohio or wherever, and so they're not used to that. They don't want the song, and they don't know who you are. You're just the headliner. Oh, he's on Evening at the Improv? Okay, and then they go see it. They really didn't know. They just said, oh, look, MTV half-hour comedy hour, it must be good. And then they go to the local comedy club because it's a thing to do on a Friday night. But when they don't know you, like that's one thing that is, made it a little bit easier is when people are coming to see you and they know you as opposed to who's this next guy. It's kind of like just make me way easier. But it also comes with a trap because they'll laugh at stuff that's not that good. Right. Like we've all seen guys who only perform for their crowds only, like in big places, like they only do theaters, only do their crowds only. Like that act can get soft. Yeah, you can get soft and still work, right? Because they're not being tested. They're not performing with other comics all the time.
Well, you see a lot of these guys now that are developing an act because they did something on like Instagram or whatever. Like they develop these audiences that they get popular. Yeah, and then they put together an act. They go and the clubs are like, well, let's put this guy up. Yeah, and they sell out like crazy because. They got a big following. Yeah. But it's not like working your stand-up, man. It's a different game.
Well, there's also a lot of guys who do crowd control. Like, they do crowd work stuff. Like, it's like just fucking around with the crowd, and that's most of these clips. You're seeing a lot of guys who put up clips of crowd work, because that way they don't have to crowd work, because you don't have to burn your material. Just talking to the crowd, or just talk to them.
It's fine. I can go bad.
It can go bad, but if you do it enough and you get to get funny moments,
Right.
like Anthony Schultz has a lot of great moments.
Right.
He's really good at it. And you take those clips, and that way you're putting shit up, but you're not burning any of your jokes. The problem is some of those guys can only do that. Schultz is a great comic. Like, he can do great bits. He can do great. I mean, he can do anything. But some of these guys are only good at talking to the audience. And then when they have to do, did you ever notice? Everybody's like, whoa.
But the audience can feel the shift. When I go back to my own material, like,
Yeah.
you wrote this.
Yo, what is this whack ass bullshit you've been thinking about all day? You know, you're better off responding. Like, there's certain guys that, like, their thing is really just talking to the crowd, and that's a different thing. It's a great thing. It's really great when someone's funny at it, but it's also a different thing than the actual jokes.
See, I fear that. Like, I don't like doing that. Like, so I built my act with the speed of it that it, like, no one has a chance to get in and ask a question or heckle or whatever. You know, you build this shell around you, so like, there's just not enough time. You can't even get it in. So if someone says something, it's like you're off there quick, you know.
Exactly.
Because I don't want to have to depend on doing that, going what, and stopping and then trying to get back to the bit that you were, doing.
Yeah, you don't need that. Some people like it. Some people like to interact with the crowd. It's also extra juice, right? The audience realizes it's happening
It's
live.
real,
Like,
it is,
whoa, this is crazy. And then if you get good one-liners, in the moment,
it's a great tool to have. I wish I could, depend on what you talk to the crowd at all.
I do. Occasionally you have to. And then at the Comedy Store, you had to. The Comedy Store, for the longest time, had zero crowd control. They do a good job now of policing the room, but back then it was comics that were the door people. It was comics that seated people. It was the comics that took the money at the cash register. It was comics working there. They were all like, they didn't want to do that job. So they were the worst bouncers, and nobody ever quieted the audience. It's just you need to learn how to do it in the fire.
You toughen up that way. Like, you build a...
You understand how to go with the flow,
right?
And some people don't do that, and they did not like the Comedy Store for that reason. Like, they just go up there and they like to have a slow pace and do their bits and build.
That's me. No, that's more me. I was always afraid of this Comedy Store.
It's just when you go up. Like, if someone like Adam Egid who's brilliant at scheduling and really understands talent and where people go, you just want to put them in the right place. You don't want to put them after a music act.
Right.
Like, that's the death.
That is absolutely.
The death is the guy who has the funny songs.
Right.
You're not following that.
You just see the guitar in the back and the guy's tuning it up, and you're like, oh no, when is he on? And he's on next, then you're up, then,
No, the guy with the guitar always ruined the show. They always kill. They would kill, and you couldn't follow them.
Yep.
Yeah. Musical acts, rap. Anybody could do a rap. Remember Red Johnny and the Round Guy?
Oh, yeah.
Those guys would do that rap.
You're done.
The show was over, bitch.
See them go. I'm getting in my car. I'm leaving. I'll see you later. There's no need for me to be here.
It's crazy how like a song or just like a funny song, it tops everything.
Yeah.
Who was that guy that used to be on Dr. Demento? There was that guy that used to have dirty songs back in the day, and he was famous. He would tour around with dirty songs.
John Dalby?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
That guy. Remember that guy?
Dr. Dirty.
Dr. Dirty.
Yeah.
That's right.
He would light up a room.
Light up a room.
Yeah.
You're not going on after
No.
It's over. And everybody knew who he was. And you'd hear his songs on like Dr. Demento. Remember like late night on the radio?
Yeah.
You hear his songs?
Yeah.
He would tour and do just dirty blowjob songs, and everybody would go, that guy had a business, man.
And I'm going up there talking about puppies afterwards. Hey, you guys ever
lose your keys?
And you're searching.
This guy's talking about getting a blowjob while you're taking a shit.
Yeah.
He was just like, but he had that following of people that would just come to see just those songs, so they would hear the same songs over and over again.
Right.
They loved it.
Right. Yes.
That's another thing.
Yes.
Like Dice had that. Like Dice could always do the rhymes. And the audience wanted to hear those rhymes. What's in the bowl, bitch? Oh!
You don't have to write as much. It's great, right?
Well, you're gonna get bored. Like, you ever see that Kinnison song about the Beach Boys? Kinnison had a bit about the Beach Boys, about imagine them. 35 years later singing the song. Same fucking song, like not wanting to be there anymore.
Yeah.
But it's just not the same experience. It's tough. Yeah. Yeah, you want to build new stuff. The new stuff is scary, but
it's so exciting. I mean, I found like I never really worked my act. Like when I started doing the show and getting involved with that, my stand-up, the writing and all that, I would still go to like Vegas with Ray to do it on a weekend, but I wasn't working my stuff. I wasn't a comedian. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got to really, and I felt that. You're delivering the same act year after year, kind of changing here a little bit here and there, and then you're going out and doing it, and it was bothering me so much. I hated my act. I couldn't stand doing it anymore, and didn't have time to write that much. So, like a few years back, I just stopped and said, I love stand-up so much. Like, I just want to start and really get into it. And I tell you, it's
how much time did you take off?
I wasn't really off. It was just like I would keep it going, but just doing shows, no writing. Like I really wasn't writing for years, just doing bits. Yeah. I mean, if something funny hit me, I would write it down, but not working and not writing.
It's so hard when you're doing a television show. When I was doing news radio, I fell into a real a spot over a period of at least a year where I wasn't writing at all. I didn't do any of these jokes. I had the same tired ass jokes.
I remember jumping in your Supra and heading to the comedy store. Like, you would go up a lot. You would still do things there, no?
Yeah, but maybe that was a different time. That was when I snapped out of it.
Okay.
So there was a period. There was a period when I first moved there in like '94 where we were working like 16 hours a day, and I was tired all the time. And I would just show up at the club and do my set and then go. And I was just doing it because I was still a comic.
Yeah.
I was like, in my head,
what I felt like I was doing.
In my head, I was always like, they're gonna realize I'm not an actor. I'm gonna get fired. This is the last TV show I ever worked on. I almost got fired from the first show I ever was on. Right. Where I was the star of the show. Hardball? Yeah, I almost got fired from that.
I remember that one.
Because I was getting in an argument with the producer. They hired some new producer who wrote these terrible lines. I was like, this is insane. Like, this is so bad, it's insane. And they were going to fire me.
You didn't stomach it, man.
I was like, this is great. Well, the thing is, the guys who wrote the original show were brilliant. They wrote for Married with Children. They wrote for The Simpsons. Right. And Jeff Martin and Kevin Curran. And when they had their show, the pilot was their show. Like, Jim Brewer was the mascot.
I remember that.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Mike Starr from Goodfellas was in it. I mean, it was Bruce Greenwood, the guy that went on to be in the Star Trek movies. These guys have been in everything. He was in Hardball.
I remember that. What are you taping? It was so much fun.
They were going to fire me. So I was like, this is terrible. So they hired a new producer. The new producer came in and took over and turned it into like the sloppiest, most obvious, terrible sitcom. Like that prototypical sitcom where you watch and you go, oh, I just got to get out of the room. The jokes are so goddamn obvious. Right. And they wanted to fire him, but it was between me and him. And so it literally got down to this thing where they're calling my agent saying, this kid is ruining his career. And I was like, oh, no, I'm ruining my career. So I always thought that eventually they're going to figure out that I'm not built for this. Right. This is not my thing. And so when I would show up on the set of news radio, it was like at any moment in time they're going to figure out that I'm not supposed to be here. But we were working.
Only because you didn't want it, though. I thought you were funny as hell in that stuff.
Yeah, it was you just didn't like it. You're insecure, didn't have any experience about actors, didn't know how to hang around with them. I was so used to comics. Right. So for me, it was like fighters and then comics. Right. So it's just crazy people. Yeah. I was just only around crazy people. So when I was around normal people or people that were like really sensitive, like really sensitive, like sensitive on purpose, like where they're trying to get offended by things.
Sitcom people, and when they get into that.
Oh, that's exhausting. That's hilarious. It was exhausting, and you'd always hear about tyrants. You'd always hear about like the Brett Butlers, the people that would scream and throw coffee in the face of the writers. Like,
news radio was that bad? Like those guys were.
Oh, there's none of that there.
Right.
No, there was a party. The writers were great. It was a totally different kind of experience. Right. But what was my point? My point was that. What was my point?
You were saying that
Thought I was gonna get fired.
Yeah, it wasn't for you. You thought they were gonna find you out.
Oh, so I had to just do stand-up just to prove that I was still a comic. Because I remember at one point in time, the producer of News Radio said to me, he was like, "Are you still doing stand-up? You're an actor now." Oh, no. I was like, oh, no, I got to get out of here. I was literally thinking, like, this is like a trap. This is a trap. And then I had one really bad set one night in front of one of the producers and one of the writers. Fucking ate shit. I went up at this door like late at night at like 1 a.m. in the main room and just had a terrible set. Just bombed. And then I really got to work after that. Then I realized, like, oh, I've been slacking.
Well, that's what I felt, man.
I've been slacking off because I've been working 16-hour days, and I use it as an excuse to not write. And then from then on, like, everything got way better. Like, way better. Like, my stand-up, I dialed it in much more.
How do you write? Are you the guy sitting down?
I sit down in front of a computer, and I just write. I don't write like this is exactly how I'm going to say it. I just like spill my thoughts out because I feel like it takes me a lot longer to write the words than it does for me to think about things. So the more time that I'm actually just writing the words, it's extra time thinking about the things.
You speak kind of like you talk it.
No, I just type.
Really?
More time.
What program are you using? Because I'm not just that too.
I just use Microsoft Word, and I go into there's focus mode. Have you seen focus mode?
Yeah.
So I used to
block everything else out.
Yeah, I used to use Right Room. I still use Right Room.
I did Scrivener. I
use Scrivener. Yeah.
But I'll find one thing about it, and then I'll go, I don't like this, that it does sets my bits up this way, or it can't do this, or it can't transfer that, and then I'll spend the whole day looking up for apps for the perfect app, and I'm not writing.
Yeah, you just can't do yourself.
Of course,
yeah. I try to avoid that. But Scrivener, what I do with Scrivener is I make each individual bit. Once I have it kind of boiled down, then I put it in the columns. So the way Scrivener set up, whatever the subject is.
I love Scrivener. The only thing it didn't do, it didn't transfer to my phone or the other, like when I'm at a gig,
right?
And I want to look it up quick. You have to go to like a Dropbox or like that, right. And it was annoying. I go, I need it right away.
Yeah, that's where Notes on iPhone is the best.
The problem with Notes, you ready for this? I got them all.
Yeah.
You can't categorize. You can't. It either goes alphabetical. So if you have your bits, I've seen my bits on the side where I go, okay, I'm working on this, and be able to move them anywhere you want. You can't,
right?
Because it'll fall into that. That kind of screws me up.
That's true. That you can't keep it in order.
That's the only thing about it. Then I'm off that one. Then I'm looking 5 more hours of looking for other apps.
Right, because if you have a folder in your notes and then you open up that folder and edit any one of those things, any one of those subjects, it'll move to the top.
Yeah,
that's it. Because that's the newest one now.
Yeah.
That's not done. That should be an option.
Somebody should make just stand up for one of those things. I would love it.
Yeah, but most comics don't use them. Most comics just write things down. Like, you ever see Mark Norman's stack? No. It's crazy. He's got a stack like a phone book, like that thick of index cards and napkins that he keeps in his pocket. And he's so crazy. Like, you try to read it, you're like, it's literally like an insane person.
Yeah.
You're like, because his handwriting's illegible.
Yeah.
And there's no order to them. It's just stacks. I mean, he might. How many did he have in his pocket? 150? Easy. Way more. Easy. 200 index cards.
Where do you
in his pocket?
How do you go? Here's what I'm going to do tonight. Card 167 to 1.
No, it's a window into the madness. Yeah, is the brilliance of his comedy. It's just all.
I remember Richard Lewis would throw out. I mean, like there'd be a piano up there, and he threw out like a scroll of it was like just. Legal pads of paper and like crazy stuff all over, set it all up, and it's like, it was all nuts. He was nuts with that.
Yeah. That was also part of his thing, right? There's Norman's, look at Norman's stack. Look at that. Look at that. What? Yeah. I can't believe you can carry this around.
90% of that.
Get a bad back. I'm worried about his back. You can't get a bad back from that.
It's like sitting on a fat wallet.
Exactly. Taxi cab drivers, if they have too much shit in their wallet, you'll have a little bit of a leak. bulging your back.
I could never do it. I don't even know. I need to have it organized. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, you were always an organized guy, like even back in the day. I admire that. I think that's a very important thing that some comics feel like they don't have to do, and you don't have to do it. Some of the greats don't write anything down. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like when I write, if I just physically write, there's jokes that I will get that I won't get if I don't physically write. And not a few of them, like a lot of them. Like some of my best bits ever came from sitting down and writing.
Do you find if you write the bit out, physically write it out, that you will remember it better too? Or
by hand. Yeah, if you write it by hand, you remember it better. That's proven. So if I do an arena, I got this from you, by the way. I got this from you because
I'm not doing it.
No. This is what I got from you because I didn't have a writer because I'm lazy. So when I would go do theaters, they would just use Kevin James' writer. So when I went, because we were the same manager, so we were the same manager. I was like, "What shit are we eating?"
Right.
Like,
did you see that?
Yeah, it was like all normal stuff and like whatever. Like maybe I added whiskey to it or whatever it was. But one thing you had was index cards.
Yeah.
And Sharpies. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. So every time I do an arena now, I set up index cards, and I will get there an hour early and write out all my bits. Write out all like the key points of the bits, all the things I want to talk about, and set that there. And then next bit, set that there. And so I have this coffee table, and I've got all these things with index
Why don't
cards.
you do a prompter or something like that? You don't want to do a
No,
prompter?
I don't need it. I'm fine. Once I write it all out, I've been doing it every night.
I know.
Every night. It's like I just like to do that as an extra little detail, just an extra little, just really dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's, so I feel good when I get it.
I don't know if it's I'm losing my memory, whatever it is, but it's like I need bullet points up there. Let me get you some of this. Do you take any nootropics? I take nothing.
Okay, this is what you're gonna get. I'm gonna give you this. Just take this one, and I'll get you some more. I'll send you some more. That's Alpha Brain. That's that's the black label Alpha Brain. That is the top of the food chain Alpha Brain, the strongest one.
Am I gonna see unicorns?
No. It helps memory. It's really good for memory, and it's really good for focus. It gives you like a little extra juice mentally. Now, if you're a moron, you're not going to notice it. Like, I'm trying to fucking shit, bullshit, snake oil. Trust me, as someone who makes a living using his brain, there's certain things that you can take that are not bad for you, that are just nutrients that enhance brain function. You know what another one is? Creatine.
Creatine's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to do that?
Oh, yeah. Creatine's very safe. Creatine's one of the safest supplements. It's also...
what does that do, though?
It gives you... it adds water to your body. Your body has more water, and that's one of the functions of it. And it's one of the reasons why it makes your muscles look bigger, it makes you stronger. It really does work as a fitness supplement. If you're training, lifting weights, creatine is one of the very best things you can take. Creatine, I would say beta alanine. That's another one.
But I gotta give you this thing that Weidman gave me. These herbal pills, completely natural. He gave me. We were playing golf in I forget where, Atlanta or whatever it was, with DC. Cormier was there. It was just the three of us went out, and I was, I get up in the morning, my back is killing me, my joints are hurting. I get to the course, you walk around hills up and down all day, I'm like, I'm gonna be so gone on this thing. And Wyman says, take a couple of these, pills. You usually got these things that's completely herbal, and
What is it?
It's ashwagandha. Like it's
ashwagandha.
But it's what the key with this stuff is. I said, well, why does because he gave it to me, and he says, just do me a favor. Mark right now where you feel, how you're doing. I feel horrible. My knees are killing me. Everything. I feel everything. My back is swinging a golf club. It's brutal. So he goes, and just take 3 and tell me how you feel in a few hours or whatever it was. And I forgot about it. And around the 9th hole, I swear, I'm around the turn. It's a couple hours later. I'm going. I feel amazing for some reason. Like all the joints, like the jiu-jitsu finger thing when you first come back, and it's like, oh, I have that pain. I had all that joint pain, and it was gone. I was literally pummeling with DC. I'm like, come on, let's go, man. It was amazing. I go, it's the pills. I go, this is insane. I go, can you give me, and DC tried them too. And DC said, I haven't wrestled in a long time because he tried with him. He goes, I love, like, I want to, I know nothing. I'm trying to figure out this is a placebo effect or what it was. He gave it to me again. Same thing. Felt amazing.
Does Weidman have those on his Instagram? Find out what that stuff is?
I want to, literally, I don't go into business for anything. I want in on this thing, whatever it is. Dude, I'm going to give you, I have some. Try some. Yes, just try it. Just mark how you feel if you have any pain. Because if you go, I felt nothing, it might be the case. But these things, I did it a few times, and they ran out of them. They couldn't get them, and then they got them again. Everybody has given.
How long before they make that illegal? Whatever.
I know.
They just make BPC 157 illegal.
It's the way I'm telling you. I'm out of shape now. It is literally the only thing that gets me up, and I'm like, whoa, I can work out. I could do it.
Really?
I took them. Again.
I want to know what's in there.
Yeah, I'll find out from him. It's all natural stuff, but the thing about it is
it's natural too, you know.
I don't know.
It's all coming from Earth.
I know.
Everything's natural.
The key, what they said in these things, is that, like, the guy throws out, like, because when you get, even if you get ashwagandha, the active ingredient in it will, like, once it's gone, people sell it anyway, and it's like dust. It's like crap in there. He throws out like 70% of the stuff, he said. And I was like, I don't know. I don't care what it is. I just want it. I want to give it to my family because I want to feel better. I'm just an older guy.
Yeah.
You got to help me with that workout. I'm telling you. I am literally right now, I feel like I am on the cusp of either, being that athletic guy, go back into where, I get in shape like crazy, or wearing cardigan sweaters and literally, ramp up.
Well, just get a trainer.
I'm doing a documentary right now.
Yeah.
And I started it in January. I'm assembling the best guys. Like Dolce is going to help me out with this thing. He's awesome. We already did one. We already did a documentary. I did it on, it was called Cheat Day, where I thought you could work out like 6 days a week and just have one day to eat what you want and just do it that way. And I had Dolce come in and be in it with me and work me out and do it. And he kept going, you're not going to be able to do this. And I go, why? Because your one day is going to destroy everything. And he said, and I remember this, he goes, you can't outwork a bad diet. And he was right. It was like, I would crush it so hard. Like, people don't know what I can eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when people go, I'm a foodie, it's like, you have no idea how much I can crush food, and that one day would just destroy it for the rest.
Yeah, the food thing is, you can't outrun a bad diet. You can't. You can't. It's the best phrase. It's real. That's where it all comes from. It all comes from food, and we're all addicted to food. And it's the craziest thing if you're addicted to food, because you have to eat it. It's not like heroin. Like, if you're addicted to heroin, like, oh, I've got a heroin problem, but I'm going to take a little bit of heroin.
Right.
No, you're going to go full bore again. You're going to be fucked. It's one of the very few things where you're addicted to it, and you got to not be addicted to it anymore, but yet you still need to eat it. Well, what? That's crazy. That's a crazy conundrum. And most people's minds can't really process that.
That's right. And I can't. I can't, because he's given me the diets, Dolce. Just do this, and this, and this. It's formula. It's very simple. I mean, by the way, who would need another grown man to tell you what to eat? You know by now.
Right.
Seriously, It's anything with working out. You don't know. Move your body. Whatever it is, you know what to do. You may not know the intricate stuff of like split squats and this and that. Work this thing in. But general health, you know, I got to move my body more, eat better foods, less processed food. We know it. Yeah. But yet, man, I can't. That's what this documentary I'm doing about. It's like, why I have access to the greatest guys? Why can't I still do it? It's like, and part of it is I need the Goggins.
Yeah, you need a hype man.
You do.
You need someone around you who's also doing it.
Well, that's it. It's community. I don't have that. It's like when I'm with Dolce, if we're on a movie together, or if there's he's got me in shape. He's giving me the meals, and it makes it. When I'm my own captain, oh boy, I'm gone. I'm just gone.
One thing that you can try that I guarantee will help you lose weight is the carnivore diet. Because if you do it, the one thing that you're going to not eat is any carbohydrates. You're only going to eat meat. And if you cut out all bread, all pasta, all sugar, all bullshit, I'm not saying this is a great diet. I'm not saying this is the way to live. I'm saying this is the best way for me to eat. I've done every other kind of diet. This one works the best for me, and it's the one that keeps me lean. Whereas when you're eating just protein, your body hits a satiety level. If you're just eating steak, just steak, your body will hit a level and you go, this is all I need, and then you won't want to eat more. But if I'm in that same mind space, and there's steak there, but it's next to mashed potatoes with gravy, a bowl of pasta, ice cream, then I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to get another 7,000 calories. I'm going to keep going. But if I just eat the steak, then my body starts processing ketones. I start, instead of using carbohydrates, I'm only eating protein and fats. Your body goes into like a ketogenic state. You think better, gives you an extra gear with thinking.
The ketogenic thing is, I mean, that for me is worked. It's because Dolce will hate me for saying but he's like, when they say blueberry, carbs, he's like, carbs are fine for you, like the right carbs.
There's nothing wrong with carbs. Right. It's a fuel for your body.
Right.
What I'm saying is, if you're trying to lose weight, one of the best ways to regulate your appetite is carnivore diet, because you don't overeat with it.
But I think it's deeper than that for me. I think it's mental. I think it's like anything will work. I fasted that way. I've done everything. It all works for a while. But why am I this size now? Every time I'm like, just recently I started stop comparing myself to other people and try to just say get better than yourself. Yes, literally that concept for me works. It's like when I'm in there, because he'll give me workouts, Dolce, to do too, and I don't do them. I can't do the reps. 4 sets of 16. I get so bored by myself. Like I start doing my own stuff. I'll do eclectic stuff, great stuff on a treadmill, all movement stuff. Like I love it, just throwing punches, doing things. But I walk around, and then there's no way to measure it though, because the next day I'm not doing that. I'm walking, so it's like I'm the guy who walks into the bag, hits the bag a couple times, then walks out. Oh, look at this thing! I have every piece of equipment in my gym. I do. If you saw my gym, you go, the Rock live here. It's like literally, it's like they see me. What are you doing? It's like, I buy everything because I buy into it. I'm like, because it's a little piece of hope.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Right. A treadmill's a little piece of
It's a hope, a new thing. Like I got the Jacob's ladder. I go, oh, it's great. It's jujitsu. You're grabbing the weight. This is great. It's functional. Yeah, it's collecting dust as well. Because I don't use it, so I need something. That's what this thing is. What can get me? Because I am like most people. I'm telling you, you don't need a lot of stuff, but you need something to engage yourself every day. There's got to be a bridge between what the Goggins way and people who do nothing. Like you got to get that. Like I saw you were doing this with the other comedians, which I love. It's like where you go, I just want him to walk or just get it down there. That is so important, man, because like if you can get into that groove, you do feel better. Like that's what blows my mind. I've gotten in shape a couple times, and I'm like, I don't need to eat any more crap. I love the working. I love the way I feel, and then it slides right back. What happens?
Well, it's one of the things about you that makes you really funny. Is you're indulgent. You're a wild dude who's like trying to stay buttoned up. It's like part of what's really funny about you. Right. And that indulgence, it goes into other things. And for you, it's food. Right. Luckily it's not gambling or something really crazy.
Right. Yeah, but I quit things too. Like I feel like I have the same almost intensity that you have, but I'm not a finisher. Like I don't.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky four-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a four-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You get really into things.
We started jujitsu. Did we start at the same time?
Yeah, basically the same time.
Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
You were the one who brought me down there.
Yeah.
I'm a blue belt. and barely 30. And I was like, saying this like, because I start and stop. I don't feel, you know what I'm saying? And that's in my head. I'm like, if I would have done what Joe did, man, look where I could have been. And I'm trying to, why? And I start comparing, like, all right, you can do it now, you do that. And if I play that game, I'm done, because I can never catch up to other people.
Well, a lot of it's like learned behavior patterns you get stuck in. And if you're unlucky, you can get a bad behavior pattern of constantly quitting things.
Right.
But if you're lucky, you can look. I got very lucky that when I was 15, I got obsessed with martial arts.
Right.
Because that was the first thing I ever did in my life where I didn't think I was a loser anymore. I was like, I realized that if you work really hard at something and you're completely obsessed with something, it can transform your life. So my life from the time I was 15 to the time I was 18, I was a different human. From 14, 15, I was insecure. I'd get bad social anxiety. We moved around a lot. I'd get picked on a lot. And I went from that to being completely confident, being just a different human being. I was fighting all the time. It wasn't like, to me, the fear of like conflict was pretty much gone, because I was just engaging in conflict all over the country. I was flying around my whole high school, all my time. So I got in my head that the way to feel better and to get life to improve is to just fucking dig in and keep going and don't ever quit. Don't fucking quit. I got lucky that that's something that I fell into when I was 15. I often think about, there was one day when I was coming home from a baseball game where I walked up the stairs. We were getting ready to ride the T, which is like the Boston subway system. And we were getting ready to ride the T, but the line after the baseball game was like really long. There was so many people that were on the T. So we, just for a goof, walked up the stairs to see this Taekwondo school. And as we were walking up the stairs, this guy, John Lee, who was a national champion at the time, was preparing for the World Cup. And he was like 28 years old. He was in his prime. And he was kicking this bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I was hearing whoop. And then the sound of a chain, like shink, whoop, shink. And I went up and watched this guy kick the bag, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Yeah. He's kicking the ball. Yeah. And I was like, I want to learn how to do that.
Right.
And I was there the next day. I signed up. I had enough money to pay for the class. I signed up, and I was there every day. From then on, I was there every day. Every day. I worked out every day of the week. I worked out Sunday. I worked out every day. I never took time off. I was there for hours every day. I just eat food, go there, and be starving by the time I left, and then head home and go back again.
You're blessed, brother, because you have something that most people don't have that. They don't have that. Like, everybody has the intensity in the beginning. When they see something like, I want to do this. I want to say, I do. Like, every day I get all pumped up. I'm like, this is it. This is all I want to do. And then it's like, you don't want to suffer. You don't want to put the work in. That's the difference between we both love jiu-jitsu. Well, to love something, you gotta know it. You have to know it, right? You can't love something you don't know. Well, I love it, but you know what I don't love? Obviously, I don't love the mornings, getting the cold gi on. There's things about getting in with getting on the mats. They're sweaty. They've been there since like 5 o'clock in the morning. I got to travel to do it. It's going to hurt. These guys are coming after me. It's like, you're in there and I'm nervous and so I stop. I get back into it. I'll let it go for a while. You go through that and you become, you overcome those little things, and it's like that's how you grow. It's like I get right up to the edge of it, and then I'm like, so I don't love it as much. It's like you commit. You have to suffer. You have to suffer. That's the only way you're going to show your love for anything. Is you got to suffer for it. There's got to be that. You've got to overcome that. Otherwise, you don't. You die.
You have two people. Everybody has two people inside of them. Mm-hmm. Everybody has the person inside of them that wants to go to sleep. Right. The person inside of them that wants to quit.
That guy's winning, by the way. That's the guy who's you see before you right now.
And the other guy that's like, no, this is what you need to do. Right. The problem is with a lot of people, that other guy that's like, no, that's what you need to do. That person's really timid. And that person, they should just, well, maybe it'd be better if we just went for a run. I'd shut the fuck up. I'm going to eat chips. Right. And that timid version of you is what you need to cultivate into being like the boss. Right. That's the boss. So I have a boss. My boss is that voice. Yes. I let that voice win every time.
I love it.
That voice says, shut the fuck up and get in the cold water.
That's dying to yourself, man. That's literally saying, I'm not going to go where I'm comfortable. I'd much rather do this. I'm sure much rather do something than jump in a cold plunge every morning. Get a cup of coffee and go hang out and talk. You do that, and that's something I need to do more and more. Like we all do. It's like that's the only way you're going to embrace it and get better at things. I'm trying literally with flying. Like I said, I drive everywhere these gigs, and it was getting so much that I'm afraid of flying. But I'm like, I can't just die to myself. Just do this. Have faith. You can be fine. Just do it. And each time you do it, you're like, all right, we did it.
Yeah.
And you have a bad flight. You're like, I'm not been doing that again. But it's like, it's.
You just gotta give the boss some strength.
Yes.
Yeah, and the boss has to win a bunch of battles, and when the boss wins a bunch of battles, and he wins them every day, then eventually the boss becomes a louder voice, and then you get to the point where the boss gets to tell you what to do, and you don't deviate. And even though you have all those feelings, every time I lift the lid on the cold plunge, I'm like, let's not do this. Every time. But the boss is like, shut the fuck up. The boss gets mad if those voices pop up. So like, I'll make you do an extra minute, bitch. Right. Get the fuck in there. I love it. And, there's two pieces of advice I always give comics, or just young men in general. Aspire to be the person you pretend to be when you're trying to get laid. Yeah. Just be that person. Yeah. Instead of pretending to be that person, become that person. Right. Become a person that you would admire. You can do. It's possible to do. If you can pretend to be that person, you can actually be that person. Right. Aspire to be that person. And then the second one is live your life like a documentary crew is following you around. Live your life like as if you wanted the whole world to go, wow, that guy's really killing it. Like, I love the way that guy handles things. And then you're gonna fail. You're gonna fuck up. You're a human. Everyone's gonna fall into God, what a loser I am. Just go back with the same method. Get back into it with the same mindset. Live your life like a documentary crew is following you around everywhere. How would you want to be seen? Well, be that person. Actually be that person. Right. Become that person. You can become that person.
That's right. We're doing that now. And it's like we started in January. I think I might have went up 4 pounds. I don't even know. Like, it's like, because I go down and then it's like, you're right. And if we want to, I'm going to show it all, because that's what it is. It's the struggle. It's the process.
You just need to hide that. We're neighbors.
Oh, but by the way, I love Austin. I'm coming here. I would be here every day.
Fucking move here. The club's always very available. You'll have fun. Great place to work out. Coming into my gym, work out together. We got a beautiful gym here.
Dude, I think I'm just going to bring my kids into school. We're going. Let's just do it.
It's great here, man.
It is
really great here. The people are so friendly. You Yeah, the way they treat like freedom here is like a religion. Freedom is a different thing in Texas. They are not interested in controlling your, what you buy and where you go and what you do on your land. You can own a zebra. They don't give a fuck. There's more wild tigers, or there's more tigers, actual tigers, in captivity, in private collections in Texas than there are of all of the wild of the world.
That's insane. Well, you just told me I need zebras and tigers.
I drove by a place the other day that had giraffes. People have giraffes. You can have whatever the fuck you want. If it's your land, they just leave you alone. Like, that's your land. You do whatever you want,
And they love it. And the comedy here, they love it. It's booming. I got my beard trimmed at a place just yesterday, and they were talking about the mothership. Like, they go, and it's great. It's a whole different vibe here, and everybody's great. And I'm like, really? And he was like, oh, yeah.
Well, this is the first time in our lives where a scene emerged. There was kind of a little bit of a scene here in Austin. There was a few clubs, a few comics, some good comics came into Austin for sure. But there was no real scene where a bunch of assassins lived in town. And now there's like Shane Gillis lives here, Duncan Trussell lives here, Tom Segura lives here, Christina Pazitsky lives here, Tony Hinchcliffe lives here, David Lucas lives here. It's like, holy shit, Brian Simpson lives here, Tim Dillon lives here. He's got a house, he's got multiple houses, he lives everywhere. But there's so many killers here. It's just every night you go to that club and it's just packed with great comedy.
You know what it is? I'm telling you, it's community. Yeah, I don't have that. Like when I have it in, little bursts when I'm with people on a movie set or whatever it is. But it's like I don't have that in my everyday life. I need that. I really think it's a big thing. Because I need the hype man. I need to be in that group where you just start doing it. I did one training camp with Wyman and those guys, earlier on, and with Aljo and these guys, and I just jumped in with them, and it's like I was with them for a few weeks, 3 weeks, and then I had to go out, but it was like you developed this brotherhood. Yes, it was so much fun. It was going through everything, you're eating together, you're running sprints together, and I was like, whoa, this is really, really cool.
Well, that's one of the great things about fight teams, especially like Cerro Longo. It's like those guys are so tight. They're all friends.
Oh, such a tight
friends. And they got so many killers there.
Oh my
Jesus Christ. Aljo,
Marab. This is the funniest thing ever. I came my first day on the camp, whatever, they were sparring in the octagon, and I had my headgear on, and everybody's pairing off with everybody. They're just in Wyman goes, when Longo setting it up, just you guys go with you guys, everybody switch it around, this and that. And I was like, word, Chris, I don't want to go into it. He's get in, sit up. And I'm going, I'm not even going to fight. I can't do this, whatever. I got in there. Everybody else, Aljo knows me, these guys know me. Marab thinks I'm a fat, old fighter. Like, he thinks he doesn't know me. I get the headgear on, he doesn't recognize me as an actor. And he starts dancing around. I'm going, whoa, I know right away he doesn't know I'm not, I'm an outside guy. He thinks I'm a guy in the camp. And he just starts going crazy. And I go, oh my God. And I'm trying to throw punches. And this guy's moving around like crazy on me. And I'm like, I'm looking for Weidman. And it was amazing. He was the sweetest guy ever. But I got lit up by him in 2 seconds. I got to take it off. I go, I'm an actor, man.
That guy does not get tired.
Nothing.
He's wild to watch. You see him with Henry Cejudo. He's got Henry Cejudo picked up over his shoulders, and he's talking, and he walks him over towards Mark Zuckerberg. it's Henry Cejudo. That's an Olympic gold medalist, and you're carrying him around like he's a kid in a schoolyard. He's fucked up.
It's a different breed, man.
Oh man, he's an animal. Marab is an animal.
And the sweetest guy. Once
the best.
Yeah, he was really
the best. I love that dude, and everybody loves him. Like the response he gets from the audience.
Yeah.
People love him. His last speech was so ridiculous. Oh my God. And when he wins, he just gets so fired up. He's amazing. They fucking love Marab, man. They love. Look at that. Wow. Look at him. That's Henry Cejudo, dude. You have to understand how crazy it is that he's carrying around that guy on his back. Like that
with
guy.
A smile.
Yeah.
I mean,
2-division UFC champion. He won the flyweight medal, or the flyweight belt, and he won the bantamweight belt. And Marab is literally toying with him. He's smiling and carrying him. I mean, that is so wild to see. That was one of the most shocking things. I mean, I've seen a lot of shocking things, people getting knocked out. I've seen a lot of things, but to see someone treat Henry Cejudo like that, carry him around like that, laughing with a smile on his face, was like, oh.
Now I can say I sparred that guy.
There you go. But yeah, that camaraderie, we needed as comics. Look, that's why we opened up the club. We opened up the club because we realized that one of the functions that the Comedy Store had for all of us, it was home base.
Yeah.
We had a home base. It was a great old club with this amazing history, and we were proud to be a part of it. And so we'd all get together, and we were proud. We were Comedy Store comics. It was fun.
You go out on the road, you come back home,
yeah, we're back at the
family.
store. Yeah, and some of the best shows that we would have all year would be like Tuesday night, Wednesday night shows at the store. We'd go there, and it was just so fun. And everybody's just so happy to be around each other, other comedians, just have fun and talk about jokes and talk about stand-up. And then when we came out here, I was like, there's no home base. There's no home base. We did the Vulcan, but it's not set up good for a green room. I was like, we need a real home base. And then I started looking. Right away. And the first place I bought was a cult theater. It was owned by a cult. That fell apart. And then we got this opportunity to get that place on 6th Street. And I was like, all right, this is it. And then we just started building. And it's better than I ever could have hoped. It's a real community now. Like, you go into that green room, there's like fucking 20 dudes in there just talking, laughing, having fun. Soder's there, Lewis is there. It's like people from the road, guys from New York, guys from LA, people coming in and out of town every week. It's fun, man.
I miss that, man, because I have it when Sandler goes on tour and he'll bring me out and I go with him, and it's just so much fun. It's so much fun, man. It's, you know,
that's what we're missing. You know, if you're the guy who just does the theaters and you know you're with your family all week and then you have your opening act and you go on the road, it's not the same experience.
It's not. I've been that for years. That's the guy I am. You know, I miss it, man. I really do.
Come to Texas, Jimmy. Come on, buddy.
I got you.
You got it.
I think this
is a good place to live.
Alpha Brain, man, it's gonna change everything.
I want to take those Wyvern pills. But do we find out what the fuck they are?
I'm gonna bring them into you. I have some. Just try them. And be. I'm ready. You're gonna be honest.
I'm gonna try them right away. Okay, I can't wait to try them. In my mind, I've already tried it.
They had me wrestle in DC.
That's ridiculous. Wrestle in DC or play golf.
That was the funnest. I go in to pummel him, just messing around while he's holding a golf club, and you just feel, you're like, oh my gosh,
bear.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, DC's bear. The 2-division champion, man.
You almost like you're playing with him, but you get scared. It was like I was with Boss when you introduced me. You got me to Boss. When I met Boss, I remember I first it was just the King of Queens started, and I was like, we could have this guy come and train us. This guy that we used to watch, you know.
Yeah.
What was it on
Pancrase.
Yeah. And he had the high boots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, whoa, man, we can get this guy to our dressing room. We could work out with him. I had a little space on the set where we would train. And I brought him in that first day, and he couldn't even speak English. It was me and Rock, and I think my brother was there. And I'm talking to him and trying to keep the conversation going, and then he's just sitting here. It's like he doesn't even know what's going on, really, just looking at me. And then those guys left the room, and I felt like I was in the room with like a leopard. Where your feet, as long as you're feeding it conversations of it's okay, keeps eating it, looks at you again. He was just looking at me, and I ran out of conversation. I'm like, all right, so, and he's just looking at me. I'm like, this is a different human in front of me,
Especially back then.
Oh, gosh, things could go bad.
Yeah, that Boss was a scary dude. In his fighting days. He was the first guy that the UFC hired that I got excited about.
Right.
Because he was a guy that I knew who he was, because I had seen him fight Pancrase, and he was one of the very first high-level strikers that made it into MMA, that Dutch kickboxing style. Oh, yeah. And Pancrase, you'd have to hit with the palms. And Boss figured out that instead of bitch slapping people, you just spear them with your palm like a punch.
Spear, and he would say you would hit this part of the wrist. He would say, as opposed to even the palm.
He hit the bone.
His bone. And he would just work the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he worked the bag with his palms to develop that power. And he had this crazy ability to pull his hand back. Like his hand, like my hand doesn't really go much back further than that, but Boss's hand goes way back like this.
But he's got some freaky long fingers.
Crazy hands.
Weird.
Yeah.
He's a weird.
He's a real freak.
Every injury I have to this day from turf tournament came from him. You know, because he's the greatest guy in the world, by the way. Once we got to know each other,
he's awesome.
He's one of my best friends, and we threw mats in my garage in Encino, I remember, and he would come over and train me, and you know, we would start on our knees and stuff like that. And I remember one time we would just start on our knees, and then we were locked up, and I remember I out-muscled him, and I pulled him to the side, and then 2 seconds later he reversed me, and I was like, whoa, but I got him right there. That was pretty sick, you know. And the next go we had it, he pushed it. He goes, you don't have any, like, he rolled me back, and I heard a pop, and I thought it was my knee, but it was my toe, my big toe.
Oh no, toe.
For still here, still.
Really?
Yeah. Never get rid of it.
So is it
These pills help. These pills help.
These
I'm
pills
serious.
for everything. I'm telling you, pills should be the back of a wagon,
dude.
This is for everything.
I gotta find a way.
Diarrhea, gonorrhea.
I just want to make sure because nobody's. You gotta like, dude, they do nothing.
I
love it.
I bet they do something. Yeah, I guarantee if you're having that kind of experience with them, they do something. I just wish I knew what they were.
I'll have it. Well, I'll find it out for you. I don't want to do it now when we don't have it.
Why don't you go grab them? Go grab them and bring them in here. I want to know what they are. Otherwise, we'll be.
How are you gonna know? You can look at it and know what they are.
Yeah. Well, is it just a pill by themselves?
It's a pill by themselves.
Oh, it's no bottle.
No.
Sketch.
No. It's not sketchy. I promise you, it's not sketchy. No. Because it was a. I'm telling you, we will figure it out.
Okay.
Just you're gonna love this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know all this. No, I think you will. You and I will sit down with this stuff with Wyman, and we'll get it. I'm telling you, we're gonna save the world with this stuff. If an old man is telling you that I am, you know, I'm telling you, it's the one thing. It's like we're both old now.
Isn't that wild? Kids, you ever thought you were gonna be an old man? Never. How am I gonna be an old man? How is that possible? I'm a young guy.
I'm always a young.
Still a young guy.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Also, you never got beaten down by life. Right, because you have a great job. Right. It's like if you have a job that sucks, you can get beaten down by life.
Oh yeah.
But if you have a job like we have, we enjoy our job. It's like a thing. It is what we do for work, but it's also what we enjoy.
Right.
And it is work, but it's fun. It's great.
There's nothing, you know.
So
the stress in work is different.
Yeah.
But they say you're only as happy as your least happy kid, right? I mean, that's
true.
That's true. So it's like, you got that going on. It always balances that out. Where you're like, man, the greatest life here ever, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I got to deal with this.
Yeah, and you know, it's not easy for kids.
No.
Like especially today with social media and just the weirdness of the world. And, I mean, if you're a fucking kid today, you're a 15-year-old kid and you're in high school, and you see what the president is, you're like, what?
Right.
That's the guy running the world? Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
How crazy is this? And then you've just gone through COVID, so everyone's confused. Like, what happened? Why was I locked up for 2 years?
Yeah.
What happened? Now here you are, about to make it out there in the world, and you're on social media all the time.
Right.
It's a tough ride for kids today. It is a very, very, very tough ride with new challenges that we never had to experience.
Dude, my oldest daughter is on the spectrum, and you know, so we started seeing, you know, this anxiety, this disconnection, and she developed, you know, these tics, you know, I mean, like really bad, where she started like hitting herself, you know, like uncontrollable. She's a big, strong girl, you know. She was about, I think, 16, 15 at the time. And, you know, I remember, I mean, it was so scary for me that I had to lay on her at night and hold her down. And I'm pretty sure she was hitting so hard, and she's apologizing. She's like, I'm sorry, you know, like, I'm like, are you kidding me? It broke my heart. So we brought her to the hospital. We went to the hospital to find out what we didn't even know what this was. And, you know, where it was coming from. So they got her to calm down, and she was still taking in stuff. And I talked to the neurologist. Is that what it is? I guess I don't know, the doctor. You know, and I go, well, what is this? What can we do? And he said, he basically said, she's developed these tics. It's like, you know, this is something you're just gonna have to learn to deal with. You know, you're gonna have a child like this. You have to prepare yourself that you and your wife are gonna have to, you know, deal with this for the rest of your life this way. And I was like, there's got to be a different way. He's like, there's no way of really, we don't know, you know. And I went, oh man, it crushed me. So it was like me and my wife were like, what do we do? And my wife read this book. She was just doing all this crazy research, and she found this book, Disconnected Kids, and it was by Dr. Robert Malillo. So, I got involved with him. I called him, and he literally took my daughter. He goes, I know what this is. He goes, it's okay. He says, I can work with her. And we were just at it, like, we were lost. We didn't know what to do. I mean, I'm violent. It was like, oof. So we took her to this doctor, and within 2 weeks, no drugs, anything, 2 weeks, tics were gone. And he said, they're going to still be there. They're going to come up every once in a while. But he fixed her, man. And I'm like, whoa. It blew my mind, man. It's like, so I was like, I just want to give other parents hope. And I knew another guy who had a daughter who was severely autistic. And, she was nonverbal and, violent too. And he said, he goes, and he worked with them, and she's getting so much better, and now it's speaking, and it's an amazing thing this guy does.
How's he doing? What is he doing?
I don't know at all. He works with the brainwaves, and again, not a doctor, but there's no medication in there involved, which was very important, because that's what they were recommending to the hospital. Just put her on some medication. I'm like, turn her into a zombie. Exactly. I can't do that. And she's so much better now. She still has the tics every once in a while, but she's great. She's connected. He gets her connected. He does all these like brain things, and he works with the, and how it all ties into the motor, whatever that is.
That's so fascinating.
It is. And he's another guy who's like, I really, is this it? I've been told via your assistant, this is what it is.
Okay.
There's no name for it.
No name for it? Yeah. What do you mean there's no name? What do you mean there's no name? Okay, so it has ashwagandha, shatavari, cabbage seed, fenugreek seed, papali, guaduchi, shallot, shallajit. I've heard of that stuff before. I've heard of shallajit, gokshura, and santhi. Oh boy. Wow. But that's a mouthful, isn't it?
I think it's not that the ingredients are that unique. I think it's the fact that the way they do it is, I don't know. So he says he doesn't use anything that's been, like he throws out a majority of it, that's why it's hard to come by. And it's like active ingredients are everything you use. They can sell you all the stuff, but if you don't get it from the right place, it's just not going to do anything. Whatever it is, I give it to you.
Trail. Okay. I'm interested. I've never tried ashwagandha.
Here's something that has the same ingredient. I'm not saying this is it. This just has the
Influx 650 herbal supplement. Healthy muscular response. Maintain healthy skeletal-muscular system. Okay. Interesting. Send me that, Jamie. That is the same ingredients?
I literally copied and pasted it in Google. They're showing the same thing, same dosage.
That looked like a
bullshit. It could be
low red image company.
This guy's try it. I know nothing.
I'm gonna try it.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
And I'm excited to try this.
Give it to everybody?
I need this. Anybody that would like, for me, I want it for me.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not gonna, if I sense to be it. Like, I'm like, if it's not working, it's not working.
What's that?
If it
works, Dolce has it.
Yes.
Okay.
That might be it.
It must be it. If it's on his website, that's it. Info 650. Okay.
Yeah, it works.
Herbs work. There's a lot of them that work. Yeah, some of them are really good. So that's what's interesting about pharmaceutical drugs. Is the vast majority of them sourced originally from plants. A lot of them in Amazon. They've come up with a bunch of different pharmaceutical drugs just based on compounds they found in the Amazon.
Yeah, I don't even know. I know nothing about this stuff.
So when you started doing this documentary, what was the purpose?
To find out the process, because it's like I'm going to do a movie right now. Like every time I try to get in shape, it's always like I always have to get in shape. It's almost like a fighter who fights and then gets so out of shape again. Right. It's like, well, that's it. I mean, I shot a movie 2 years ago where I played an exorcist priest, like, and I wanted it to be like it was really crazy horror, like legit story. So I wanted to look a little different, be, right in the park and just have a different character. So I got down to 230. I really worked hard, like that's low for me. And shot it and thought we were done with it. And I got to pick up a couple scenes. I'm 280. No, dude, I'm going to have to look like either right in this priest got stung by a bee and it just swelled up to, or I got to get cheaper. So I got to get cheaper. I got to get back down to that again.
How much time do you have?
I have as much as I will shoot it when I'm ready, but it's like it's waiting there to do a couple scenes.
Where pounds? How long does it take you for you?
I can lose it really quick. I can fast and lose it. Seriously, I can lose it in. I can lose it quick.
Like how many weeks? For 50.
I could do it in a month.
What? That sounds so insane.
Less than a month. I could do
really?
it. Yeah.
50 pounds? That's amazing.
I can do it fasting, just not, but that's you're not fast feeling shit. No. When I fast, I didn't.
How many days have you fasted in a row? AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
You don't want to know.
How many days?
41 and a half.
What?
41 and a half.
You went 41 days with no food?
Water. And a little salt in the water, like little electrolytes. And I lost.
Wow.
Yeah. See, when I lock on, I can do something.
Oh, I know that. But that's a crazy lock on. 41 days.
Well, I was fasting for. It was mental. It was like I felt so bad for my daughter. I said, I'm going to do this for you. It was something that I could do, and apply it to. And it was like so emotionally tied into me. And I started fasting. And I go, I didn't say I'm going to do 40 days. I just said I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to start fasting right now. And I was praying for it. Like I was worried. And I did like 4 or 5 days. And I was getting through it, but I was like, I just wanted to get off it then. I was like, well, I got to start to eat because I'm really hungry. And I went and I talked to my daughter. I go, how are you feeling? She goes, I've been feeling good. She goes, have you been fasting for me? And I go, yeah. And she goes, thank you so much. And I literally went, okay, I got to keep going. I couldn't stop then.
Right.
So I just kept going a day at a time, just do it. But it's amazing how your body, you don't need it. You don't need food. As long as you have fat on you like that,
Yeah.
I lost, I think, like 60 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that guy that was in the 1960s, right, Jamie? That one dude. He fasted for 360
He
something
was really
days.
big, right?
Yeah.
You
All
can
he
do
did
it.
was just take IV vitamins.
Yeah.
Just water and vitamins.
I didn't even take vitamins. Like, you don't need anything,
And I felt you took no vitamins.
nothing. Wow. But, it was, it cleansed everything out of I'm done. And then you fight through it, and you're like, the next day you wake up, you're like, I'm okay again. It's like, keep going, just keep going.
Your body just says, all right, this is what we're dealing with. We're eating fat.
I literally wrapped up the 41 and a half days at, you're going to crack up. I went to Pizza University, which is a university to learn how to make pizzas. And I didn't even eat. I forgot I had booked it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I go, I'm not going to kill it while I'm there. It was a 3-day course where you get like a little diploma. I wanted to know how to make the dough and everything like that. And I went, oh no, this falls within my I just wanted to make it past 40 days. And I went down there and I did the whole thing, and I never ate a bite.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was crazy. But then you blow back up to this. It's like that's what the documentary is about. The documentary is about the process and finding something where you can help people with their health. It is what you were talking about. It's just get up and do something, walk. Do it a little bit more each day is the key. It's like when you don't even notice it's happening, and all you're disactive. And
that's great. Part of the keys having other people to deal with. That's one of the great things about, like you were saying, training with Weidman and those guys. It's like you're in a group where everybody else is working hard too, and it's contagious.
Right.
You get caught up in the momentum, and it's great, and everybody comes out of there feeling better, and you all went through something together.
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. That helps. It's very hard to do it by yourself.
It not only helps, it's like we need it. I think we're built for that. We're made for that community.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
You don't have it. It's hard.
Yeah, it's not a good life if you don't have it. It's just not. You don't want to be by yourself, right? That's what you always hear about those like Howard Hughes type characters by themselves, are scared of germs. They're fucking hiding from everybody.
The world gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the bigger you get, the world gets smaller, and it's not good. Not good for you. No. Yeah, you could lose your marbles. I'm coming. I think I'm coming. My wife's hearing this. She's going to hear this for the first time. But I think this is it. Yeah, it's a great place to live. I look here in Florida, and yeah, this is a great place to live. It's fantastic. I've never spent time here in Austin. This was I was here for a few days writing, and I felt immediately at home. Like the moment I moved here, I was like, "This is where I was supposed to be." Like it made sense. It made sense. It's like, of course.
I thought you'd never leave LA too.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Well, I've been wanting to leave for a while. I tried Colorado for a little bit.
You moved out even from LA, further out the stick, right in the hills.
Yeah, I was out in the hills.
Yeah,
I was always trying to be. Look, when I bought my first house, I bought my first house out in the hills on like 4 acres.
Right.
Because I was like, I don't want to be around people.
Right.
I want quiet. I want animals. I want to look out my window and see a hawk fly by.
Right.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
You got that here.
Yeah, but that's what I like. I don't want to be overwhelmed by people. I don't think that's healthy for you.
Mm-hmm.
And with me, LA just got sketchy during COVID. It just got the George Floyd riots. I was like, this is sketchy. I was watching a bunch of movies. I saw these kids breaking into a clothes store. I was like, God damn it. This is sketchy. These cops can't do anything. They're overwhelmed. And then there's all this defund the police shit going on. And everywhere I would go like, you'd see tents. And I was like, this is a society that's falling apart. And if you don't get out now, you're going to get stuck in something unrecognizable. This is not what you signed up for. When I lived in LA in the 90s, LA was great. It was great. So kind of a lot of traffic, but other than that, it was cool. Great place to live. All these comedians and artists and fun. Sunny out all the time. Yay! We're in the right spot. But after COVID, after the George Floyd riots, I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And then just the lockdowns and all the ridiculousness and the hypocrisy and just realizing you have to pay attention to how fucking stupid the mayor is.
Right.
Like, I never paid attention to the mayor. I didn't give a fuck who the mayor was. And then when COVID comes along, I'm like, oh, that guy's a real problem. Like, these people can become a real problem because they can tell you have to close your family business. You've had a business for 30 years. That's fucking dipshit who shouldn't be managing a fucking Taco Bell.
Right.
He's managing the entire city's economy. Like, oh my God. And then they went after him too, which is great. Like Black Lives Matter was protesting in front of his house like 30 days in a row. Like, that's what you get, bitch. That's what you get.
It just turns on itself.
Yeah.
And then you brought it here and you planted these seeds, and look what it's growing, man. It's just so amazing.
Luckily, a lot of comics decided to move out here. That was the big one. Ron White was the king. He was always here. Ron White was here before COVID. Ron White, I remember calling Ron White up. I go, why are you living in Austin? He goes, And he goes, I'll still come to the comedy store, but I fucking love it. And he goes, I love Texas. I love being here. I love living in Austin. It's a good city. I was like, damn, it sounds like a good fucking city. And so when the pandemic came around and we were looking for places to live, we had some friends that were coming to look in Austin. I was like, let's look in Austin. And we came and we saw this house on the lake. I was like, let's go.
I had my buddy Scott Ross. He lived in New York, like most of his life, in the city, and then he just abruptly moved to the Brunfels. The Brunfels, and he's always like a bow hunter and all this stuff, and he loved that stuff.
That's for bosses.
Bosses, yeah, they're great friends.
Yeah, Boss lives out there too now.
Yeah, I know the whole thing. Yeah, they're amazing, and he loves it. I'm always like, how is it? Are you missing New York? He's like, not a stitch. It's like
you can always visit New York.
Yeah,
I love New York. I'd love to go back and visit. I love to visit.
Yeah, well, I'm on the island, so it's like it's not into the craziness,
right?
But it's
the island is a different state.
Yes, it really is.
It's a different state.
100%.
It really is.
Yeah,
it's a different state.
It's not New York City.
No.
I'm up. It's
very right wing.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, it's much more families.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, much more normal.
Which is what I need. But here.
Well, I used to love working on the island. That was my favorite place to work. Governors.
Yes. Chuckles. Do you remember Chuckles?
Yes. Is that Mineola? Is that Mineola?
It was in Mineola.
That's right.
Yeah.
East Side was great. That was a sad day. East Side
closed. And then they opened another one, Richie, and it just got away from him. It was just not a great. He took on a massive store, like a massive warehouse, and started rebuilding it, and just got in over his head with stuff. And the boom was slowing down a little bit. It just got tough.
Yeah, Long Island has always been a good place for comedy.
Oh, the best.
There's always real good comics coming out of Long Island. There's always like a Long Island attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get guys who come into the city from Long Island.
I was afraid of that. That was nothing. Like, oh my God, you got moved to the city. People like, you gotta go to the city. I'm like, I'm not going to the city yet. I'm not ready.
I was so scared the first time I performed in the city.
Oh,
I was so scared.
Where'd you go, Boston Comedy Club?
No, Catch a Rising Star.
Yes, me too. It was forever.
Yes. I was so terrified.
Wow.
I thought I was gonna bomb. I was so nervous. I've never been more nervous for a show in my life.
Because all the greats were there,
I remember I watched a video that was online of Richard Pryor. I guess back then I must have watched a tape. Because we're talking about like the early 90s. It must have been a tape, but I watched a VHS tape of Richard Pryor on stage at Catch. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to perform in the same place. And I knew Richard Belzer had performed there. It was just a legendary club. I couldn't believe I was there. I couldn't believe I was allowed to be on the stage.
Me too, man.
Yeah, but when it went okay, it went good. I was like, okay. And then the next show I did in the city, I was like loose. I was like, this is just a crowd. These are just people.
That's it.
And then I just got loose. But the allure of the city was always like, you can't trick them. Mm-hmm. They're going to be the smart people. Like, you can trick all those losers that come to see you at a bar in the middle of Massachusetts. But if you're going to go to New York fucking city, you better have your act together. Mm-hmm. And your act has to be tight.
Stand Up New York, the comic strip. Remember Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Oh my gosh, Eddie was here.
Yeah.
You see that Chris Rock, and he said, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, the clubs in New York, there were so many of them. Boston Comedy Club.
Yeah.
Dangerfield.
I played in front of probably 3 people. Yeah. Right? 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Dangerfield.
Yeah. I was there once, Dangerfield's, and my spot was at 9:30, and I got there at 9 o'clock, and everyone was by the bar. I'm like, what's going on? Like, there's no crowd. And while we were there, 2 people showed up. And remember Bobby?
Oh, you put the show on? Yeah.
Crazy Bobby. Welcome to Dangerfield. You started the show, and then the show started.
Yes.
And we all did stand up for 2 people.
I love it.
They were like held hostage. How could they leave? We're going to get out of here. This sucks. Like, what? There's 5 more guys coming.
There was something about back then that I miss so much. That I guess it's the community again, but that whole drive to the newness of being in these clubs, the Comedy Cellar.
Also, we didn't know if we were gonna make it.
That's it.
You know, back then you were like, am I going to be a real professional, or is this just bullshit? Should I think about getting a job?
Right.
You know,
I quit my last job way early.
Did you?
Yeah, I was working at a place called Granger in the warehouse, just pulling orders. It was like an industrial equipment company, and I hated it. It was so hot, and I'm like miserable. And I'm doing I'm doing an improv class and like a couple beats I have here and there, and I was like, I think I'm gonna turn into comedy. I think I can make a living with this stuff. And it's like pulled out way too. Living at home with my folks, and it's like I might have pulled out a little early, but you know.
But that's the way you do it, though.
Yeah.
You'll find jobs and things to do to make money while you're struggling.
Right.
But it's if you have a net, you'll fall.
Right. You're right.
You have to be 100% all in, because in the beginning, like in the first days when you and I knew each other, we were just like kind of opening acts,
right?
Which is like, you're not really making much money,
right?
Maybe you could headline some little scrub room in the middle of nowhere,
right?
Make a couple $100 that night, drive to Connecticut, you know. So it was precarious. Like, who knows what's gonna happen? I could fall. We all knew guys who fell apart. Guys who were like headliners, big comics, and they just fell apart. They fell apart. They couldn't handle it for whatever reason.
It's weird, fear of success, or just like whatever it is. They just didn't know how to go to the next level. Or
I think for them, it's a lot that they didn't have community. Back then, even more so than it's a problem now. It was way more of a problem back then, because everybody was in competition with each other.
Right.
Nobody looked at other people like other people that are just like me, that are out there doing great. So that's awesome for everybody.
Right.
Back then, like, if you and I were friends and there was a Tonight Show host spot available, and they were going to talk to you and they were going to talk to me, we couldn't be friends.
Right.
And like the people would like turn on each other. They would backstab each other, like the famous David Letterman and Jay Leno things.
Right.
Leno's like hiding in the closet. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like they were in competition with each other.
Did you have a group of guys in Boston around you, like when you first started, or no? Was it just you?
Me and Fitzsimmons were always tight.
Right.
And we started out literally a week apart from each other in open mics.
Right.
So, and then Chris McGuire, I was always tight with Chris. And there was a few guys from that era that I stayed friends with, that we did a lot of road gigs together and really tight. And that was real fun. Mostly Fitzsimmons, because Fitzsimmons he was a good buddy. We did a lot of gigs together when we were starting out. We drive to Rhode Island for free.
Yeah.
Just do open mics.
I drove to Allen, Pennsylvania for like $20 or something. I remember, like, I go, this cost me more than tolls.
Yeah.
I was like, but I'm went.
Yeah, but that's the only way to do it. You know, you have to put in those hours and that time, and you have to be. And if you're with someone else who's also doing it, it makes it way easier. So yeah, it made it easier for sure to be friends with Fitzsimmons, because we were both doing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a group like we had in LA. In LA, that was a different thing. That was a real brother and sisterhood. Like, it was like everybody was like so tight, and everybody was so supportive, because it coincided with the internet. When the internet came along, then instead of everybody being competition with each other for a sitcom or a TV show, now everybody was on each other's podcasts.
Right.
So now it was only beneficial.
Yes.
It was like, if I could go to Schultz's podcast, that would make my Netflix special get more people to watch it. If I could go do this, it would do that. If I could do all these different things, it would actually promote stuff, and it would make it bigger and better. And then it was like everybody's podcast grew because they were on other people's podcasts, and no one suffered. There was no negative. Like, of all the people that I ever had on my podcast that went on to do podcasts and tour, do arenas, it only helped.
It only helps.
It never hurt. It only helps. It helps them. It helps me. It helps the audience. It helps everybody.
Helping them is insane. I mean, like, look at the careers you built from this. You know,
I just expose people to talented people that already existed, and that benefits me.
Absolutely, 100%. But it's like you give them this platform, and it does. It grows, because then they're able to do it and bring up other people, and
and then other people are seeing that, and they're applying that in their own lives.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't the case. Back in the day, I felt like I had my brother Gary and Rock, and Adam Ferrara, Richie. Like, we had this tight group that we would look out for each other. Those guys, we would try to do that. But other than that, it was backstage. It was like they were just trying to get in the way, and don't tell this guy about this audition. It's like, I hated that. Well, that's why I loved hanging out with you and Ferrara, and it's like you could find good dudes and you all hang together and all enjoy each other's success. And
and do shows together too. That was the most fun thing. When you
The best,
do
man.
shows together.
Wasn't it the best?
It was the best.
Oh, I loved it
We
so
had
much.
so many fun gigs. It was such a good time, and just to be on the sideline, because you're one of those guys that if I'm laughing hard in the room, you go crazy.
Oh, you did me nuts. You build me up. You are. You were the hype man. You fired me up, and we.
Well, I always knew you at your best.
Right.
I always knew who you were. Like if we were just at a bar and you just started going off about something and we're crying, laughing.
Yeah.
You had this ability to get fucking furious about something in the most hilarious way. And I was like, you gotta bring Shimmy out.
I know.
You gotta bring Shimmy out on that stage.
You were like one of the few guys. I'm telling you, and Sam are guys that believe in me more than I believe in me. You know what I'm saying? They really. I mean,
Well, sometimes
it's amazing.
Your special quality is to be comfortable around your friends, and then that's where you show your full potential.
Right.
And then it's up to your friends to say, you gotta just carry that with you on the stage, because that's you. Like the bit that you do about pulling up to the curb and the lock cancels out when the girl grabs her hand. That's a full Shimmy bit.
Yes.
That
got me. You were like, you gotta go nuts. And I was like, you do more and more, and adding it. I literally jumped in the audience during, because you got me. Like, that was it. When we were up at Montreal, you like, you gotta go Shimmy. And I like went nuts. I literally jumped on some guy in the crowd. I've never done that before, ever. I freaked. This was like, but that got me my deal. That's literally being that nuts,
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. But that's you at your best. But sometimes, like sometimes you need a coach.
Right.
Sometimes you need a hype man. My friends do that all the time. We do it for each other. They do it to me. They'll say, like Tony last night, we're going over a bit. He's like, I really think that when you're saying this, maybe say that first.
Right.
And I was like, damn, maybe you're right.
Right.
And every now and then, someone will see things with fresh eyes, and they got to pull you aside and go, I think you should do it this way. And you're like, ooh, I like it. Let me try it. And I'll try it the next show, and like, oh my God, you're right.
Yes.
That's it.
That's the best. It's a comfort level. It's a comfort level when you're comfortable with somebody, and you get past that. You open up and you try to, and you know each other. That's exactly what it was. Like I said, we would go out and do these, and that would be it. You would give me these things and get me all hyped up, and it changed who I was. It changed that comedian that was standing up there in the middle with the mic stand, and like, you were just that guy to me. You were that guy that was just like, you didn't care, and I was like, I want to be that.
I remember one time we were at one of the improvs, the Bray Improv, or one of those improvs, and one of the fucking guys who's working the sound booth goes, what did you do to him? I go, that's him. That's him. That's the real Shimmy. That's when it comes out. Because you were just going nuts. You're just going nuts. You're like, dude, he goes so crazy with your hair.
Oh.
That's him. That's him.
I need you in my life that way. Like, I need you to do that with everything. I'm telling you, that's what I miss when I'm on my second. Because again, you're my own captain. I go off the rails. I'll start overthinking things. Yeah. It's like,
that happens with fighters too.
I'm sure.
Yeah, fighters decide that they're the boss, and then they don't have a guy like that. Happened with Tyson. Like Tyson was with Customato. Customato died, and now he doesn't have a boss anymore. Right. He doesn't have the alpha. He doesn't have this wise person who's overseeing all of it. Go, no, not this. And right. This is why. This is why you have to approach it this way. Like, this is why. Like, sometimes people need a coach. You need someone around you who knows exactly what's going on.
I don't care if you're like, I need it. Like, if I'm writing a movie or doing whatever it is, I need people to say, hey, see it, because you're in your own head. Everything has that same flavor. Like, I'm always like, we're writing the same type of movies and this, that, because I'm controlling everything. And sometimes I got to relinquish that control and say, let someone else say, believe me, trust them. Just go with it, And I struggle with that because I'm like, no.
Right.
And that's the key to it. I can see that in the fight game. It must be like, where I take over and I know better and I got to switch camps and do all this stuff.
Especially if you're the champ, right? If you're beating everybody and you think, like, I'm fucking everybody up because I'm the best. And then your manager is, like, looking at Clubber Lang and Rocky. Right. He's like, no, this fucking guy's doing the real thing.
Right. You're to watch out.
Yeah, he's coming. You don't see this coming. Yeah. You have to have that guy around you, otherwise you'll be delusional. You wind up like with a flashlight in your face.
That's right.
They're wheeling you around a stretcher. That's this is the thing with success. Like, and also the part of success is to get successful, you have to get really uncomfortable. And once you get to a certain level of comfort, you're like, I don't want to be uncomfortable anymore. I did all that, and that's over. I'm done. But the only way you keep getting better is to be uncomfortable.
That's it. That's the ice bath.
Yeah.
That's literally why you don't have to do this anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, but why?
So you got to build up the boss in your head. Like, I made my own coach because I realized there's not going to be enough coaches around me. Like, I had coaches when I was doing martial arts. I mean, there was a giant factor for me that I went to that Jaehyun Kim Taekwondo Institute in Boston, which was like one of the best gyms in the country. Right? Just dumb luck happened to be there at the right time. But once I realized you're not going to have a coach everywhere, like, you got to be able to coach yourself and write them out. So I know what I have to do, and I just do it.
I found an old journal, like when I was literally I did karate for 4 I don't know how many years it was. I got to like a brown belt, when I was in high school and stuff like that, or a little just as I guess it was ending, and maybe it was just going into college. I was my brown belt in it, but I never felt that we had a guy named Al Wilson in our school who was a boxer, and I was learning all the karate stuff, and I was really good at karate. I had the moves and stuff like that, and the katas down like crazy, crank them out, like rip them, like really powerful. And this guy was just different, it was boxing, like I didn't have that, so I never had the confidence even then. I was like, I need to know something, like I gotta learn something, and it really,
boxing's an eye opener.
Oh my god, and wrestling, it's like all these things. That's what I'm saying. As far as that stuff, it's like
those are 2 big eye openers, especially if you think that you know how to fight because you know how to do karate. And then someone boxing, so I'm like, this is a totally different thing. You're going to learn this now. Learn it like I learned everything else.
I remember when you took me to the Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu, I remember probably the first class, a guy grabbed me and held me just against his chest, and my face was in his chest, in his gi, and I couldn't breathe. I didn't know what to do, so I reached up, and I was like grabbing his throat, but I was panicking. And he was like, whoa, like whatever. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. I just played it off, but I was gone. He was like, I was getting tapped from a chest.
Yeah, people do that in black belt training. I do it almost a smother choke.
Yeah, I can't do it.
People smother tap people. Big guys would get on top of people and tuck them between their pecs.
Oh my god, yeah. I feel like I'm drowning. It's scary.
It is scary. But if you can learn defense of that, then you're always going to be safe. That's the thing. It's like if you can just figure out how to defend yourself in those positions just to stay alive, and it's the worst feeling in the world to be trapped under someone for 5 minutes when they're trying to kill you. But if you can develop enough confidence that you're safe no matter what, that's what Hicks and Gracie always said.
Right.
It was, I am always safe. It was always defense. My defense is perfect. I am always safe. So he never worried about being tapped because he was always putting himself in these terrible positions. He would have black belts start on his back with a fully locked in rear naked choke. That's how you have them start.
Then you're not afraid of anything. You've been there before.
You got defense.
Yes.
Yeah, you got your defense.
If I applied what I think about all day long to actually practicing it, I don't, but I think about it all the time. Like,
you got to build that coach up.
I do. I would literally look up things and I would watch everything and be like, I saw Eddie Bravo once say, or I heard that he said, I won't even teach anybody until you can do the butterfly. You can get it to your knees to the mat. And
he said you can't get a black belt.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. You can't get a black belt until you get your knees to the mat.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like, I took it that way, and I'm like, I started pushing it, but then I faded.
He gave up on that, by the way.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, he gave up on that because he realized you can be a black belt without putting your knees to the mat.
Yeah, because I can't move.
It's just Eddie has a very specific style, and it's super effective, and it's very dangerous. He's one of the most dangerous guys ever off his back, and so he developed this style based on flexibility and movement. And I could always do that because I was very lucky that you've always done flexible. Because I did Taekwondo when I was really young, and I always stretched. So I didn't have any problem adopting his techniques, but a lot of people did just because of the dexterity issues.
I would think because it was like the rubber guard and stuff like that, right? And it was like I was always a big guy, so I didn't know whether in my head I would go I shouldn't train this way because it's not my style of fighting or whatever, or should I be a big guy that can do that? And I would go back and forth, and some trainers would be like, you shouldn't do this. Don't waste your time doing that. You'll never do that. And I'm like, well, what if I'm nothing scarier than a heavyweight that can move around and be like that?
A heavyweight that can fight off his back is one of the most dangerous guys.
I can't. I get it.
That was always Nogueira's big thing,
right?
Because Minotauro. Taken down, you're in Nogueira's guard. You're in Fabricio Verdum, he tapped all the greats from his back.
Yeah.
Fabricio Verdum, he tapped Fedor from his back. Come on, man. Fedor from his back. He was the first guy to beat Fedor. And everybody was like, holy shit. And the way he did it with just pure jiu-jitsu, he got him an armbar triangle combination. It's like, this is checkmate, motherfucker. Just slap that down. Boy, Fabricio Verdum had the most wicked of all guards. He tapped all the greats. He tapped Cain Velasquez. He tapped Minotauro. He tapped Fedor. He tapped some of the greatest of all time. That guy tapped off his back.
That's crazy. That's what I have to. I have to get back to it. I really got to get back to it because that fear of those positions that you just don't want to ever get in. It's the suffocation. It's this and that. And every time I start up again, I hate the warm-ups. The warm-ups, I'm dizzy. I'm doing these crab walks and stuff like that. I'm already out, but it's like I have a guy that Weidman hooked me up with. I was going to go to Sarah because Sarah's out there. It's great jiu-jitsu. But for some reason, Weidman goes, go to this guy. He'll be great with you. His name's Derek Manji. He does monster jiu-jitsu, but it was like an hour away from me. But he's the greatest guy, and he comes to my house and he trains me and stuff, and he's just a beast. But it's like I've got to get past literally out of my head and go get in these positions. But when I train with him, he's so big. I get on his back or whatever it is, and he just gets up. It's like an apartment building just coming up. I can't even hold. I don't. And it's so frustrating to me. And he's flexible and big, and he can move around. And it's like, this is where I don't finish. I quit. I'm like, I get frustrated, and I don't.
Honestly, the thing about training with someone who's really good, the problem is you're never going to get good enough to tap them because they're always going to be ahead of you. You really should train with people that are okay. That's the best way to train. The best way to get really good at jiu-jitsu, I always said, and Eddie Bravo used to always say this, is strangle blue belts.
Really?
Find people that can resist a little bit, but they're not really on your level, and just drill on them.
Right.
You drill on them. And that way, then when you get to brown belts and you get to black belts, you're sharp, and you have all these reps of finishing the technique. All these reps.
That's the other thing.
Closing the technique off.
Do you recommend just drilling?
100%. Drilling is almost more important than anything.
Really?
Yeah, because it solidifies the move in your head. When I got really good, the best I got at jiu-jitsu when I went from blue belt to purple belt was when I was training with Eddie, and we were drilling all the time. We were drilling multiple times a week.
Right.
So we'd get together, and we would, for an hour and a half, we would just drill. And it sucks. You don't want to. You want to roll. Rolling is fun. Sparring is fun.
Right.
It's like you're playing a video game. But if you can just force yourself to do the work and do a lot of drilling, your technique will get really sharp. All the best guys drill. They drill all the time. They do either live drills where you all start from a certain position, or they'll do drills where they'll go over a specific path. Like Eddie was big on going over paths. Like, I want you to do this. You pass the guard, he goes to block, you set this up, and then you counter with that. And then we would drill that at a very positioning over. So then when that would come up in training, when you would go to pass and someone would block and then you would take their back, it's like, it's all synced in to your nervous system.
So and that enables you to, when you're in a position, to think 2 or 3 moves ahead.
You're not going to get that if you're training with some big black belt. You're not going to get that. You're never going to get to the point where you can do that to him.
He's great. It's not him.
No, it's not him.
It's me. But
he brings guys. He lets you do it. Yeah. It's not the same.
Right.
You got to be able to do it to someone who's not letting you do it and someone who you don't know.
Well, that's the key. Once you start learning someone and you're kind of...
Yeah, you don't want to know them. Right. You want to be able to, solve a human puzzle. Right. Some person's pulling on your shit and he's kind of freaking out.
Not only that, it's the fear of that. I hate that. I don't want that. I love it. I I hate going to a class where I don't know everything. First of all, I hate the gi. I hate everything. I suffocate in that thing. That thing is
Why don't
such
you
a
train
hard.
Go to
Because then I feel like you're not learning the techniques. And then
You are. Yeah, 100%.
I
have a black belt in the gi, and I have a black belt in no gi. I can do both of them. I've done both of them. I trained both of them at the same time. But one of the things that I did from learning from Eddie was, because I was training so much no gi, but I was also training gi, I would go in and do the gi, but I wouldn't use it. I would let them use it on me. But I was just concentrating on overhooks and underhooks, and I was concentrating on all the same grips that I would use so that I would never be deficient. Because if you get used to grabbing collars and sleeves, and you get used to adjusting people with butterfly sweeps and stuff like that based on grips, the problem with that is all those grips go away when everyone's slippery and it's just bare chest. So I was just all about clinching, and I was all about a tight game. Right. It was all about learning what Eddie's moves were. Eddie's moves were all overhooks and underhooks. It was all wrestling based. And it was all because of Jean-Jacques Machado. So our instructor, Jean-Jacques, his left hand, he only had a thumb. Yeah.
He trained me a couple days in Encino. When he came to my house. He was such a great guy.
He's the best. He really is the best.
It's when I look at these videos of, where they take the gi belt or whatever it is and underneath and wrap it around this thing. It's like, I always go, it's not that it can't work or whatever, but I always look for things that are applicable. I want to be able to, and it's like, that to me, I can't do that. I can't, so, but I always heard that for you to get better at no gi, you want to train gi because it's like taking a bat and, swinging with the donut on it.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
No, you want to train. It's like to get really good at racquetball, you need to play tennis. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I got 4 massive gis if you want to use them for something. You can throw them over your couch or whatever you feel like doing because I'm happy to get rid of them.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with the gi. The gi is still great, and what the gi does do is it forces you to be very technical because you can't muscle out of things. You can't just pull out of stuff because you're trapped. So you have to learn how to use the proper defense and also never let you get yourself into a position where someone's completely cinched up on you. Like if someone has like there's certain chokes like a clock choke. Like if they reach into your collar and they grab a hold of your collar like this, and then they get this arm wrapped around here, bad spot, because then I'm gonna spin.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's like a tourniquet, right?
It's terrible.
It's a tourniquet.
Oh, it's death. It's death. It's such a horrible choke to get stuck in. So you just gotta, in those situations, the gi can be very, like if you're in a street fight with a guy who's got a winter jacket on. Some guy's got a leather jacket on, and he grabs you, and you grab a hold of that collar, and you pull him to the side, and you fish that arm underneath the shoulder. That's a dead man.
Right.
Like he didn't even know he's dead.
Yeah.
He's a dead man. Yeah. Like if you get a hold of someone's leather jacket, and then you get your arm under there, and you get this like this, you're like, oh son,
got him.
You're going for it.
Right. I love that.
Yeah. So this is like a judo player who fighting someone with a winter jacket. You're fucked. That guy's gonna hit you with the world. He's gonna spike you on your fucking head on the concrete, and you're not even gonna be able to stop it. You're not gonna be able to do a goddamn thing. So it's good to learn the gi because most people are wearing clothes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out shirtless from now on, like just
you can
not even wear anything.
Ezekiel choke someone with a hoodie.
Right.
You get on top of someone with a hoodie, and you get all up in here, and you fucking.
This is different level. This is not what I'm literally. I need to.
Yeah.
I've got to start. I really do. I gotta do something because it's like it's.
There's nothing wrong with the gi. The gi's great. The gi's great. I still love the gi. It also slows it down.
When you grip, it does slow the game down for older guys too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't want. When I was,
did you get repaired? Or is it just like
this one happened about 5-6 years ago. I was hired a personal trainer, and she came to my house. Like I didn't even know she was like almost like the CrossFit person. She's like going to work on strength. And I never deadlifted or did anything. And I started doing deadlifts, and she was like, I didn't even believe how to do it. She was like showing me, and she was getting so excited. She goes, "That's pretty good weight. Can we bump it up a little bit?" And it was like 135, 225, 275, and then she goes, "Can we go a little bit more?" And she put 315 on it, and then I go, and I got it, and she was like, "Can we go 405?" Like whatever. She bumped up, and I'm going, and I'm starting to feel like a little tired. And I go, I don't know if we should do this. I don't know if this is getting me. But she was so happy. She's like, "This is really good." It was like a personal thing.
Right.
And I go, "I've never done." I did 405, and I felt a little something. I got it. I just got it. And she was like, "This is amazing." And then she said, "Can we go like 450?" And she put yes. And I went pop right away. I got it up for a little bit. And I just went. I go, "Oh my gosh." But it was such a bad, it didn't tear away from the bone. It was like, it looked like it was like chopped meat, and there was a hole, it ripped a hole in the middle of it. Oh. So it was weird. It was like, the guy looked at it and he goes, "We can't even do anything with it." So it's like, you just got to let it heal.
Does it still have a hole?
Yeah. Well, you can't see this one as much. You can see a little divot. You see a little divot here. But then just recently, I did a movie with Joey Diaz. I did that movie. I did a movie with him, and there was a lot of fighting in it. And I'm fight training with the guys, and we're rehearsing all the choreography and going through the moves. And we did it like a lot. And it was the end of the time. He's like, "Do you want to run it one more time?" And I was like, "All right." He was just run it slow, just to get it, because I was getting tired. I'd go and double leg the guy or whatever it was. And I wanted to double leg him, and it was very slow. And he moved to the side, and he went this way, and it stretched my arm, and it went, dink. I go, and they go, "Oh, that looked awesome, guys." And I go, No. I literally haven't recorded. I go, something's wrong. And this one's bad. It's nasty. It's like, it's the Matt Serra one. It rolled up on me, and it was, I got it checked out, and they go, "It's completely torn." And, the guy was doing PT on me. He's awesome. Johnny Amato, he's awesome. Guy to do PT, and he was telling me, he's like, "Well, the good thing about it is it's torn completely, because it's not, you're going to be able to do everything with it." And I had to go into the movie, so they go, "Do you want to get it fixed? You should get it fixed." And he said, it was like one of those things where it's like, you don't gain that much strength. Believe it or not, the bicep doesn't do that much. The bicep itself is kind of like turning a key, and it's like, that's where it'll be affected a lot, which is, that's actually not that bad.
Did you get it fixed or no?
I didn't. I couldn't, because I had to go to the movie.
Wow.
Because if you do that, you get it fixed. The rehab is, like, it's long, So I go, "I can't do it." So they said, I go, "Can I get it done after the movie?" And they go, "You can't, because it's a window of the muscle. Like, if you don't attach it right away, it shrivels up. It won't take."
Yeah.
So I did it. I didn't do it. And it's bad. And it still hurts. It cramps every time. Like, I don't feel like I can do anything. I've lost so much strength on this thing now.
You wish you'd gotten the surgery?
I do.
It sucks. I always wondered about Matt's arm.
He's strong as hell. Like, it doesn't affect him, though. He says, I think he says it's fine.
A bunch of guys get that one. That's a real common one. It's common with a lot of times when people throw a punch. Like, the punch gets blocked. The bicep will pop and curl up. I've seen that a couple of times. Yeah.
This is ugly, and it's bad.
Remember Kyle Parisian had that with his hamstring?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, did he?
Yeah, he had a hole in his hamstring. His hamstring just ripped apart, and it shriveled up, and it always fucked with him like the rest of his career.
Oh, it's in your head.
Well, also his one leg just was not as strong.
Right.
So his one leg was like always compromised. He should have had a surgery on it like right from the beginning. Yeah, but guys try to rehab stuff. There's like that fine window, that small window between fixing something and not being able to ever fix it. Like TJ Dillashaw went through that with his shoulders. He tried to just rehab his shoulders, and his shoulders wind up becoming chronic, and now they ruined his career.
Right.
Yeah, any kind of injury to a joint, I always say get the surgery if you can. If it's that bad, get the surgery. But also, it depends on what it is. Like, if it's a bicep, yeah, get the surgery. But there's certain things like stem cells might be able to fix that better than surgery. So it's like knowing where to go and who to talk to and what doctors have actually gone through this before.
You can't do that now.
What?
With stem cell or
no? With the bicep, no. Once it's shriveled up, it's shriveled up.
Yeah.
You have a very small window. I think a bicep, the window's just a couple of weeks. You see, get it repaired really quickly.
I should have done it, because
that sucks.
It does.
That's a bummer.
It's slowing me down for sure.
I tore my MCL getting on stage once.
What?
Yes, at Stubbs. It's Stubbs in Texas. I'm walking up to the stage. Stubbs is this outdoor amphitheater, and as you're turning the corner, it's these concrete stairs, but they're spaced differently. And so I was like, I was turning my recorder on my phone and walking up the stairs, being called up to the stage, and I misstepped and twisted my foot, and it popped my knee bad. Or when I went on stage, my leg was shaking, like I was nervous.
Right inside?
I was in agony. Yeah, I just did my set.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I just powered through it, but I was like, my leg is shaking so bad. It looks like I'm so nervous. Like everyone can see this. It was just pain. I should have addressed it. I should have said, I just blew my knee out. I should have said that so like that people know when my knee is shaking.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I was like, God, how do I stop my knee from shaking?
Like
And it shook. Yeah, it shook for like the first 10 minutes at least.
Did you sit out?
No. Just did my set.
Yeah.
It still went great. The show was fun, but then my knee was fucked up for a year after that. I had to get a bunch of stem cells. I got stem cells in it like 3 arms before it finally got to the point where it doesn't bother me.
How is it now?
It's great. Yeah, now it's great. Now it's getting back. No problems.
Wow.
Yeah, I did a lot of knee overdose stuff too. That Ben Patrick.
Yeah, that stuff. That's great stuff.
It's a big game changer. I've strengthened my legs quite a bit more since I did that. Since I had that injury, the Nordic curls and the slant board squats, goblet squats,
that sled too on the wheels, whatever it's called, the
torque sled.
Yes, it's I just push it light and then just walk back with it slow. You just keep going digging in.
Yeah.
I feel it in my legs and it's great.
The walking back is huge. That's such a crazy way to strengthen your legs, to pull a sled backwards. Such a good way to strengthen your knees.
Right.
Yeah, it just keeps everything strong and firm.
Yeah.
So it's like, as long as you stay flexible as well and you're strong, like you have stability. You have range of motion, but you also have stability. That's giant. That's key.
I'm doing this movie now where it's me and it's an action movie. I'm going to literally leaving tonight to Vancouver to it's like a crazy action movie and I wanted to get in shape for it and it didn't happen. So I'm like, I'm next to this beast too, Alan Ritchson.
Oh, that guy for the Reacher?
Yeah.
Huge. That guy's huge.
Oh my gosh! I was like, I gotta train to get ready for it. And I'm like, nothing happened. Now I'm like, oh boy,
that guy is the perfect guy for that show. Because they did that movie with Tom Cruise,
and it was like the character was never that small, right?
No, in the book the character was this monster. The character in the book was Alan Ritchson.
Yeah. Ritchson. He's a
Ritchson.
Yeah, really good. Look at
that. He's ridiculous.
He's amazing.
He's a house. That guy's a house.
Great dude too.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
Unbelievable.
I've seen him in interviews. He seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, that's the perfect guy for that series.
Yeah.
They just, Tom Cruise is the blockbuster boy. So you're like, let's just do it with Tom Cruise. Like, but he's a fine guy. Right. Like, this guy's gotta be a gorilla. He's gotta be a fucking linebacker. He's a linebacker with a genius brain. He can kill people.
This guy's
yeah. He's perfect for it.
He is. But
so you have to do an action movie with him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And just
start fasting. How much time do you have before the camera rolls?
I just suck it out. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's like fighting that age, but it's like you're right. You look at what you're doing, man. It's like such a difference in how you are with what you do and what you've implemented. We're a different species. You and I'm telling you,
I just stayed on it.
Yeah.
I just never let off the gas.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
But also being careful, like knowing like what's fucked up and what's not, knowing not to try to work through injuries, but to heal them and making sure they don't happen anymore by increasing range of motion and strengthening things and just making sure your whole system is strong.
Right.
I do a lot of like non-sexy exercises like Turkish get-ups and things like that. Right. Strengthen the whole body, windmills.
Yeah.
Those are the things that I like.
No one likes to do that. And those are the things when I walk around the gym and do a couple of things. It's like that's where I have to change my mindset to go into the places where it hurts. Where does it hurt when you bend? Where the ankle strain, foot,
right.
All this stuff to get comfortable in that. And it's like that's the stuff that's so important. Turkish get-ups, I hate that.
Everybody hates those.
I don't like to do it. I don't.
There's no like bench press is cool. You know, like you bang out 10 reps, like, yeah, we did it. Turkish get-ups, you never feel like you're done. It's always
exactly.
Oh, it's hard. And everything's working. Your leg working, core's working.
Do specific sets, or are you more like on your own? Do you go? I just gonna work this area, and I'm gonna do as many as I just want to drill it. Or do you have like a set?
I have sets.
You do?
Yeah. I'll do like I do my warm up. My warm up after the cold plunge is always 100 push-ups and 100 bodyweight squats. So that's the warm up. So that gets you going. That gets you warm after you've done the cold. So that now you're heated up again. And then I do,
wait a second, 100 push-ups
and 100 bodyweight squats.
That's more than my week. Like I even, is your warm up?
Yeah, that's the warm up every day. Yeah, that's 15 minutes. So 15 minutes it takes to do 100 push-ups and 100 bodyweight squats. I do those. And then I do swings. So depending upon whether or not I'm feeling good or whether I need more warm-up, I either go with 50 or 70 pounds. So if I go to 70 pounds, that means I'm ready to go. So I do 3 sets of 10 swings with each arm with 70 pounds. And then I do clean press, 3 sets of 10 with each arm, clean press. And then I do 3 sets of windmills with each arm. And then I do 3 sets of renegade rows. You know, renegade rows where you're like doing the push-up on the kettlebell. So you got the kettlebells, 2 on the ground, same distance apart as your shoulders. And you do a push-up, and then in the lock push-up position, you do a row with one side, boom, and then a row with the other side, boom, back down for a push-up, back up, row with one side, boom. So your core is totally engaged the entire time. You're in a plank the entire time. And the entire time, you're either going down to do a push-up, you lock up, and then you're stabilizing yourself as you pull the one kettlebell up.
Core, that's everything.
That down, boom. And you do that with 70 pounds, 3 sets of 10 on each side, and you get worn the fuck out. You know, so you're doing 20 reps. Every time I'm doing this, I'm doing 10 reps with each hand. So I'm doing that with 70 pounds. And so I do 3 sets of those. And then once I get done with that, then I usually either do the sled or I'll do something else. I'll do like rounds on the back. I'll do something else.
And is that timed and all that stuff too, or is it
no? You just know. I like to give myself time in between sets because I want to be fully recovered before I get into the set again. I don't believe in. I follow this Russian principle, this power, this strong first principle, which is the most important thing is how much weight are you pushing and for how many reps. And it doesn't matter if those reps come over 5 minutes or they come over 20 minutes. And it's probably better if they come over 20 minutes than over 5 minutes because you have a lot of time. I'll take 5, maybe even 10 minutes between sets. So I'm fully ready to go. And then when I'm doing the clean press with 70 pounds and I'm doing 10 reps each side, I'm no problem doing that. I'm not fatigued. Like I'm fatigued. It's hard. It's difficult, but it's not where I'm like at the point of failure ever. If my point of failure was 10 reps, I would do 5.
Right.
And then I would wait a long time, and then I do another 5.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm getting a lot of reps.
You're never getting to that point where you're pushing yourself to the point where you're can hurt yourself. Or
Never. That's all I do. I don't lift anything heavier than 70 pounds. That's the heavy too, right? And you don't need to. People think you do. I mean, it's one thing if you're a football player.
Exactly.
If you're a power athlete, you need to do cleans and squats and deadlifts. That's great, but I don't need to do that. I just keep my body strong. And then I do my endurance work. My endurance work is either sled pulling or it's Tabatas on the air bike or it's rounds on the back. And then I get in the sauna. In the saunas, that's so you go in there right when you're tired. And you just step in that 195 degrees.
195.
Sit there for 20 minutes.
What's your cold plunge at?
34 degrees.
I would have a heart attack.
It's fun.
Instantly. I would be gone. I have mine ready. I have one. And it's 50. It was 52 degrees. It was 52. Which was, I was shaking, man. But I would just go in. I was in there for 15 minutes, though. I would do that. You don't need to go that long.
You don't need to, but you can do that if it's 50. Yeah. It's probably giving you the same result if you do 15 minutes at 50 as you're doing 3 minutes at 34.
That's
probably giving you the same result or similar result. The whole idea is you freak your body out and it produces cold shock proteins.
And how does that compare to the chambered one where you get the air? Is it just like does that get you cold? You know the one where you
They're both brutal. They're both brutal. I think
I've never done that.
cold water is a different animal though.
It gets in your bones more, right?
Yeah, you feel colder. Like when you get out of that the cryotherapy machine, when you get out of there, and within a couple of minutes, you're like, whoa, you're okay. You get out of that cold water, like for a fucking half an hour, you're like, Jesus Christ. But that was the way I would warm up. I would just go right into the bodyweight squats and the push-ups. So that was my way of heating my body back up after the cold.
But don't your joints feel just frozen?
No, you're all right. You're all right. It's body weight, so it's not much weight. So you're just kind of pushing. You know, you could easily do 20 push-ups. You just do the 20 push-ups, take a break, do the 20 bodyweight squats, take a break. Heart rate drops back down. Next set, 20 bodyweight squats, 20 push-ups. Next set, do it 5 times. You've got 100. And then by that time, I'm warm. And so then I'll do whatever the other workout is. So maybe I'll jump rope. It depends on what I'm doing that day. Right. But I always write it out. So you write it, because if you write it out, you don't keep yourself in the hole for fuckery. Because you know this is what you have to do. It's all written out. Like that's the boss. The boss gets in there and writes it all out before the ego steps in. And they're like, let's go eat them all.
Once it's there,
It's like you get a better workout if you have some fruit first. Let's go have some fruit. You get a better workout if you eat. I'll eat. You know what? I have a window between 3 and 4:30. A really good workout for that. Right now, I'm just going to watch TV.
That's me.
Yeah, that's everybody. But you just got to have that boss in your brain. It has to be in control.
And once you get it subdued like that much, it's not that hard. Right?
The whole thing is momentum. The whole thing is doing these. Everybody that has ever had a good day, you have a good day where you're really, you start feeling good about yourself. And you go, the key is just carry that forward. Keep going. Don't let yourself fuck off. And if you do give yourself a day off, recognize that just like an alcoholic that starts drinking again, this can be a slippery slope. So if you give yourself that day off, be real aware of what you're doing.
I self-sabotage. Like if I go, I'll start Monday again, or I'll start tomorrow. That hope of starting the next day, I have it so much. I remember like when I was training, and Weidman said this to me. He goes, when you're training and you get a flat, you don't get out and fix the flat. You get out and pop the other 3 tires. Like you literally do. And I do. It's like, once I go off, I go, all right, I'm off. I'll start, Monday. He says, yeah, I do. I crush it. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I would love to eat with you. You know that saying, but I'm saying like, but you're right. And you can eat and do it in the right way. And I'm sure you enjoy food. And
it's just, the boss has to be fully in control before you get a day off.
Yes.
And it is almost like sobriety in that way. Like you have to get so much momentum that you're fully confident that you can take a day off and just eat ice cream. And there's nothing wrong with that if you do have a hold of it. But
even if that's got to be tempered though. Like you can't.
Yes.
Like I notice I can't do a day off where I'm just crushing myself. It's like there's no coming back.
The next day you feel shit.
100%.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have gone on schedule and gotten in shape before. You have done it, so you can do it. So it's maybe even more frustrating than someone who's never done it. That's right. Because you have dropped 60 pounds. You have gotten in shape again. And I remember when you were training Mitch with Delagrante, I was watching you hit the pads. When you got in shape for Here Comes the Boom, you got in fucking shape, and you were training hard. And I was watching some of those sessions. It's like, so I know you can get to that spot. Right. It's just like maintaining.
I know.
That's the thing, is maintaining.
And now as I go, it's like God takes a little thing away from me, the bicep pull. Now it's like,
another new
reach a little. It's like I gotta fight it, man. And like I said, I'm teetering between that. I gotta go back, and it's be right minutes.
Yeah, just gotta decide. And one of the best ways to decide is to write things down. It's so easy to just keep a thought in your head and you don't really give it the what it deserves. You gotta write things down occasionally. You really do. And I write down my workouts.
I have a whiteboard in my gym too. Yeah. Just put it up there, write it up.
Just write it down before you do it, and give yourself a realistic goal. Don't be nutty. Right. Point with the next day you're gonna be a dead man. Give yourself a realistic goal.
Dolce has used, go for a walk. Just go for a walk for 40 minutes, whatever. And it really what happens is when I start walking, I'll start moving around. I feel good. I go, whatever. And I start adding more, and it's like, my goodness. Then I start, wanting to throw, I'll get the egg weights and I'll just start throwing those and just, I love it. I really, it's something that is really addictive in a good way that like you can, once you start doing it and it's a little bit, it's the pressure of you don't have to do so much, just do this.
Yep.
And then,
if your pressure is, okay, now you have to lift weights for an hour and then go to a 90-minute yoga class and then run a marathon, I'm like, fuck that.
Right.
It needs to be very realistic. Like, we're going to start off today, you're going to do 20 push-ups, 20 bodyweight squats, 10 cleans, 10 presses, a couple of chin-ups, and then you're done.
That's a wrap.
That's 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and never be exhausted. And then take the next day, you're going to do something different but equally light, and you do that for a couple of weeks. And if you write it all out, it shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes to work out, and you can get through 20 minutes. Just write it all out. Make sure you follow it. And one of the best things for me is I have a TV in the gym, and I'll put fights on. So I'll be watching fights. Get inspired, watching fights, and then you go through your routine, and you're good. And as long as you write it out, and if you write it out and I wrote this down on paper, I have to do what this says.
Committing to
it. Yeah, you have to do it.
It's great.
Because if you just hold it in your head, I'm going to go work out. What am I going to do? Oh, fucking curls. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some bench press. You need a structure.
You're
so
right.
you can give it to yourself.
You're right. That's awesome, man. All right, I'll do it in this documentary, and we'll come back, and I'm going to show you that.
Next time you're here,
I promise.
You'll be looking for houses.
I promise.
We'll work out together.
I love it.
All right. My man. It's good to see you, brother. You're the best. I love you too.
Thank you for doing everything you do, man.
My pleasure.
It's awesome.
It's a lot of fun. It's great to see you out there killing it. I love it. All right. Bye, buddy. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Policy Genius. It's a new year, and a lot of people are reflecting on what they want to accomplish here in 2024. Maybe you're going to buy a house or go to college. Those things can cost money, and a life insurance plan will help protect your family if something were to happen to you. That's why I suggest checking out Policy Genius. Policy Genius helps you compare your options from top companies, and their team of licensed experts is on hand to help talk you through it. Policy Genius's technology makes it easy to compare life insurance quotes from America's top insurers in just a few clicks to find your lowest price. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and avoid unnecessary medical exams. And I love this. They work for you, not the insurance companies. That means they don't have an incentive to recommend one insurer over another, so you can trust their guidance, save time and money, and give your family a financial safety net with Policy Genius. Head to policygenius.com/JRE or click the link in the description to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com/JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Razor blade technique. I'm not recommending this necessarily because it can be dangerous, but it is slicing the garlic very thin. The belief is that when it goes into a light boiling in the pan, that it basically dissolves. It just goes pew. Why? Because you don't want it to burn, which is one of the first and worst things that can happen when you're using garlic. So be careful with those microplanes and understand that how you chop up the garlic is going to intensify the flavor. This actually is the same with onions, as a matter of fact, that the way you cut them and the size in which you cut them will dictate how intense the oil and the flavor is. Make sure it's not past the brine. This goes with dating as well, even though, let's face it, it's sweeter with time. Make sure that garlic is in its prime. The cloves should be firm. They shouldn't be mushy. You shouldn't have any green sprouting. That's not good. If you see that green sprouting, if you notice that it is soft or mushy, it is past its prime. Don't use it. And I know it can dry out as well, which is the other problem. Once you get really good garlic home, in its fullness, and you've got this beautiful garlic in a dark place, cool place, and then it starts to harden, and then you know it's not going to be good either. It's starting to dehydrate a bit, and then it's no good, and it's not going to do what you want. Whatever you're cooking, keeping that in mind is going to keep your dishes fresh, bright, and garlicky in their own right. So, as I said, don't stick that garlic in the fridge. You want to keep it on the counter in a paper bag or in your pantry. It's going to last longer. It's going to taste better, and it's going to remain more fresh. Chop your garlic as evenly as possible. Why? Because when you put it into a pan, a saute pan or something, the different sizes are going to cook at different times. If it cooks at different times, that means the bigger pieces are going to take a little longer. The smaller pieces are going to burn. Burnt garlic is nasty, and you'll have to start all over, meaning cleaning the pan, everything, because that smoky, nasty, burnt garlic gets into everything, and it will ruin your dish, and you will be bummed, and there will be big tears and sadness across the entirety of your kitchen and home. So, keep that in mind. Similar sizes, not too long. The moment it gets fragrant, the moment you smell garlic, it's done. Turn the heat off or put the other ingredients on and move to the next step. Garlic presses, yes, they're actually kind of fun to use. They're simple to use, but it can make garlic way too mushy. It can mess with the flavor. Really chopping, like when you're smashing something, you are going to change its texture and the cell structure, and that can also change the way you experience the flavors and the texture as well. So chopping is the best option unless it says otherwise in the recipe, or unless you've tested and you say, well, this actually makes the flavor I want. This is what's worked for the recipe. Fine, I'm not gonna get on you on that. You do what works for you. I'm just saying that oftentimes you end up not bruising it, but really beating it up in a way that it doesn't need. Don't add garlic too early in the cooking process. This is something that you're building flavor with. And if you're using high heat, because of the fact that it burns, is super sensitive and it burns so quickly, you don't want to put it in there too early. Wait until about halfway through the cooking process, unless the recipe says otherwise, before tossing it in. Also, on the flip side of burning it, the only other thing that makes it worse is if it's too raw. You want to cook down some of those flavors, brings up that caramelization, brings up some of the smokiness, the nuttiness that you want in that, and not that bright, strict garlicky flavor. Just a couple of tips. We'll come back and talk about garlic some more on technique of the week, and then a great interview we got to do coming up. We don't have to. We want to do coming up at 2:30. So go, know where. It's a beautiful Saturday. No rain today. Let's enjoy the weather by talking about good food and hanging out. So go, know where. All right, let's get the latest news now from Sandy Wells, EBTFI 24-hour news.
5 students have been expelled from the middle school in Beverly Hills for sharing fake nude photos of classmates. Officials have responded to an oil sheet about 2.5 miles off the coast of Huntington Beach. President Biden has signed a $468 billion package of spending bills approved by the Senate in time to avoid a shutdown of many key federal agencies. We'll check the 133 right after this.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit, wagering, and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jerry. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flexibility. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flexibility, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more. And retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate legacy. Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Please visit Cambridge.io/parity. That's for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
This is a radio ad for Dixon Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist and Dr. Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON. Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Hey, please sleep cool. Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep.
receive 4 smart beds for only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery and adjustable dates. It's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hi, Dan. My kids are really excited about spring break, so I'm looking for a new Toyota to help make it amazing.
Well, now until April 1st is the perfect time for an exciting new Toyota. Just imagine you and the kids in a Tundra on your way
To the lake to go speedboating.
Or imagine taking a Grand Highlander
To the mountains for some spring skiing.
Or maybe driving a Camry
To a towering water slide.
or even taking a RAV4.
Oh, to an animal sanctuary to pick goats.
Sounds like your kids aren't the only ones excited about spring break.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Let your imagination run wild at your participating Toyota dealer. Ready, set, go get your Toyota today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
The hit true crime podcast, Paper Ghosts, is back with a haunting mystery in the shadows of the Ozarks. Season 4 unravels a darkly intriguing cold case from 1989 as a community continues to search for answers about a missing girl, various suspects, and a potential connection to BTK.
To go on from, okay, we don't think something's quite right, to there's some worry going on now because now we found something for clothing.
Listen to Paper Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. News Nation Monday. Cuomo and Carlson. Time to take Fittavide head on.
Whether you like it or not, you wind up playing the game.
Cuomo accepts Tucker Carlson's invitation to a one-of-a-kind conversation in his home, face-to-face. News Nation's Chris Cuomo and Tucker Carlson. Monday at 8 Eastern, only on News Nation. You can find News Nation on Spectrum 126, DirecTV 307, and Dish 207.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app, Math and Magic. Stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Gibbons, Season 6. Join iHeartMedia Chairman and CEO as he analyzes the math and magic of marketing, sitting down with today's most gifted disruptors. Marketing school, digital marketing, and online marketing tips. Actionable digital marketing lessons learned through years of being in the trenches. Office hours with Mike Stein. Mike sits down with the world's most important chief executives to answer your most pressing questions about leadership, career, and life. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, we meet LA County Sheriff's crime-fighting four-legged friends, specially trained black labs that help detect and track down hard drives and other electronics used in cyber crimes, financial crimes, and sexually explicit content. We'll meet the dogs and their handlers on the hard drive sniffing canines. It's part of our ongoing crime fighter series. Unsolved with Steve Gregory tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the fourth quarter, all things food, beverage, on the bill. I am your well-fed host, Neil Saavedra. How do you do this fine
Saturday in March, right before we have to do the most horrible thing in the world and change our clocks, lose an hour. It's all right. We're all in it together, right? For those of you who haven't heard, I'm excited to let you know that I'm now a part of the morning show, Build Handle, Monday through Friday, starting at 6 a.m. with Handle on the News right after Amy King finishes up Wake Up Call. So join me there, won't you? I'll also be hanging out with Kevin Smith tomorrow, 4 to 7 p.m. right here on KFI, so join us there. I hung out with him at his pad last week, and what a cool guy. I've been a fan for a long time, but just to be able to talk to him one-on-one and stuff was very cool. So we're going to hang out and do a show for your pleasure tomorrow, 4 to 7, right here on KFI. All right, talking about garlic for technique of the week. Garlic is one of those ingredients that is so amazing and changes everything, really, when it hits a pan or when it goes into a dish. I gave you some breakdowns, what to do, what not to do with garlic. If you didn't get the chance to hear them, you can go back to the podcast, of course, at KFIAM640.com and listen to 4 important podcasts there. So we broke that down. Now I want to tell you about something that I love. It is such, if you are a garlic fan, this you have to know. It's simple and you can use it in everything. You can spread it on bread, you can mix it into mashed potatoes, you can use it in sauces, and it is simply roasted garlic. Very easy to do, but man, does it pack a punch. So take this down, preheat your oven to around 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 200 degrees Celsius. Get it nice and toasted in there. You want it warm, you're going to put that garlic in there. It's going to be a big warm hug in that oven. You grab a whole head of garlic. You have to do exactly nothing to it for the most part. Don't peel it or anything. You just chop off the top part because you want to see those beautiful little cloves peeking out at you a bit. That's it. You got a piece of aluminum foil. You wrap the garlic head up like a tiny little present. You pop it in the oven and you let it roast for about 30 to 40 minutes. You're going to know when it's done for these major reasons. It's soft and squishy inside. Yeah, just like you are. Once it's done, you take it out of the oven, you let it cool for a bit, and be careful. This is coming out piping hot. It's sitting in a 400-degree oven. When it's cool enough to handle, this is the coolest thing. It's super satisfying. You squeeze all those roasted cloves out. It's like toothpaste, right? You're squishing them out, and you're squeezing them out, and they'll be soft and buttery and delicious. If by any chance, the little papery skin or any of that gets on you, just take those out. But it is just this lovely garlicky yumminess. Now, that's the easiest way to do it. Like I said, you can do it. This roasted garlic, you put it on bread, on little toast points. You can mix it into mashed potatoes, add it to a sauce, a white sauce or something for, boom, a little kick. You could put it into a vinaigrette even. You can make a lot of lovely things with it. But if you want to zhuzh it up or kick it up a bit, you can add a little bit of olive oil to the top of it before you roast it. You can even add some citrus to it, some lemon or some orange. You can do all kinds of fun things to it that way as well to kick it up. But man, if you learn nothing from our 2 segments for Technique of the Week in garlic, learn to roast garlic, and then go ahead and hit me up on social media at 4 Reporter and tell me how much you're in love with me. Because of the garlic. No, not because of me. All right, stick around. I want to introduce you to somebody, huge part of the LA food scene for over 4 decades. So go know where it is. Forkport Avenue, Savedra. This is KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Seth. I'll see you in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA City Council has called for a professional evaluation of the LA Homeless Services Authority. Councilmember Bob Willingfield says the agency is not transparent says other city agencies in the fight against homelessness may also need to get their act together.
If the housing department can't be the lead agency in the city to manage and monitor Loss's contract, we also need to get our administrative house in order.
The council voted yesterday to order the evaluation of contracts and processes and also demanded quarterly updates on homeless-related litigation.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them, for the smaller trays and toughs.
Eli Lilly's new TV ad released before the Oscars is criticizing celebs who use diabetes and weight loss drugs for cosmetic reasons.
These are not medications that are out there for vanity use. These are really meant for people that are dealing with this disease.
James Servios with the Obesity Action Coalition says it's time to get serious about what these medications are for. Commercial shows people getting dressed in sequins while crews roll out a red carpet. Doctors say the misuse of Zepbound and Ozempic has created a shortage and spike in prices for people who need the drug most. The Oscars tomorrow. 15 kids have been kidnapped from a boarding school in Nigeria. The armed men broke into the boarding school early this morning and took the kids while they were sleeping. School abductions are common in Nigeria's northern area, especially since the 2014 kidnapping of more than 200 schoolgirls by Islamic extremists. A second case of measles has been reported within 24 hours in Chicago. Former Chicago Assistant Commissioner Dr. Howard Rimmett says people should be concerned.
Measles is the most easily spread common infectious communicable disease beside a common cold and much more serious.
City officials say that this young child was living in a migrant shelter. Investigation is underway to determine who the child may have come into contact with while contagious. There have been 41 cases of measles in the U.S. during the first 2 months of this year, compared to 58 all of last year. We have a crash in appointments on the 5.
State Freeway, northbound side of the 5, right at the 118. A pickup truck overturned. There's a crash clearing out of the right-hand lane. Meantime, 5 northbound. First, you have delays from the East LA interchange to Stadium Way, and then you're slow again because of the accident from Lankershim up to the 118. Mid-City, 10 westbound past La Brea. An earlier accident cleared from the middle lanes. West 10, you're slow from the East LA interchange to Robertson, and the eastbound side of the 10, bumper to bumper from Cloverfield to the 110. The downtown slot, AFI, the Sky Hills get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Purity Flexi Group, designed for women's unique retirement needs. Flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Gainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/PurityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup.
We'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and member FDIC.
This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tenting and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspections. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy Adventure Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Both ticket and park reservation required. Offering subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com. We'll sing with California when it falls into the sea.
KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the fourth quarter. This is what we do on Saturdays. We get together on Saturday. We celebrate food, the people that make it, the culture behind it. We talk cooking at home, tips and tricks. We talk going out to eat. I've said this many times, and I will continue to say it, that the local economy rises and falls on our interaction and use of hospitality, period. We got to get out there and continue to support all those folks that are fixing good things for us to eat. So get out there and do that. Stick around also at 5 o'clock. You've got SoCal Saturdays with our friend Wallace Sharp. And then our buddy Steve comes along, Steve Gregory with Unsolved. So go nowhere. All right, my next guest is Bob, and I want to make sure I say his name wrong, right? Because I've heard it a bazillion times, but sometimes I mess these things up. Bob Spivak, and he's a seasoned veteran of the restaurant scene here, big time in California, over 4 decades in the food industry. You can see his influence all over the place, from one of my favorite Beverly Hills restaurants in the entire world, the Grill on the Alley, of course, to the widespread success of daily grill restaurants. So it's a real honor to welcome a legendary restaurant tour and new book author to the Fort Report. Hi, Bob. Welcome to the Fort Report.
Thank you. I feel very welcome with that opening.
Well, I got to tell you, I have said this so many times that the hospitality with a capital H that you get from all of your restaurants, but what I first experienced at the Grill on the Alley is something when you first really feel a professional server, somebody who is treated well, paid well, and there to really serve to the experience of the white cloth, to all of those things. The first time I was in the Grill on the Alley, it just made me feel like that was the standard that everyone else had to live up, and that is something that has your DNA and your fingerprints experience and your insights all over. And I thank you for that.
Yeah, I thank you for that.
So you've got the 45-year or so restaurant industry insight, you from family businesses on. What inspired you before we get right into your new book, of course, Saved by a Blonde and the Chicken Pot Pie, which you can't find a better name than that. So what inspired you to pursue this career in this particular field?
I'm not sure I pursued the career that the career pursued me. I grew up in the 50s in Los Angeles. I had severe learning disabilities. And in those days, I didn't know what to do with those things. They considered them slow. The LA City school system pushed me along. And finally, when I got to high school, I found out that I was a pretty good athlete. And the football coach, they realized that I just couldn't take the classes that the other kids were taking so well. Most of the kids were in Spanish or French classes, and algebra, geometry, and so on. I was taking bookkeeping, print shop, and typing, and that was the curriculum the football coach had developed for me so that I could stay eligible for the football team. So when I got out of high school, I didn't have a lot of opportunity.
Now, Bob, when you talk about this, your struggle with these disabilities, rather, you talk about dyslexia and ADHD, correct?
That's correct, though. Those words weren't in the dictionary.
No, me either. Now, I graduated high school in '87, and I found out much later afterwards that I suffer a struggle with dyslexia. I found out that my father did as well. And I wrestled with those things too. Strangely enough, I also took printing and the like in high school because I loved it so much. I appreciate that when you talk about these things now, because now they're everyday words. You can be diagnosed in school even for many of these things.
Yeah. And so, to follow along, my father had a few restaurants in Southern California. There was one in the corner of Austin and Beverly, where the Beverly Center is today. In way back in the South, he went to school, high school. I graduated high school in 1961, so I graduated a few years. He had a restaurant in the corner called Smoky Joe's, and it was a quite well-known restaurant. And so every day there was one in my Hollywood where I grew up. And every day after school, I would go over there and hold that thing with the carrots. Finally, I went to my father one day and I said, I'm down and doing the carrots, and I've had things for a couple of years. And I went on a dishwasher, which is like a very adult job. And he was afraid that he worked in my father equipment, so he threw a lemon on the wall in the kitchen and said, when I get rid of that, I become a dishwasher. So, I love that. When you work for your father, I did go one of two ways. I did very little because your father really worked twice as hard as anybody can prove that you got the job on your own and not because it was your father's restaurant. And I imagine you can guess which one I was. So when I got out of high school, I didn't have a lot of opportunities. I had a great high school athletic career, but we don't go to college. There's just not much you can do with it. So I went to work with my father. So long answer to a short question, how I got the restaurant business. That's about all I had. About the only opportunities I had.
And what you did with it is impressive indeed. We're going to take a break to get some news, but we come back. I want to talk to you. My guest right now is Bob Spivak, and obviously a restaurant veteran, but you've seen a lot of different things go on in the industry. I want to hear your takes on the pandemic and its lasting or maybe not lasting effect on the hospitality industry, but also get into your book. His new book that can't be purchased from Amazon is called Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie. We'll also hear the stories about how that name came to be. So go nowhere. We'll be back with more on the Full Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. Let's get the latest news now with Sandy Wells in the KFI 24-hour.
People in Acton have been reporting finding more bags containing dead puppies that were dumped along the Sierra Highway. Authorities transportation and housing bill signed by President Biden this week. Employers have delivered another healthy month of hiring for February. They added 275,000 jobs and show the U.S. economy's resilience in the face of high interest rates. We'll check the 60 freeway coming up right after this.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement. Wait, what? Add a Robinhood IRA on top. Then they'll boost it by 3%. You can do that. And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that. No limits in the match. No limits. Robinhood Gold gives you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply. Investing in bonus grants 3% back requires gold for 1 year. For first match, must be IRA for 5 years. Match on transfer subject to additional terms and conditions. Robinhood Financial LLC, SIPC.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Dummy, your mom just called and said you had come home last night, and naturally I covered, but they're actually really stressed out.
Q-Code presents Gaslight. If you like what you're listening to, please subscribe and share this podcast with your friends. You can listen to Gaslight online by searching Gaslight Podcast, or check us out wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
My breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouth. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. And it's not just a mint. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck the minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. And biting into them also works. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath. It cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It fights bad breath in your mouth and goes down to your gut and really goes to work. Zellman's gives you a money-back guarantee I know you'll never use. There's free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. And trust me, you're going to want more. And I've known the folks behind Zellman's for over 30 years, so I proudly stand behind this product. Go to Zellmans.com, ZELMINS.com,
15% off when you use the code KFI Zelman, ZELMINS.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI Zelman, ZELMINS.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Portions of the following program are pre-recorded. This week on How to Money, thieves are trying to steal your tax refund. Plus, Bitcoin is going to the moon. Does that mean you should be investing in it? We'll talk about all that and more.
How to Money with Joel Harsgaard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM, 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Report Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Neil Saavedra. How do you do? Your friendly neighborhood Fort Reporter. Always happy to be with you on Saturdays for 3 hours from 2 to 5, where we kind of shake off the heaviness of the week, ugliness in the news, whatever it is, and come together and celebrate food and culture behind it, cooking at home, and going out to eat, all of those in between. So thanks for hanging out today. Don't forget you've got Wallace Sharp coming up at 5. So go nowhere. My guest right now is Bob Spivak. And what a story. I'm actually kind of surprised, Bob, that it's taken you so long to write a book. His new book, Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie, can be purchased on Amazon. Of course, it takes you through his illustrious career and the ups and downs that's made him not only who he is, but has also spread that to other people through his generosity and from his continuing giving back. And to me, personally, somebody who was really set back the first time I went to the grill on the alley there in Beverly Hills, and the experience that really was the standard for all other eating experiences thereafter. So it's a real honor and a privilege to speak to you, Bob. Really quickly, before we get into the book, with such a great title and all, how do you feel the pandemic affected the hospitality industry, good, bad, rough?
Hi, Neil. It affected it in every single way. There's a new paradigm in the restaurant business today, and things will never be the same. It's been real tough on all of the restaurateurs. I'm the past chair of the California Restaurant Association, and I'm retired now, but I would get a lot of phone calls during the pandemic, and everybody did the same thing. These are restaurateurs who have second mortgages on their house to get the money to open their restaurants, and their restaurants were devastated. I think the government did a great job in propping it up and keeping them going, but it's taken a grand toll on the business. You'll go into restaurants now, restaurants that were very busy, and their dining rooms will be empty, but their takeout departments will be overloaded. And it fueled takeout and fueled delivery, but there's been so many casualties that the business will come back, but it will come back in a different form.
That's sad, because when it gives in one way with the takeout part, it took away from the dining room, and it's not like anybody really got ahead, and the margins that are already small in the dining room got even smaller or more complicated for the takeout. So I appreciate you giving some insights. Now on to your book, and first that title, Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie. The blonde, I believe, is your wife.
There's a story behind there, Neil, and I'll try to make it not too long, but it's the seminal moment of my life. I went to Van Nuys Junior High School, and my wife was a year ahead of me in school there, and she was very popular, and I teased her that she was dating the Corvette in high school, and I didn't have a chance, but she was just very popular and always very nice to me. So I
just purchased the book on Amazon, and I'm encouraging other people to do the same. Go to Amazon, get Saved by a Blonde and the Chicken Pot Pie, so you can hear more stories from Bob. But not only did I purchase it, that means it's going to get in my little grubby hands. And so I'm going to ask you to come back into the studio next time. So one, you can sign my book and we can continue talking about these great stories.
How's that? Neil, I'd love to do it anytime. I'm honored.
I just, absolutely. And we have a mutual friend, and Susan Finnegar, a wonderful chef. And maybe the three of us can sit down and have a cup of coffee someday, because
on the back cover of the book is a testimonial from Susan to our friendship. So, yes, we have a good friend in Susan.
Yeah, I feel like we barely scratched the surface. So we will do this again, my friend. Thanks so much for your time. That is Bob Spivak. He is promoting his book, Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie. Of course, you can still get out and enjoy these restaurants that have his DNA, his very fiber working through, like Grill on the Alley and the like. So get out.
Yeah, next time, Neil, we'll talk about that professional serving crew that we have and how we got them.
Never experienced anything before or since. It just is fabulous. Thanks again, Bob. What an honor. Pleasure. Stick around. More than report to come. So go nowhere. This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly. KFI.
KOST HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Ricky Hero. I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A highway memorial has been dedicated to a Huntington Beach police helicopter pilot who was killed in the line of duty.
The helicopter flyover provided a fitting backdrop as the Officer Nicholas Bella Memorial Highway was unveiled at Beach and PCH. State Senator Janet Lynn says thousands of cars that pass that spot will be reminded of his sacrifice.
His legacy needs to be told for the next generation and the future, so we know who our heroes are.
The ceremony yesterday was attended by family, friends, and fellow officers. Bella was a passenger when he was killed in 2022 because the helicopter unexpectedly spun out of control and plunged into bay. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
President Biden signed a package of bills into law to keep the government funded and avert a shutdown. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the bills include funding necessary not only to keep the government funded, but they provide much-needed money for programs and resources the country depends on.
After months of hard work, we have good news for the country. The Senate has reached an agreement avoiding a shutdown on the first 6 funding bills.
Congress will then return to Washington next week to work on passing another 6 government funding bills that expire on March 22nd. A total solar eclipse will cross North America in less than a month on April 8th. It will 15 states see the moon almost totally cover the sun, casting a shadow over it, creating the effect of a fiery ring in the sky. Some of the states in the path are Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Ohio, New York, and Maine. Skies will temporarily darken in the path of totality, but in all the other states in the U.S., viewers will be able to see a partial solar eclipse with the moon appearing to take a bite out of the sun. Colombian singer Carol G has made history as the first Latina singer to win Woman of the Year. She claimed the title of Billboard's Women in Music Awards Wednesday. This comes after her album became the first ever Spanish album by a female artist at the #1 spot on the Billboard 200. She was also the first woman to win in the Best Urban Music category of the Grammys. And it crashed out in the clearing stages in Pacoima on the 5.
State 3 5 northbound right at the 118. An accident involving a flipped over pickup truck cleared from the right-hand lane. Now first 5 northbound slow going from the East LA interchange to Stadium Way. And then you're slow off and on the 5 north from Lankershim up to the 210. In Hollywood, Johnny Grant Way is shut down between Highland Avenue and Orchid Avenue because of tomorrow night's Oscar ceremonies. The closure is scheduled to end Monday morning. Orchid Avenue is also closed from Franklin Boulevard to Orchid Alley because of the Oscars. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Gomez.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno de mitad de siglo, una galería de terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our get, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nexstar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar flea and tick protection now online.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
South of the weather from KFI. Sunny this afternoon, or what's left with high temperatures upper 60s and mid 70s for metro LAOC, and the valleys upper 60s along the coast. It'll be mostly clear tonight, lows around 50, increasing clouds for tomorrow, Sunday. High temperatures mid 60s, around 70 in metro LA and OC, mid 60s at the beaches, and mid to upper 60s in the valleys. Now 70 in Fullerton and 68 in Sutherland, 67 and looking good in Miguel, and 67 degrees in Garden Grove. We need local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wallace.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never so good. KFI AM 640. Everybody, it's the food for all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood Fourth Quarter newspaper. Happy to be with you today. So, those of you who have been following the Fourth Quarter for some time, you might remember that we have gone through producer after producer after producer because we tend to get great producers and then they go on to do greater things and they leave us in tears, mock us, go be cool and everything without us. And one of those was Dana Schaefer. She was a part of the show for quite a while, and you remember she was a banker and she's worked on other programs here. It's nice to see you, my friend.
Well, it's nice to be back.
So you went off to your homeland.
I did.
And you went back to Jersey.
Joyce, as everyone else says it.
Yeah, well, it's going to get weird because Kayla's from Jersey.
She told me.
Yeah.
And what's with you and Jersey producers?
I don't know. They get the job done. Am I right?
How you doing?
How you doing? So, yeah, so I figured there's going to be, you guys are going to start talking funny and everything because you're going to bring.
Oh, we already started.
She's going to code switch right here in the middle, making all East Coast. And boom, it's going to be family time.
I got to just tell you one thing really quick.
Yes, think of it.
All right, I feel like I finally made it in my career. You know, I was producing here and now I'm a guest. Like that, listen.
Like, yeah.
I'm a guest.
On this side of the mic, people are sitting me down and asking me questions.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. And one, you are a baker, and you were a baker before you even got into radio, but radio is one of your loves, a huge love. You've taken that from KFI, you went out back home to the East Coast, and tell everybody who you're working for now, what you're doing.
Yes, I'm working for, our news distribution. Well, I mean, I guess you guys is news distribution service, ABC News Radio.
Yeah.
So we actually still work very closely hand in hand, which is great because I still talk to Rob and I talk to a lot of people. They go through our correspondence and I'm like, what's up, guys?
That's so
side, and I'm trying to restore and save a diner now.
Yes, we're going to get into that soon.
Yeah.
So with the change, and what was one thing that you took from KFI that you brought to ABC News?
Man, that's a good question.
Well, thanks. That's why I
yeah, that's why you okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I learned so much here from being on the other side of things, right? And I think that helped me get the job at ABC, first of all, because sometimes people don't have the actual radio experience that others, or like I myself, has. And it's really been helpful because not only that, but it gives me the connection to radio a little deeper, and I can take that to what we bring to our affiliates and how we help everything in that regard. But I just think, like, I miss KFI, and everyone's a family at ABC too, and all the other jobs. Yeah, but I don't know. I really loved the unique content that you guys always put out, and not a lot of stations do that. And I think it kind of made me learn to be my own person, because before I was always trying to go after what someone else did. I was trying to always, that's cool. Maybe I should try that. But then I realized it's like KFI has so many different shows, all different people working here, and it kind of helped me just kind of like get into my own skin, be more me. I remember I got a peep tattoo back when I was working with Bill Handel, and he was like, "What are you doing?"
Disgusting.
But it's like,
Did you hear about that? By the way, there's in I think it's Pennsylvania or something. They're gonna have the Peeps Hotel where you can stay there, and it's all decked out for Peeps.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you just got full reported. Yeah.
I know all the Peeps, and I'm surprised I haven't heard that.
Let me tell you something. You just got some new Peeps.
Yeah, well, I know that they were like discontinuing the online store, and everyone's like up in arms about that and stuff.
But they're gonna have a place where you can go stay in a Peeps Hotel.
I need to be the ambassador.
They'll scan your tattoo. She doesn't have a Peeps tattoo. Let her in. Otherwise, it's gonna get ugly. So you take that information. And I agree with you. KFI is an outlier. We don't do it the way. You cannot find anything like KFI anywhere else in the country or the world, for that matter. And we hope that the people that come through here, we try and choose people the same. They're outliers. They're different. They see things and have different perspective. And occasionally I'll get a dud like Caleb, but other than that, you don't think I'm gonna pick on you?
You don't want to
I want to bite. I want to curse you.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You crazy, man?
Yeah, exactly. Where's Neil? I don't know.
We didn't see.
Welcome to Dating Caleb, boy. We have a show for you today. We're going to talk to you about eating crow. But we do look for people that have that specialness about them. So you take that, you go to the East Coast, you cannot shake your baking habit. Now, you worked here, talk about some of that, because one in particular that you, a well-known pastry chef that you worked with out here.
Dominic Ansel. Yeah, I worked with him in New York for a little bit, and then I had the job offer out here, and I was like, do I give up that, or do I? And I was actually just talking about this yesterday. That, I was over by the Grill because that's where his storefront was. Right. I started working when I was working here in Kiss FM too, and I sat on the bench and I had to choose basically. Do I continue working? Because I was working overnights with him, and then I was working early mornings, late nights here. And it was such a crazy time. I was barely sleeping. And I just wrote down which one would I want? The radio, obviously, it's the wrong choice.
Yeah. I have these conversations. restoration of an old diner that is just a massive undertaking. I'm going to try and wrap my little brain around it. So it's a beautiful story, and I'll tell you where you can see pictures and all of that as to what's going on. It is a full report. I'm your favorite KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now in the KFI 24-hour news.
And the Oscars are being handed out tomorrow. The favorite Hollywood awards show begins early this year at 4 o'clock on ABC. The new bill in California, disclosure agreements and legislative negotiations to be unenforceable. The bill is partly in response to the state's new fast food minimum wage law, reportedly being negotiated in secret. Police in Nigeria say armed men broken into a school in the northwestern part of the country and abducted 15 kids. We'll check the 91 freeway right after this.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Why choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Change my side further whenever I want.
You sleep cooler.
Sleep Number does that. Cools it 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery and adjustable dates. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a smart near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gatorade offers the Purity Flexibility. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible control to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income payment that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say it again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Purity Flexibility, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Getting rich believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more of. And retirement income that cannot wait is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Please visit GameBridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only fruit-free, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Help the trigger lightly to cover target areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
It is the Word of God and the work of God that changes teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. God's Word presented in a way to help you grow closer to the Lord each day. Whether you're listening to Charles Stanley Radio, Daily Devotion, or our Spanish station in Contacto, In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you can trust. To hear Dr. Stanley anytime during your day, search In Touch or iHeartRadio.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences and trusted influencers to add data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
iHeart Podcast Update this week on your free iHeartRadio app. Math and Magic. Stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pittman, Season 6. Join iHeartMedia Chairman and CEO as he analyzes the math and magic of marketing, sitting down with today's most gifted disruptors. Marketing school, digital marketing, and online marketing tips. Actionable digital marketing lessons learned through years of being in the trenches. Office hours with Mike Stein. Mike sits down with the world's most important chief executives to answer your most pressing questions about leadership, career, and life. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you still allow yourself to fall in love? Or do you do intentional dating and intentional love? Do you walk right into love because it's the right thing for you? Let's talk about why falling in love is out of style.
Dr. Whitney Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Tendencies for you because that always brings up the run. KFI 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Local gents. They're local gents. Yeah. But TikTok ended up producing a lot of so-called food hacks. Now, most of them are crap, quite honestly. It's ridiculous, or it's just because you can take a picture of it, or it's a super, super duper novelty. Some actually work, and so be it. But let's go through some of them that we saw. So you have a TikTok, I think, 2014 or something like that. Now they have 700 million monthly active users worldwide, and they began pumping out a lot of weird stuff, including pancake cereal, which is just somebody going to the crazy lengths of making little nickel-sized pancakes. I think the largest one maybe a quarter size, but they're just small little baby pancakes. Are they cute? Yeah. Do I think they make great fair food? Probably. Are you kidding? Getting that in a cone, putting some syrup on there, and sticking a fork in there while you're walking around? I'm in. But as a cereal, one, they have no crunch. You're going to put them in water, they're just going to get super soggy and nasty. And then you just have mush. I mean, you could put them in a bowl and put syrup on them, but then it's not that clever, wacky. Look at us making pancake cereal. And there were some other things that I saw that actually looked, pretty delicious. When you see some of the, what was it, the baked feta. Feta, actually, people think of feta as that kind of breaking apart kind of cheese, but there's different types of feta. You can actually get a soft feta that melts really lovely and breaks down. And they bake the feta with these little tiny tomatoes, and then you would mix it up. It has olive oil, all that stuff. Then you mix it all up with some spices. That, and you add pasta. That actually looked really delicious to me, and it made sense. I didn't think that was a bad one personally. But then you go down the list, and when we come back, let me go down the list very quickly here. Of course, the everything was a cake fad went on. There was also the horrific Cheetos mac and cheese, the flaming hot Cheetos, and they made mac and cheese with it. They put it in the sauce. There was the toaster grilled cheese, and people tried it, and it lit their toaster on fire. Okay, so the newest one is mustard on watermelon. It's not horrible. It's passable, but I don't see why you do it. You know what? I would grill that. I bet you grill that tastes great. It's actually kind of tasty. It's not horrible, but it's the ratio. Don't put a lot on there.
Right now, we're talking with my old producer. You probably remember Dana Schaefer. She went off. She's a baker, and she went off to do radio in New York. She's from Jersey. That's the first thing she'll tell you is she's from Jersey. Yeah, I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? And she brought it. Tell everyone what you brought us, because this is delicious. This really is wonderful.
Taylor ham, egg and cheese.
Now, do you both call it Taylor ham, or
Yeah, you do Taylor ham. Well, she's eating right now, so.
Yeah, no, she calls it sustenance. She calls it free food. That's what Caitlin calls it.
If it's free, it's for me. That's what my dad always says.
No, turn away.
She's from Jersey.
Don't share that with anyone.
You guys are keeping her away from the good food being out in LA. She eats that. Look, she's malnourished. She don't have no good bread, no good meat.
None of it. Listen, I don't mind you being seen. It's the first part that
This guy.
This guy with his jokes. So you put Taylor ham, you put a perfectly cooked egg, by the way.
Thank you, because I am very particular about this.
Oh, no. That's a perfectly cooked egg.
Even when I have this diner, I will be having the best Taylor ham, egg and cheeses and everything. Diner food, not greasy, like it's going to hurt your stomach later. Because honestly,
We all know what that is.
I'm not a fan of greasy diners.
No,
I just get sick, and it kills
the greasy spoon concept I get. I love those places, but there's a point where greasy becomes something else. Like if it's just fast and furious, I get it. I'm good with it. But if it's been sitting and nobody's no.
But so this is a Taylor ham, egg and cheese on a Kaiser roll, which is a big staple. I didn't get the Kaiser roll from Jersey, unfortunately. It is from here, but I did make sure I found the best Kaiser roll that was similar to Jersey.
It is really nice.
Yeah, and it's
airy and just got a nice.
It's good, soft, fresh. Yeah. But the Taylor ham is from Jersey, and I fried that up, and I made the eggs. And my big thing about eggs, when I fry them, I pop the yolk a little bit so that it kind of gets, a little harder and cooked. But you just don't want to overcook it, because you get that like eggy layer, that like weird.
Oh no, this is perfect.
Thank you. I didn't sharp check.
I'm not saying that it's good. I'm saying it's literally cooked perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, so stick around, because we're up against a hard break here, but morning. Let's get the latest news now in the KFI.
I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour news from the Riverside Sheriff's Department says 3 men have been arrested in connection with a conspiracy to smuggle drugs to a correctional facility. Members of the gang intelligence unit, Riverside County Sheriff's Department, allegedly thwarted and intercepted 2 smuggling attempts. 3 men were taken into custody yesterday. The Oscars are being handed out tomorrow at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Jimmy Kimmel will host the Academy Award show for the 4th time.
We've seen all the short movies, I've seen the short documentaries, the long documentaries. There's a lot of very long movies. They were worth it.
3 films have the most nominations this year. Killers of the Flower Moon with 10. Poor Things received 11 nods. And Oppenheimer topped the list with 13. The award show begins early this year at 4 o'clock tomorrow on ABC. The Justice Department has launched a criminal investigation into the Boeing jetliner blowout that left a gaping hole on an Alaska Airlines plane this January. The Wall Street Journal cites documents of people familiar with the matter who say that investigators contacted some people who were on that January flight. Boeing has acknowledged in a letter to Congress that it cannot find records for work done on a door panel that blew out on that flight. Not very far, visitors will soon have one less line to wait in, leaving more time for roller coasters. The theme park announces new grab-and-go cashierless convenience store opening up in late May. They'll sell Coca-Cola drinks, potato chips, ice cream, and souvenirs. Visitors will scan their credit card as they enter the shop, and a camera will watch as they select items from shelves and coolers. Shoppers will be automatically charged for whatever they've taken on their way out. Got a crash in Encino. It's on the 101.
Close outside of the 101 Ventura Freeway at Haskell Avenue is an accident involving an overturned vehicle. The 2 right-hand lanes are taken away, and you have a backup to the North Hollywood Freeway split. Anaheim Hills better use East 91 at Bear Canyon. An accident cleared out one of the left-hand lanes, but the East 91. Anaheim is heading for Corona, slow going from Lakeview to Gibson Canyon. Keep in mind, Topanga Canyon remains shut down between Grandview and Pacific Coast Highway because of a rock slide. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Home decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract art. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. You miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get the bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bridge offers the Purity Flex Security, designed for women's unique retirement needs. With flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying even if your account balance is zero. Bridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Visit GameBridge.io/PurityFlex for current rates, full quality disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
KFI AM 640. The news. What it means. Why it matters.
KFI AM 640. I've not heard this album in decades. Wow. With decades, man. This is bringing me back. with us. She was the producer of this program and other programs here at KFI. She's now with ABC News in New York, and she's visiting. She brought some food from Jersey. We're talking about her adventures and different things she's been doing. Don't forget, you've got Koala Sharp coming up at 5 o'clock, and then after that, you'll have Unsalted with Steve Gregory, so don't go anywhere. So I have in front of me a slice of pizza
So excited.
that you brought from Jersey.
Shipped out here. Yeah.
And it
Freshly made.
smells great.
It smells like heaven.
Yeah.
Like Jersey in here.
Yeah. Don't ask Kayla. She's got a mouthful because she focuses on what's important to Kayla.
We need the ASMR. You just chew it pizza.
Oh yeah. Get some weird guy eating mom's basement listening. That's not okay. Okay, so this here you also are a baker.
Yeah.
And super competitive. And when you see things, you go, I can do better.
Yeah.
And so you made these hot chocolate bombs.
Yes.
That were everywhere, still are.
Everywhere. And yeah, now they're in supermarkets, so they're killing the small business industry that, makes quality. Yeah. In 2020, there was such a huge fad during the pandemic, and when you pour the milk over the hot chocolate bomb, it's a chocolate sphere filled with homemade for mine hot chocolate mix and marshmallows.
Wow,
and
right now.
As he's going, he's pouring the milk slowly over the hot chocolate bomb, and he's going to slowly start floating. But then the reason they call it a bomb is it just explodes with marshmallows and chocolate inside.
It's so beautiful, and
it will melt. The milk is probably not as hot as it needs to be.
oh my
We're
God,
trying here
look at
at the
that.
station.
It will
Is there marshmallows?
hold it better.
Yeah. That's what we do.
You guys are pictures. Wow, look at them, so you making these, and where do people find them?
I just they order it from word of mouth now on my Instagram, Guinness Desserts or DannisDesserts.com, and it's fun. I love it. I've been doing it now for almost 4 years. Shipped nationally. It's crazy. I paid rent 1 month because it sold so well.
Wow, look at that. Look at them dancing up top there. All those marshmallows.
I like it. It's fun to make, and it's just like a nice little pastime. Just kind of,
It looks like little fatties in the pool. Floating on top. I can say that. Wow, and look at that chocolate come out.
Yeah, and I make that with ceremonial grade cacao.
What?
So it's like ceremonial's like a higher end, and I guess
Never even heard that.
ceremonial grade matcha as well.
Yeah.
I really I don't know. I know I'm trying to think of what. I know some people at these places near me that are kind of hippy dippy.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
ceremonial, and it's ceremonial grade. I guess it's just healthier for your body and be spiritually mind, body, soul, kind of.
Gotcha. Well, I'll tell you something.
Namaste.
Yeah. Namaste, you. Namaste away from me. Namaste back. You're bugging me.
This man is fearless aside the odds, but he will stand in front of his opponent and just want to unleash his pure violence. Champion of the world.
I'm not there to take second place. I'm going to come in with them blazing and knock it out.
What a performance by Alex Perez. Valentina Shevchenko, the gold standard in the women's flyweight division. She's an incredible warrior and a true champion. She's just that good. Oh, and the tap to the provider. This Brazilian is not to be taken lightly. Title champion on the line. He's going to be a fantastic night. Another outstanding showcase for the UFC's flyweight division.
The cacao and then a cocoa mix and I put a little bit of brown sugar.
What a main card we've got in store for you on November 21st. You got Shogun Rua versus Paul Craig. Big one at flyweight between the Brandons, Moreno and Roybal. 2 flyweight title fights, of course, Shevchenko versus Maya, and then the capstone, Davison Figueredo making the first defense of his title against a guy you know pretty well. Shout out to the Selma High School wrestling team. Now, Davison Figueredo.
Dominick's Pizza in Totowa, New Jersey. I'm not a little biased
is going to put his flyweight championship of the world against Alex Perez. And guys, Davison Figueiredo is a guy that can absolutely punch. Does not matter what weight class. He has finishing power and stopping power in his hands. But Alex Perez has only gotten better. You see him there finishing Juicy and Formiga with leg kicks. Now, you would think the wrestler versus the striker. No, that puts you in trouble with Davison Figueiredo because he can grapple as well as he can strike.
And the co-headliner features one of the most dominant champions in the history of the game, Valentina Shevchenko. Next up for her, Jennifer Maia.
If not the most dominant champion in the UFC, Valentina Shevchenko is an absolute killer, man. She has walked through this division to capture the championship, but Jennifer Maia has shown that she has the ability to pull the upset. She went into the fight, her last fight against number one contender, and knocked her off to earn this title shot. But let me tell you something, when you're talking about climbing the mountain, when you want to see the mountaintop, if Valentina Shevchenko standing up there, it's going to be very difficult to knock her off.
Yeah, I think I might turn around that mountain, walk back down. Here's your prelim lineup coming up November 21. These can be seen live on ESPN2. Alan Jovan is back against Jared Gooden. Kyle Dawkins trying to pick up where his brother Chris left off. Antonina Shevchenko, Valentina's sister, against Aliani Lipsky. And how about Joaquin Buckley? You may have seen him register a pretty good knockout a few weeks ago. He takes on the Beverly Hills Ninja, Jordan Wright. Well, for many years, Michael Chandler has been considered one of the very best lightweights outside the UFC. Well, now he's here, and even though he will not be making his promotional debut in a backup capacity here tonight, this man is the total package in and outside of competition, and he is ready to take his shots now against the UFC's finals.
I've lived my life like a champion since day one. I've had a long career. I've won multiple world titles. Once you taste a little bit of success, you don't feel alive unless you're pushing yourself, constantly striving, constantly trying to attain more.
Chandler for a long time has been one of the best lightweights in the world. He's a fantastic fighter. Michael Chandler brings the fight. He's a dog. He's on the highest level. We just signed Michael Chandler. He is now
I believe that I'm the best lightweight in the world. I've been saying it for 11 years. I now finally get to prove that in the UFC octagon. I've got my eyes set on the UFC title, and I can't wait to get the fans to show. I will be UFC lightweight champion in the next 18 months.
Well, I know I speak for the entirety of the UFC family when I say we are thrilled to have one of the best lightweights in the world, Michael Chandler, on this roster. And I'm going to call you a lightweight contender because you were here to back up the main event tonight. I know that fight will not happen, but what are your impressions on your first UFC fight week experience?
Absolutely amazing. You know, obviously fight week out here in Abu Dhabi has been nothing but amazing. Obviously I had to come, had to handle business, had to make weight. But it's been awesome. I'm out here watching the fights, amazing fights thus far. And I knew taking this opportunity was going to be awesome. Anyway, being able to rub elbows with my new colleagues here, new coworkers, and I'm excited to be here.
I know you and I have talked for years about this eventuality that you would be in the UFC. Why was now the right time?
I just think certain doors stay closed for certain amounts of time. And all you can do is make the best decision that you can with the information that you have. This just seemed like the right time. Coming off one of the best performances of my life, I think me coming into the UFC right now is the perfect time, and I believe I'm going to be UFC lightweight champion in the next 12 months. Speaking of that last performance, that first round knockout that you had over former UFC champion, puts you right in line, right? You're standing here as the backup. When you make your octagon debut, what are you hoping to see that keeps you right where you are right now? You know, I just want to keep doing what I've been doing over the last decade. I want to bite down on the mouthpiece. I want to come across this octagon and show the fans who I am. I believe I want a top 5 guy right away. Whoever it may be, we shall see. But I believe I will be knocking on this UFC lightweight door very soon. You know, Chandler, when you look at the skill set in the wrestling, the All-American, the cardio and ability, you seem to match up very well with everybody at the top of the division. Was that a thing that played a big part in you saying right now is the time? And how quickly did you make the decision that it was UFC right now, I'm ready to go? You know, I've known that I wanted to be here for the last decade. You know, and I told Dana that I wasn't not fighting here because I didn't want to. The opportunity just didn't necessarily present itself at the right time. Right now is the right time. At my age right now, I still feel like a spring chicken. I feel extremely young. I feel extremely vibrant. I feel like the best I ever have been. So why not come out here and test it right here at the Ultimate Improvement Gals in the UFC? And I want a top 5 guy right away. I want to get shot out of the cannon. Either I am who I say I am or I'm not. We're going to find out pretty quick.
I mean, look at this guy. Adding some handsome to this broadcast tonight. The win over Benson Henderson was on August 7th. You go right back into another training camp essentially in preparation for an opportunity that did not materialize. So, realistically, physically, how soon can you actually make that UFC debut?
You know, very soon. Obviously, I would love to cool the jets a little bit. I've been in training camp since March, and I can handle the body can handle a lot. I can take care of myself. I live the right lifestyle for this sport of mixed martial arts. I'd like a little bit of time off. We'll be good. Head outside over left, get to circle back to your left. So sit your opponent down to the mat. He must create so much pressure going down. He's just sitting the bar down, and it's not happening on the first action. This guy must be strong and really, really good and knowledgeable with this finish. And now he's at the back, which is the best position. Good job by Steve. Beautiful job by Steve.
Joe, you're right to laud the defensive effort and will of CJ Bergard. He's gotten himself out of a lot of bad positions.
Yeah, he really has. Clearly, that's been a focus of his camp. But the distance between the kicks and the punches has been really troubling for him. But I like how he's throwing more kicks this round. It might be a little too late, but he's opening up the kicks of his own. Oh, I'd like to see. I would like to watch. Look at that again. Back over the leg. Oh, good job. Big knee.
He's big. I'm telling you, Bergard ate that pretty well. All things considered.
Right hand, like CJ. That was a very nice right hand. I would like to see CJ just let those hands go. If this guy shoots on you, let him shoot. Make him shoot desperately. Oh, shit. Yep, he tried to knee him from distance, but he's determined to get back up. Very nice job by CJ. He's really hard, very hard. And fighting out of knowing that Alabama is going to get him in.
Okay, I'm going to see this.
So he's never been in a situation where it's really close to
What's your cause of stopping me? You didn't give your cause. You said 15. I told you I take it close. Oh, that's
right. That's why you got to attack the hands, try to split them apart. There he is. Start to counterattack the hands. Once he splits them apart, he starts to try to get away. You got to get his foot to the mat here. You know, that's one of the mistakes that a lot of fighters make. Is that hopping on one foot. If you take that left foot, you try to take that there, you do not get heavy on your opponent. It makes it much more difficult to take it out.
Are you serious? Did you see go with the right hand?
Bergard lands to the body.
Oh, wow. Hey, it's all good.
It's all good. Takedown game of all five has been the story. Secured off 13 attacks.
Bergard's on that pressure now, going forward. You got to let his hands go. And I'm a guy who really just take a big deep breath. It's been an incredible pace for him. He's slowing down a little bit. He took a nice kick to the body. And another one. A little slow with that one. Oh, really telegraphed it. Yeah, really made a mistake there. 13 takedowns, 14 takedowns, and 10 no. Mobile and 9 completed. You know, you're going to get tired. Okay, how much you wrestle? You're going to get fatigued. Especially with a guy like CJ is just determined to get back up. He's not going to lay there for you. CJ's got to hold that second hook. 1 minute to go. We'll make something happen here. I mean, look at that last fight. We saw what's going on in wood.
9 takedowns for Almabayev. That ties him for the 8th most.
Everybody know, thank God I'm still alive. Thank God I'm still going. God's great. Second loss. Everybody wants
He's doing a really good job of hand fighting in there. His defense is sound. He's just getting out offense. McCartney going to rotate.
Bergard hand fighting, turning into the choke. Well, the odds suggested that Almabayev could be dominant. He was very much that tonight in his second UFC appearance.
Blackleg is very rarely get it wrong. But he
Here's a hard leg kick from Amabayev. He went to check with GC to see how the wrestling was. It was nice. I loved every second of it. Look at that look. And here's a nice body kick by Amabayev. And here's a single leg as GC to Sam running the pipe. And there's a nice knee that landed.
Well, you can power up your training in the new BSR4 training shoes from Project Rock and UFC. Built for explosive movement and dynamic workouts, this is the official footwear of UFC. Coming soon. Well, if these scorecards go the way we expect them to, it will be 15 consecutive wins for Asu Amabayev. Mick Maynard, I am not, but you got to think that will result in him getting top 15 opposition here in the men's flyweight division. All right, now for the scorecards, back inside the octagon, where we find brief call.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges scored this contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision. Asu!
15 in a row for the budding flyweight contender. Asu Amabayev moves his overall pro record to 19-2. Very interesting name to keep an eye on in a division in which they are all chasing one Alexandre Pantoja.
What is that nickname?
I don't have that for you, Joe. We'll chase it, though. RC in the building. Ryan Clark, Super Bowl champion, and ESPN on-air personality, also with us early on tonight. Nice job for Steve-O. He enjoyed that reaction from the Miami faithful. All right, we are absolutely loaded at UFC 299 tonight. That includes, among other things, the debut of one Michael Venom Page. More live action coming up from the 305 after this.
Not your conventional mixed martial arts. Michael Venom Page. That guy is super talented. Yeah. I mean, he's extraordinary. I'm going to give you a show every single time. Venom throws all this wild stuff, almost like a fencer, like dives in on you and pops you. Doesn't matter where you put me on the card, people are only going to be talking about that thing that MVP's are. I don't know who you're talking to. I know you're shining at me.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I'm a sniper. I just need one moment to shoot.
If you haven't seen Michael Page fight, you're in for something special.
Reality kicks in when I kick you in the face. I'm the full package. I'm going to give you a show, and it's the MVP show.
Well, I just looked up Zulfa cards like a mystical sword, if you are curious. But now we're going to go side by side on Kevin Holland and Michael Venom Page. 59 pro fights between them coming in tonight, and yet their finishing rates absolutely robust, 84% and 76% respectively. And look at the swagger meter, Joe Rogan, high on both sides. I love hearing you talk about elite strikers. And Michael Venom Page arrives at the UFC debut tonight.
Well, Michael Venom Page comes from the one area that I always felt was going to be the next area where we're going to see elite fighters, and it's point karate. Because when Michael Venom Page started out his early career, he was one of those guys that would blitz people and throw these wild kicks. And because of that, he has this incredible ability to throw just a phenomenal striker, incredibly creative. And just the presence of this man, the character and the personality is overwhelming to a lot of fighters. He's a force.
All right, speaking of forces, we have 2 heavyweight prelims tonight, DC. Among them, the debut of Robelis de Spain, fascinating newcomer among the big boys here in the UFC.
John, fighting is hard. If he's doing 3 fights in 19 seconds, that's not fighting. That's you just dominating other men. He is about 6'7". He is a black medalist in Taekwondo, and he is look at how mean he is.
I'm so excited for you and so blown away that you've taken it on with everything else you're doing. Tell everybody about this
don't have to be that big and that mean. You get very excited when you see a heavyweight prospect. The Spain is all of that, and I cannot wait.
Last two knockouts have lasted a combined 7 seconds. Heavyweights on deck here in Miami. We will not make them wait. The resume and opposing frame of Roberto Spain are undeniable. Early returns in MMA are quite good. Now we see how he fares on the MMA big stage against AG veteran Josh Parisian. Hailing from a nation that has produced some of the top combat sports athletes of all time, Cuba's Robelis Spain earned a bronze medal in Taekwondo in the 2012 Olympic Games, and now he brings a perfect 4-0 mixed martial arts record into his UFC debut against seasoned warrior Josh Parisian. One of the rare fighters to complete the trifecta of competing on the Ultimate Fighter, Dana White's Contender Series, and in the UFC, Parisian has scored wins in the Big Show over Rocky Martinez and Alain Baudot, and he expects to add to that tally on a massive stage here tonight. Coming up next, Robelis, the big boy Spain, faces Josh Parisian. Seventh UFC appearance for the West Virginia native Josh Parisian. Four-time UFC veteran Daniel Spitz among those in his corner here tonight. So, Joe, when this man competed on Season 2 of Dana White's Contender Series, he was 5-2. He's had 15 fights since, won 5 consecutive fights to earn a return trip to the Contender Series. Also competed on the Ultimate Fighter Season 28. So if you are looking for advantages, I would start with his high-level experience.
Yes, that's a big advantage. He's a very durable, big, tough guy. And what's interesting about this fight to me is that Robelis, coming from that Taekwondo background, is very wide open. Whereas he keeps his hands down, he can hit him. He's not like a defensive wizard. When Josh Parisian, he's very fundamentally sound, very traditional in his approach. He's going to have his hands up high, and he's a tough guy. He's going to give it a go. It's going to be interesting to see how much of a factor that high-level experience is. And here's more importantly, as far as the high-level Taekwondo guy, does he understand that this absolutely, and a bigger guy, how does he handle that? Consistency is going to be key, and showing this kid doesn't belong in there with him is going to be vital.
With much fanfare, here is the 2012 Olympic bronze medalist in Taekwondo representing Cuba, but now training out of Orlando, Florida, Robelis Spain. Megan, his nickname is the Big Boy, he says, because he was taller than everyone in Cuba.
He certainly was, and while he was still in Cuba, that's where he began his mixed martial arts journey. In 2019, he went all in. He really worked a lot on his boxing while he was still in his home nation. A little bit of jiu-jitsu work, but he really found his groove in Orlando, Florida. We talked about it. He's so comfortable with his coach. Lives with him, and he told us earlier this week he's not that nervous because the Olympics were such a great training ground, and obviously Daniel Cormier, you can speak to that as well. He said there is nothing that prepares you for this level of competition like the Olympic Games. Also said, hey, I might not be a BJJ expert, but I feel pretty comfortable on the ground.
Yeah, he said that he can hold his own in the ground. People just haven't seen it yet. But he started to work on his boxing in Cuba. Cuban boxing is some of the best boxing in the world. Amateur boxing don't get much better than the Cuban boxing national team. He said that the Olympics have prepared him. He said he expects Parisian to come after him. He understands that he can take a punch and he's very experienced. But he said that they have studied him a ton and he feels that he can knock him out.
All right, the heavyweights are ready to engage the hulking figure Robelis Spain, arriving at the UFC debut at 35 years of age. His counterpart, Josh Parisian, is 34. 3 inches is the difference in height. Josh Parisian coming in right at that 266-pound heavyweight limit. 5 inches in reach for the big boy, Robelis Spain. All right, now for the intros. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker, holding a professional record, 15 wins, 7 losses. He stands 64 inches tall, weighing in at 266 pounds. Fighting out of this Michigan, Josh Parisian. Introducing its opponent, Violet. And now, introducing its opponent, flying out of the red corner, and undefeated.
Originally intended it, which brings in another challenge of moving this diner somewhere in Little Falls. I haven't given up, and the investor hasn't given up, so we're still in talks with a bunch of people, and that's actually what I'm doing right now. And I'm just hoping that either if it's moved or if it stays there, I just really want it for the community, you know. And it's so cool, the amount of people that have come up to me, the traction that I've gotten from this diner is unreal.
It's a great story, but it would be boring if everything went well.
Yeah, exactly. I need the plot.
So what's the Instagram?
Little Falls Diner. Little Falls Diner.
That's awesome. Good to see you.
Thank you. It's great.
Thanks for letting me know you were in town. It is really cool to see you and have you on the show.
Likewise. Thank you.
Best things for you, my friend.
Always.
Dave Schaefer. It is for Report on News Favor. This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. KFI. And KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Spotting call generates big response from Cindy Wells live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD has responded in force to report of a woman with a gun in a van near anti-Scientology demonstration on Sunset Boulevard. Police officers checked the area and found no one with a gun. LAPD says the call was generated by a Google voice. Earlier today, detectives are investigating. Cops are calling in a swatting call or hopes to generate a police response. Demonstrations are held every weekend with speakers using a megaphone to address the people who attend. 4 people have been arrested for allegedly killing an elderly woman in a order for higher steam in Montecito.
Investigators say Violet Alberts was killed so that a woman named Pauline Macareno could get control of Alberts' home. Santa Barbara County Sheriff Bill Brown says Macareno took advantage of Alberts, who ran out of money but had an expensive home in Montecito.
She needed some additional money, and she was approached by Pauline Macareno, the scheme to sell her a reverse mortgage.
Alberts was found smoking to death in her home in 2022.
I just said, you want to grab something?
He took earlier this week, like Troy California's
New England, California, with a non-disclosure agreement to legislative negotiations unenforceable. Well, that was something Vince Vaughn says his bill is proposed against the state's new fast food minimum wage law, which he says was negotiated in secret. He says NDAs were used at the request of the Service Employees Union. Vaughn's bill prohibits public employees from signing NDAs in their official capacity when negotiating proposed laws. A total solar eclipse is just under a month away.
And there will be spots along the stretch of the U.S. that will be in total darkness. Alex Young is a heliophysicist with NASA and says he's looking forward to studying the sun for just about 4.5 minutes during the blackout.
During that short period of time, we're able to see the sun in visible light. This is the light that you and I see with our own eyes. Only then can we do that during total solar eclipse. We can't even do that with $1 billion spacecraft.
Young says, among other things, they study the effects of solar radiation. Cities in Maine, Kentucky, Arkansas, Missouri, Texas, Oklahoma, and New York will experience a total eclipse. You're not supposed to look directly at the event. Can you explain why?
There is a narrow period of time you can look at it. That is, if you're in the path of totality, you can look at it then. And as a matter of fact, you want to look at it.
Young says if you're in any other zone, then you need eye protection. For safety tips and everything eclipse, go to nasa.gov. Steve Corrigan, KFI News.
Officials in Texas say the recent fires across the state were caused by the downed power line. Texas A&M Forest Service released reports saying an old power pole broke and wires fell onto the ground, which ignited the Smokehouse Creek fire. It is known to be the largest fire in the state's history, burning over 1 million acres since it began last month. We have a crash. It's on the 91 in Anaheim Hills.
Eastbound side before we are continuing this crash along the right shoulder. Traffic is backed up to Imperial Highway. Getting word of a wreck in Lawrence on the 405 southbound at Artesia Boulevard. Overturned vehicle here is the center lane block. Traffic is backed up to Redondo Beach Boulevard. And look out for a wreck in the Ontario area, 10 westbound before the I-15. It's moved to the shoulder, but traffic is still slow from Cherry. And we have a wreck in downtown 101 northbound at Alameda. This one's along the right shoulder and as you slow from Cesar Chavez Avenue. Let's get you there faster. I'm John Weiss.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're
is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop aspirin medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent.
Weather from KFI, mostly clear skies tonight, lows around 50. Increasing clouds for tomorrow, Sunday. High temperatures in the mid-60s, around 70. In Metro LA and OC, mid 60s at the beaches, mid-lower 60s in the valleys. Right now, 65 in Tempe, 71 in Temple City, 69 in Anaheim, and 71 degrees in Sherman Oaks. We get local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free every Sunday till then. KFI AM 640.
Statement to the middleweight elite if he can be the first man in a long while to get past Demolidor, Michel Pereira. For 3 years, Michel Pereira terrorized the welterweight division to the tune of 6 wins, 3 bonuses, and finishes of Danny Roberts and Jeremy Medina. But when the Brazilian moved up to middleweight last October, some wondered aloud if that stretch of excellence would continue. Well, it did, as Pereira needed just 66 seconds to stop Andre Petrovsky and confirm his arrival. Pereira looks to make it 2 straight at 185 pounds against Poland's Mikhail Oleksiejczuk. He's coming off the biggest win of his career, a performance of the night knocked out of Chidi Echekwan. And tonight, Oleksiejczuk is hungry for gold. Coming up next, it should be a good one as Michel Demolidor Pereira meets Mikhail Oleksiejczuk.
So that's going to be great. How is that going to change the order of what's happening?
All right, so here's the 29-year-old out of Marquis, Poland. Mikhail Oleksiejczuk, 13 UFC appearances, and he's accrued a lot of UFC experience. I remember back in UFC 219, he fought Will Roundtree Jr. 2017 in his UFC debut. He was the youngest fighter on the card at 22, and all of a sudden looks like a real threat potentially at 185 now.
Absolutely. Trying to find that consistency, John. This guy at 185, he has not been able to stick together a super long win streak, but he's 1-3 or 4. So he's doing good since coming down from 205. Now, I watched the Chidi Echekwan fight. The guy is so tough and durable. He was hurt so bad, was able to get through that, and when Chidi got a little bit of finish, he was able to find the finish. The guy is tough, he's durable, he's one of those guys that can fight Pereira in the type of style that Michel wants to fight and really last with him. I'm excited about Oleksiejczuk.
He's a tough dude, and as you said, I hear your thoughts on the Chidi Echekwan fight. Chidi is a sniper, and he caught him with some big shots. Oleksiejczuk is tough, but we've seen that from so many of those guys from Poland. Those are tough dudes over there, and this guy embodies that, and I really like him at 185.
Coming into the location, right? It's our
How the hell did this guy make 170 pounds? That is the biggest 185 that cut down from 170 you ever gonna see. I mean, he's enormous. He looks big at 85.
Yeah, he does. Well, most of his 6-fight UFC winning streak did take place in the welterweight division, moved up to 85 and promptly greeted Andre Petrowski with a first-round knockout back in October. He considers himself the showman of the UFC. Joe, he did a backslip off the scale right in your face at a ceremonial weigh-in on Friday. I think the jury's still out, though, as to just how high the ceiling is, and today's a good litmus test for Michel today.
Well, I think he's going to be much better than 185 pounds. He's not going to be physically compromised. We saw him this way a couple times. The struggle was so hard getting 170. He's an enormous man, but he's very, very powerful, very athletic, very quick, and so fun to watch. I mean, this dude does some wild stuff. And that wild stuff kind of cost him at some point. Yeah, it turns out so much energy. And he's got so much weight. Yeah. That he wanted to be himself, but he couldn't because that Jansen was the first fight I ever called. I went down there against Vancouver, right? And he fought Conley. And he did all that dancing, and he got so tired that Conley ultimately won. But I believe that he wore himself at 185, not so depleted in his brain from the weight cut that even though he is the showman, he can still go out there and perform. This guy's fun, this guy's good, and it's always exciting when you see him on the card. And this is one of those clear examples of a guy moving up in weight. You're like, yes. Right, that's the thing to do. He's so big for 170 pounds, and it looks like an absolute physical fortune. I'm very excited about him at 85, and I'm very excited about this fight in particular. Because Oleg Sejchuk is so tough, it's so durable, and it has that in-your-face style with really excellent boxing and crisp counters. So I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, this feels like some fine matchmaking. There was also a 17-month layoff for Michel Pereira. You guys may recall some of the fight cancellations. He won for Thompson, Sean Brady. He's in the division in which he belongs now. All right, let's get to the tail of the tape for the middleweights. Michel Pereira, the line is 150 betting favorite at close. He is 30. Mikhail Shajik is 29, 1 inch the gap in height. Both fighters successfully made weight here on Friday. It's 1 inch the edge and reach for Poland's Oleg Shajik. All right, now for the intros back inside of this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing coach, fighting out of the corner, a big martial artist, holding special record, 19 wins, 6 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 185 pounds, fighting at 30 feet tall, and behold, who's Oleg Sejchuk.
It's very focused. We have limited time offers that we offer from a promotional standpoint, but in general,
Introducing the opponent, fighting out of the red corner, on Striker, holding a professional record, 29 wins, 11 losses, 2 no contests. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 186 pounds, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the middleweight Now with the action begins, a referee in charge, Dan Bergliato.
Dan Bergliato, a referee for this one. The beautiful Kristen Blair with us here in Miami for UFC 299. Appreciate all of you joining us for our early prelim coverage. Michel Pereira in the yellow trunks tonight, taking on Poland's Mikhail Oleg Sejchuk, who is in red.
So when I find new places, I come across places like Naked Bird didn't have. That was focused.
Another powerful kick.
Because they're looking to go out and you. I want to see how much you react to it. So
Nick doesn't the happy dance.
Pereira with a nice dance routine on his walkout tonight. He was a former dance teacher in Japan.
That was nice. That's like one of those things that I see, and I'm like, if I could have done that once in my entire life, it would have felt really cool.
Ooh. He heard it to the body.
doesn't show. He got it. He got it. He was done with the striking though. But that's it. He's going. Telling you, this guy is a nightmare to look at. When he's fully healthy, he has such power, more power, I think, than he had at 170. Nasty kicks, incredible athleticism, so much enthusiasm. The shoot's out all.
It's an interesting stat.
He went body kick, needed a body kick. He punched him in the stomach. And that was the one that I always say that was like, oh my God. After all that damage, he hit him with a body shot with his hands that ultimately hurt him. And no one's ran over Here's the body kick. Look at him point the toe. Digging it right on the belt line. That was perfect. Right above the UFC on the belt. Oleksiejczuk just threw as hard as he could. Let me get some respect and then look at that body shot. Oh, he hit him right on the liver shot. And he goes and he chokes him out. But I mean, you usually see a guy hit a guy in the liver with the left hand because you're in split stances. For him to throw a right hit there to get it right in the right spot to hurt Oleksiejczuk like that is very impressive. And we know how tough Oleksiejczuk is. Michel Pereira looked amazing tonight. That was unbelievable. What a fantastic performance to move that win streak to 7, John.
He's got a lot of skills, man, right? He's got the submission arsenal as well. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, former wrestling champ in his native Paraná. Michel Pereira, our light heavyweight champ is Alex Pereira. Michel Pereira is coming on strong, and you got to think with 7 straight wins, this is going to set him up for top 15 opposition. To make it official, we go inside the Octagon Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Guy Berkeley on this on the start of the contest. At 1 minute, 1 second of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Michel Pereira. I'm here with the winner, Michel Pereira. What a performance. Oleksiejczuk is one of the toughest guys in this division. No one's ever run over him like that. That has got to feel good. Thank you, Miami! Miami, thanks so much. I love Miami. Very much Miami. Very similar to Brazil. I love going vacation here in Miami. I train every day. This category more better for me. My life is better. Right? I train every day is better. I eat more. I'm more strong. This category for me better. My opponent very good fighter. Opponent very dangerous. But I very focused here today.
Well, your power was on display. Let's take a look at that in the big screen itself. Started out with a kick to the body, you heard him, and then a beautiful straight punch to the body. Right to the liver. You had him in real bad trouble there. Followed up with a knee, and then immediately secured his choke.
Yeah, I looked my opponent. One kick. Yeah, I looked my opponent. For the head. Oh, yeah, I finished right. This is very good for me. Category Miami. This is very good for me.
Well, I'm very happy to make a move to 185. You are a contender here, sir. Congratulations.
Tucumã, Henderson, Xinguara, Conceição da Araguaia, Orlando do Norte. Eu amo vocês do Pará. Brasil. Hey, Deer. Hey, Hunter. Put me first fight. Hey, UFC Brasil.
Michel Pereira, ladies and gentlemen.
Michel Pereira, ladies and gentlemen, is right. 7 straight wins. Now the question beckons, who is next for the oncoming Brazilian middleweight contender? Well, the UFC Fight Pass live event schedule is loaded. 7 combat sports promotions coming up from around the globe. First up, Fusion Fighting Championship Thursday, followed by a triple header Friday from Cage Warriors, Hollywood Fight Nights, and Lux. Then ADCC European Open Pro Finals, the Turtle MMA, and another day of Cage Warriors coming up on Saturday. Be the first to see the future stars of combat sports on UFC Fight Pass. All right, coming up next, what should Murrieta takes to the octagon. His last UFC fight produced arguably his best UFC win. Tonight he makes his 16th UFC appearance against Felipe Monstro Lin. Lin's actually has one of the more underappreciated resumes in all of MMA. The Respecto is coming in now as he fights on a numbered card for the first time in search of a fourth consecutive UFC win. Well, this is not promotional hyperbole, folks. What a weekend it's been thus far in Miami for UFC 299. More live premium action coming up next on ESPN Plus.
UFC International Fight Week returns to Las Vegas. Combat sports fans converge on the fight capital of the world for exclusive access to special events. Honor the new inductees at the 2024 UFC Hall of Fame ceremony. Plus, UFC X is back with athlete autograph sessions, meet and greets, and fan favorite activities. And cap off the week with UFC 303 live from T-Mobile Arena. Don't miss UFC International Fight Week 2024 in Las Vegas.
When I land those big shots, I'm gonna get you out.
Welcome back to Miami, Florida. I'm John Emmett. In just a moment, Sean O'Malley scaled the octagon on Dana White's Contender Series and declared to the world, welcome to the Sugar Show. His journey toward greatness was firmly underway. 10 years later, the stage was set in Boston for this budding UFC superstar to capstone his run with a world title.
And then allows you to connect with us the way that
Even though you're not the champion, do you feel like you're the inside of this pay-per-view? Yeah, I feel like Aljo's fighting for the sugar belt. I feel like going there and knocking that out. Just keep getting better and better, bigger and bigger.
He's going to get exposed on Saturday night. Exposed.
I've always been motivated. I want to be world champ, I want to be the best in the world. And if I show up in the gym and get better every day, that I could be as good as I am now.
Well, if you are what you say you are, a superstar, not a bad time to take it to the next level and tap it with a world title tonight.
This man for 6 years has risen to the point where he thinks he deserves to be. Contending for the title, the most important moment in his combat sports career, and up until now, he has been sensational.
15 wins, 1 loss, no contest.
Aljamain on the pressure right away, trying to make Sean throw something. Switch the level change. O'Malley's doing a really good job keeping him back to the center of the outfield.
He has that one front kick to the body that he will utilize as well. He was very composed here in the first championship title.
Beautiful discipline.
There's a shot.
This was Aljamain trying to get close to do this. Just a very close round and hard to score.
There we go, round 2.
Leg attack from Aljamain early here. O'Malley did a good job of attacking his wrist.
Wow, guys. Nicely done.
He lands a beautiful right hand against Aljamain Sterling. The best bantamweight of all time, and he finished. It feels right, baby. It feels right. This is just the beginning of the sugar era. I'm ready to go 2035, baby.
Boy, he got a huge snap. And imagine this for Keto. Oh my goodness.
So it's that nicely toasted bun. There with some French sauce. Beautiful.
Well, Joe Rogan, of course, proving prophetic as we show you the bantamweights with the highest striking accuracy in UFC history, and they are all chasing the sniper Sean O'Malley, landing north of 61%, just ahead of Jack Shore, Chris Gutierrez, Oichi Wong, and Montel Jackson. All right, welcome to the base of the octagon here in Miami. John and Joe Rogan playing the 28th, so Sean O'Malley is the man championship moment, arrived last year in August in Boston, and he did not miss.
He did not miss, and this fight tonight, Cheeto Vera, is what you want for a guy that is as big as Sean O'Malley, as exciting as Sean O'Malley. What's the one loss? The one loss to Cheeto Vera, and he believes that he can beat him. He believes that fight was a mistake, and that Cheeto just caught him with that one kick, hurt his leg, and Marlon believes that was just the beginning. He was on his way to beat his ass no matter what, and he has the opportunity tonight to challenge for the title. I'm very excited to see it.
Well, if history tells you anything about Cheeto Vera, he gets better as the fight goes on. So it was in the first round, and it happened. Cheeto doesn't really get going until later. So I see where his confidence comes from. When you talk about Sean O'Malley, he's clicking on all cylinders right now. I learned a lot about the kid that matches the Theodorian because he was dealt with so much adversity. He got through it to Russell Westfield about the sport of the fight. He got the victory. You know, at the advantage we saw Sean O'Malley really prove to everyone that he's not only a star or someone that has the support of the company. This guy's an absolute savage. He's a dog. He's a dog.
And he really showed it in that fight.
Yep.
He had a big game. Theodorian was down, and he dug deep in that fight. What's impressive about Sean is he calls his shots, he keeps getting better, he's committed 100% to being the best of all time, and believes in his heart that he's on that path. And when you look at that victory of Aljamain Sterling, it was absolutely wrong. Stop the takedown. One of the best grapplers ever in the division. Knocked him out with that beautiful counter straight right. Everything he said he was going to do, and he believes he's going to outshine, outclass, and demolish Cheeto Vera tonight. But Cheeto Vera thinks he's going to put it on. And that's what I can't wait to see. I'm so pumped for this fight.
A lot of emotion, too, for Marlon Cheeto Vera. Many of you have heard about the Ecuadorian media and fan contingent that is here. He was almost in tears when we saw some of the ceremonial weigh-in, so hopefully he can channel that the right way.
So much support from the Ecuadorian fans here tonight for Cheeto Vera, man. But look, this is a massive fight in this division, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't wait to see it. It's a few hours away, and what a card we have up until then.
What a night. I love it, and I feel that there's a whole other factor as playing this, because Sean O'Malley overwhelmingly gets support. I believe the crowd will be for Marlon Cheeto Vera.
This is as good a pay-per-view main card as we can put together. The former champion, somewhat the forgotten man, Theodorian, will kick things off against the streaking Song Yadong. Huge night in the welterweight division. Gilbert Burns taking on Jack Delaman. Layup Michael Venom Page making his UFC debut against Kevin Holland. We mentioned Sean O'Malley and Marlon Cheeto Vera. And how about the co-main event? Scheduled for 5 rounds at DP. Dustin Poirier taking on Ben Watson today as we show you the most decorated knockout artists in the history of the UFC's lightweight division. Drew Dober and Dustin Poirier have sort of been neck and neck over the last several years. But how about your fellow Louisianan DC, Dustin Poirier, stepping up? And his appetite for this fight, Joe and Daniel, is just absolutely on the show.
Incredible fight. And, you know, the fact that Dustin was willing to take this fight with his streaking Benoit Saint-Denis shows that Dustin wants to get back in there and fight off the young Lions. This is a dangerous fight. But when you look at Dustin's resume, when you look at who Dustin's been in there with the victories that he's had, Dustin is an absolute savage and has phenomenal boxing. Some of the absolute best boxing in any division in the UFC. And I think that will play a large factor in this fight tonight.
Dustin Poirier is an absolute dog, but Benoit Saint-Denis, first I like saying his name because I feel fancy when I say it. But Benoit Saint-Denis is a monster. The way, you know, a lot of times when these young guys get these opportunities and they stare that dude in the face when it finally happens, you can see concern. Saint-Denis just looked screwed up to Poirier yesterday at the weigh-in. He doesn't care. He's not afraid. He's not intimidated. And he's an absolute beast once that bell rings.
this dude right here is next up.
Fan enthusiasm for that co-main event is absolutely off the charts. That'll lead into the championship main event between the rising superstar Sean O'Malley and Ecuador's finest import Marlon Cheeto Vera. It all goes down tonight, and you can buy UFC 299 not now, but right now. ESPNplus.com/PTV, UFC.com/PTV, everywhere else in the world. A lot of wigs. These people maybe not brave enough to dye their hair like Sean O'Malley, but we expect same support on both sides of our championship main event. It all goes down later tonight here inside 6A Center. But now, feeling like he's turned the corner after a big win last spring, while Bill, but you want Tuesday Lava can keep the momentum going in a major way tonight if you can halt the winning streak of Brazilian Felipe Lins. Reinvented in his return to the light heavyweight division, Felipe Lins is perfect in his 3 UFC fights at 205 pounds. Wins over Marcin Bracchio, over St. Preux, and Maxime Grisham. And he makes it a clean quartet by beating Iwan Kutelaba here tonight. Likes to find himself in the top 15 early next week. But first, of course, he must tame the Hulk. He was a just frightening test last April when he stopped another former heavyweight standout, Tanner Gozer, in just over 2 minutes. And he takes his impressive 88% finishing rate into this showcase last week. Coming up next, Iwan the Hulk Kutelaba versus Felipe Monstro Lins.
This moment is everything Felipe Lins has worked towards. As a kid in Brazil, he used to watch UFC VHS tapes and dream about one day competing on a number of pay-per-view cards. Well, that moment has come to fruition, and not only is he fighting on tonight's event card, but it also takes place in the city he first stepped foot in the United States, Miami, his second home. He did the first half of this training camp at Nova and Yale, the second half just down the street at American Top Team. And guys, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt told me the goal tonight is to make both teams proud, get the early knockout, and have the biggest fan raise of his UFC career thus far.
He's a criminally underappreciated body of work. Felipe Lins realized a lot of success outside the UFC in multiple divisions. Made his UFC debut against Andre Arlovski in 2020, but the recent returns have been really good. And this fight was actually supposed to go down October 7th. It was canceled the day of the event, and Joe shall be done here tonight.
Well, he's a very exciting addition to this division, right? I mean, he's a very durable guy, very fast and explosive, legitimate Brazilian jiu-jitsu skills. And, you know, as a light heavyweight, he's about as physically strong and imposing as they get. One of his most impressive victories was, of course, his knockout over Ovid St. Preux. But the guy's got phenomenal ground skills, excellent striking, very aggressive. This should be a lot of fun, especially against Iwan Kutelaba, who's an absolute.
Yeah. And, you know, when you look at Felipe Lins, he's a guy that has had some issues in terms of getting to the octagon. When he does get there, he has a ton of skills, and he can do everything. So the whole fight is the game. And I'm telling you, he's there. But we don't even talk about it much because he does so well on his feet. This fight right here is supposed to happen months ago. Finally get it right now.
You know, you're right, DC, when you look at the Tapology page of Felipe Lins, I think I got 9 canceled bouts, and Iwan Kutelaba has had to deal with that a little bit in his career, but another guy who has really rounded into form. He's put a lot of high-level UFC experience, forward to share the biggest names in terms of his past, but 16 UFC stars in 19 years. Only as good as your last fight. So Tanner Gozer win with the victory.
Yeah, it was a massive win for him. And he's 30 years old now. And he's been in the UFC for a while. He said, as I approach this milestone in terms of age, I have really gained control of my emotions. He said, before I was too emotional. You see how he yelled at his opponent on the stand, on the state guard. He tried to set him free yesterday like the Hulk. But now he has been able to separate that. Those emotions that he has at the weigh-ins, it's going to be active. But he doesn't have that same emotion when he gets to the octagon. He applies it the right way. He said he has envisioned this fight happening in a number of different ways. But if any of the results play out the way that he hopes for, it'll be one of the biggest wins of his career. When he always felt like Iwan Kutelaba had more to give, it seems like he's finally ready to do that.
Well, he's a real kill or be killed fighter. And he's had some great wins. The Khalil Roundtree fight his emotions and becoming a bit more measured and professional in his approach to maximize the potential of the offseason, young man.
All right, big light heavyweights are set to go. This fight was put together twice and with good reason. He won Tupe Lava out of Moldova is 30. The Brazilian Felipe Lins, slightly the underdog tonight, is 38. Lins taller by an inch. Both fighters successfully made weight here on Friday, 3 inches in reach for Felipe Lins. Find out the intros.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds for the UFC Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a big martial artist holding professional record, 17 wins, 5 losses. He stands 62 inches tall, weighing in at 206 pounds. Fighting out of the blue corner, the way of real family of Brazil. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a combat Blanco fighter, holding a professional record, 17 wins, 9 losses, 1 draw, 1 no contest. He stands 61 inches tall, weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Cincinnati, Moldova, he won the With the outcome is our referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
Good seat, good view, I should say, from Mike Beltran for this light heavyweight tilt. Between Felipe Lins and Juan Tupe Lava. Lins is in the white trunks, Tupe Lava is in black, and we're underway. Both fighters with switch stances. Tupe Lava coming out orthodox.
Physically, he looks great. And just the guy that takes your chance, right? Wherever you go, think you belong, will accept the fight, you get here. But now I feel like that is more optimal weight class to the fight. But if you want to keep the Lava, he's got a very tough guy to work. He's already landed 2 very solid low kicks to the calf of Tupe Lava.
Tupe Lava with a Greco-Roman based on the European champion in combat sambo. Most known in the UFC though for sheer aggression.
But even in that right now, I spoke to the maturity of Tupe Lava and look at his approach right now. Right, he's flexible, measured, he's not questioning, not taking unnecessary risks. He's trying to build lead as the fight gets started, but you're gonna have to do something because he's taking 3 of those low tackles, and you know how facilitated those can be as the fight goes on. Yeah, keep an eye on the left leg because those look very hard, and he hasn't shown any compromises, movement yet, but fighters are very good at hiding. Until you can in the year. I like how he reached out for that. I don't know if Williams has a good question mark there. Fighters start reaching down for those lower kicks. Or that look down kick coming back to that. He looked down at the foot, they noticed the ball stop. Landed another one. Seems a lot like just radiating the fire there. Oh, that one buckled. We've got to do something about that.
Yep, there is a welt now on the lead leg of Tupe Lava. Under 3 minutes here to go round 1. Lins playing with the football.
John Edwards said he looks for chances. The one thing he said was big right the one thing you don't want as a person that's circumstances is to be circumstances because you have to. You want to do it because you're making the choice. You get that leg beat up, when you start to fight southpaw, because the only way you can hide that leg, now you become predictable.
Tupe Lava checked that last rotate and then smiled at him. Good right hand on the top. We've definitely seen a much more measured defense. This looks more calm, more professional. He's realizing against the elite, you can't just guns blade and the opening bell. Oh, big right hand by Lynn. Another low kick.
But that's D1 making faces and kind of sticking his head at him. And Lynn capitalized on it. He said, like, you're gesturing, I'm going to keep fighting.
Double change for Felipe Lynn.
Lift on that high crotch. And look at the difference in what we saw earlier. And the finishes on that high crotch for Lynn. Lynn waited. Jalapa did a really good job of the fight. Never panicked.
The consumer in mind and the pride. Like when I take friends and family.
Big counter from Lynn.
Another hard low kick. Another one. That was really contact. His left leg's in real trouble now. Oh, look at this. Give him that hand, keep him out.
This is the actual thing. Yeah, we're streaming the actual thing. These are the preliminary fights, baby.
American top team Felipe Lynch trying to extend his UFC winning streak to 4 tonight.
Oh, you got to get blocked crowd. There's a lot of doing a really good job of pushing down on that neck and just stand back up. That was and then elbow on the break.
They're out of close in the distance. James lands to the body.
Staying in the pocket here.
Thank you for the follow.
And here's one of the first kicks from Lynn. And Felipe landed these over and over again. That was a good right hand by Jalapa, but took advantage of the being off balance. There's an excellent exchange there. Both guys got in left hands.
Breathe deep. Again. Okay. Have patience. Use your double jabs. Esse happens hurt. Your movement is very good. Move to your right a little bit. Your kicks are very good. Just use your jab before that.
It just has this weird marriage.
Rising UFC superstar Sean O'Malley making first title defense tonight against Ecuador's finest Marlon Chico Vera. Also Dustin Poirier versus Ben Watson today. The co-main event by UFC 299 right now at ESPNplus.com/PPV, UFC.com/PPV, everywhere else in the world. And in terms of our prelim coverage, it will continue on ESPN Plus here at the top of the hour, and then on ESPN News as well, and on the Duke North Carolina college basketball game include our UFC 299 prelim will also be live on ESPN.
I mean, there is so much bruising on that left leg of Felipe Lynch. He was lifting very bad as he went to the corner. And you see him and Lynch almost talking. Lynch is like, oh yeah, I got you. I got you where I want you now. Look at that.
He's in real trouble. He's in real trouble. He's trying to hide it, but that left leg is destroyed. No, he's like bouncing around. Look at that nastiness on it. Oh, those bounces.
Now you can kick it. Now you can kick it, and even if he checks, it won't matter.
Gosh, that visual looks like varicose veins or something. Big right hand though from Jalapa.
Jalapa knows now he's compromised. He's going to see him destroy both.
It's going to have to be more of the guy that he was prior, where he's like, it's going to be you or me tonight. One of them's got to die. I'm willing to find out.
What those jumps are crazy. Yeah, like you got.
Oh my goodness.
Another one.
Honestly, for as bad as that leg is, he did a pretty good job of still fighting.
I mean, it's got to be an agony.
Yeah.
You can see in the little corner. I mean, that leg is destroyed. It's got lumps on top of the previous lumps.
17 leg kicks already landed for Felipe Lynn. Apparently Lynn saw something on the film that he could take advantage of. And it hasn't been a huge part of Felipe Lynn's game prior. 22 landed coming in tonight in his entire UFC career, already 17 here against Tutte Lava.
American Top Team, the long bench of ones that really made that technique much more present in mixed martial arts. You see it across the board. I don't know how anyone can be prepping for an American Top Team fighter and not make that priority number one to stop those initial leg kicks to try to deter them to continue down that path.
Nice trip there by Felipe.
Yeah, good transition by Lynn's. Not much resistance from Tutte Lava. We have crossed the midpoint of round 2.
Shout out to Ben for making it, right?
Yes, he was the first one to do it. He was the first. But he beat up his leg with that low leg kick until he was able to make him stand in front of him. And now Lynn took him down, right? Which still allows him to be winning. But I believe he did Tutte Lava some patience. He can't get the leg kick, and then our guy from his back.
Look at the lump on his shin just when he's laying there.
Yeah.
Look at that leg. It's like he's got a mouse with it. Yeah.
That's great.
Not ended.
Well, immerse yourself in World Combat Sports and UFC Fight Pass. Watch the entire 30-year history of UFC events and original shows, also live fights every weekend, and so much more available all within the UFC app.
How it helps you stay ahead of your next move, or how it helps block a key source of information inside the body from causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how it makes it have clearer skin, less itch, individual results. Serious allergic reactions can
Some indecision for Lynn's athletic trainer to welcome Tutte Lava upright.
your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening
I was just about to say that, John, like,
Good shot there.
Another shot from Felipe Lynn.
Ask your eczema specialist.
Nice shot by Tutte Lava to fight for that left underhook.
Call Lightning for a flu.
This season, evolve your sun care. New Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced controllers. It's a new way to spread the old
Tutte Lava and Murphy fighting through adversity here late round 2.
on your skin. Control coverage, temperature lightly to cover targeted areas. Or hold for long, continuous spread, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection.
you're Lynn, I'm going to leg kick. You gotta give it one or two.
I want to put it in the middle. Or the,
The lift, you feed it a little bit.
Decision in the history of decisions. Even easier
Ball
than
back
just
in against the fence.
even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees. Decision.
10 minutes down, potentially 5 to go.
Look at the difference when Tutte Lava walks back in his corner opposed to when he's fighting. You can tell so clearly how much he's hurting. The moment they say fight, it's working.
Gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access to me. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At Discount Time, we know your time is valuable. Get 30% shorter after
Right here, you see those leg kicks. And I know it's not shin to shin, but at this point, it's taking so much damage that it doesn't matter how well it lands. Here's that trip by Lynn. When he trips, he reaches over and kicks the knee on the opposite side to the takedown. And here's that beautiful straight right hand after he stabs the leg of Yuan Tutte Lava. Big explosion by Felipe Lynn. What a fight so far by Lynn.
Lynn's in the white, Tutte Lava. We lap, final round. Full pressure from Tutte Lava.
Oh yeah, not always having trouble walking there at all.
Oh, nice left hand from Lynn.
Oh my goodness.
He's having a hard time getting leverage. Yeah. He's doing a great job hiding it, though. But it's hurting his takedown because well, you can see how much his movement. I tried for more, gave up the bottom position. Not good.
If I'm being honest, I'm so impressed by Kuzmi Lama because early in his career, he was in some bad situations. He didn't fight as much as he is right now. He's not trying to give up his belief. He is fighting a good fight. But he is fighting, man. As Liz takes him back to the back for the finish.
He's getting high, though. I like this. Now he's utilizing that in order to stand up. Instead of just committing to it, it's going to be hard to get a guy who's so skillful on the ground like Felipe Lins did before. But he can utilize that to stand up, and he's doing that now. At least threatened.
It's so hard to get a more off of this level. That's why one of the first things to learn. When people are learning this, they're learning to defend. That's why it's so hard to support. The scary thing about that when you don't. Yeah, hopefully I don't know. Scary. Yeah, it's just the spiral fracture and stuff. Yeah, he's not running away. Super lava, big super lava on the gas here.
Coach Dean Thomas, what do you have, good sir?
So I gotta tell you, Lava's putting so much pressure on him that he's discouraging him from throwing that leg kick. That's the good thing to do because that leg kick is still bothering him. But what I think Lynch needs to do is go to the inside of the leg a little bit and speed it up from both sides because he's relying on them inside muscles to keep going forward. So if he would have beat the leg up from both sides, that would force you Lava to start making some serious mistakes. Right there. Watch your elbow. Watch the back of the head. You understand? Do you understand? Watch that. This is your heart and last warning for anything. You understand? Oh, yeah. That's right there. That's deliberate right there. You okay? Get over here. We'll put it back in the position. Yeah. Come in here. Keep it clean. You understand? Fingers and your elbows to the back of the head. Right. Yeah, you should get a position back, though. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point.
Big right here from Kute Lava after a minute that landed a very significant strike. 2 minutes undecided.
Kute Lava's left leg is so far gone. He's throwing his punches. He's utilizing his right leg for support. Definitely switch off that left leg and ran his bomb. It's really compromising the power that he's getting. He's got no way to move forward because he can't. You can't sit as grounded as you need to land. Try to get lit out of it.
What up, JH? We're watching UFC 299. How are you? That's okay, no big deal. You're good. Excellent. Interesting stuff. Do you like MMA? Ooh. We like MMA. Very cool.
Just over 30 seconds in the fight. Lynn circling away.
He wants black kids because the moment he gets close to our throat, Lynn is going to grab him. You gotta start following him. You gotta cut him off.
That's okay. This is the biggest fight in like the last 3 months. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Oh, sorry, I have both. I'm sorry, I have both microphones on. I didn't realize it. It should be better now.
Great job by Felipe Lynch, just landing those leg kicks early. Really slow Kudelava down. Kudelava lands a nice right hand there.
I agree. I've gotten into it in the past couple of years. What up, Slava? How are you, baby? Welcome, Slava. We're glad you're here. Slava, do you like UFC?
At the end of the day, the leg kick to Felipe Lynch that's really going to allow him to build up his offense. He went to the kicks to then secure it, take out the controlling on the ground landing great.
Tight dog. Well, welcome. Do you like MMA?
Felipe Lynch's career as he did a very games.
Do you like mixed martial arts?
The fight ended like this, but both of these guys throwing. It was a fun fight, John.
Do you like boxing and fighting and stuff?
Yeah, it was a good fight. Perhaps his gas tank left a little bit to be desired in the second half of the fight, but Felipe Lynch, an oncoming force.
I don't know if that was an affirmative.
He had back-to-back training camps
You could go.
for this opponent, Iwan Kudelava. And in all likelihood, he was able to get the job done here tonight as we open up the numbers for you. Significant head strikes, 35 of 21 for Lynch. Some body work in there as well with the leg kicks. The prevailing narrative in this one, 20 landed by Felipe Lynch. In all likelihood, enough to get a unanimous decision. Bruce Butler with the cards.
Yeah, dog, I like Russians. I like Ukrainians. Believe it or not, I thought they were both the same thing at one time when they were Soviets. But I think a lot of people in America did during the Cold War if you were alive during that time.
I think they're more like intense. They're like a slave to the state, essentially.
Both on communism.
They want that type of indoctrination.
The low leg kicks were a huge factor in this fight. First of all,
Like not that like they don't want to speak out against the government. They just speak repercussions and ramifications if they do because it lives there.
first of all, I want to say thank you to God for the help. Always to be here to get the heart. To do a very good day on my career and my career. I want to say thank you to my coach from agency, my pal, and everybody there, everybody helped me there. I want to say thank you to Jorjão, Segura Jorjão, Natal, grande abraço, galera. Fiquem fortes com mais guys do Brasil. Eu amo vocês, galera, muito obrigado.
How's everything going on your end, Rabbi?
So far, so good. You know what TikTok is? Okay, so I have been a huge TikToker in the past. Not that I had a bunch of luck on it, and I never understood why, but now I understand why a lot more. Okay, so I would get like this is how my streams would go. I would get 50 people start off on all my streams. That would get up to like 250. Normally my streams, I would stream something I wasn't supposed to stream, like sports, like MMA or something like that. My stream would get banned. And I'd be like, okay, whatever. I have a bunch of different accounts that can stream, so I'll just do another one. And I would start up a new stream. And, you know, in the previous stream, I had like 250 people at one time. The next stream would start up, 0 people. And I never understood why. And I searched this question quite often on YouTube or on Reddit, on the internet. And I could never understand why I wasn't getting more people. Like, why literally I would go from like seeing 250 people to 0. Or 250 people come in, and then 0 would start seeing me. So, just for a moment, I'm testing this as I say this. So, what up, Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr.? How you doing, baby? Dude, we're watching MMA, UFC 299. Oh, hell yeah. Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. knows what's up. He's doing the same thing. He's doing it in a much clearer way. That's tight as fuck. TAF. I call that shit TAF. Good for you, Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. Anyway, so I was trying to test this why I wasn't getting more people on TikTok, and I think it had to do with TikTok does not like it if you use multiple accounts from one IP address. It basically shadow bans all the accounts that are on that IP address. And I didn't realize that until just a few moments ago. Which would have been very helpful to me in the past, but nevertheless, it is what it is. Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. chilling like a villain. Chilling like a villain. My man, Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. is chilling like a villain.
Miserable 15 minutes or less for any opponents. Rafael Dos Anjos isn't just any opponent. The former champion still has plenty of weaponry at his disposal and is hungry to prove he's still a contender. So, because the UFC is back in town.
That's very good.
From Miami, Florida. UFC 299.
I read the entire book of Aster the other day. In fact, it's why I didn't understand how to figure out how to use nobody on your channel.
That's phenomenal. Good for you, man. What made you so motivated to do that? Right? So that was your motivation? Talk to me about your background. Is it a Jewish background? Is it a non-Jewish background? That's right. I forgot you said that. All right. Well, it seems like you are orienting towards something new, so that's good. I don't know many. Well, in the big scheme of things, that's not that long. So you never know what they were before then. Like you said, you have some Jewish roots. You never know. You may have other Jewish roots.
That's true. I mean, it doesn't take a cynical novel back. It's like Adam and Eve, pretty much. I mean, you trace it.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you should be able to do this through your heredity, and then you should also be able to do it through your DNA. But do you want to know the big secret, JH? It doesn't work that way. And here's why. It's really sad. Everybody wants perfect DNA. Everybody wants legitimacy. But what people don't realize is throughout many years, you've had rapes, you've had forced conversions. So you have bloodline. And also just, here's an idea. So if Jews consider ourselves as a people who come from 4 women, then, which is fine, that's cool. But anyone who converts to that, who isn't of that, their entire lineage, even though their lineage may be very, very orthodox, will not have mitochondrial, matrilineal Jewish DNA, which is a really sad situation. So you have huge swaths of the Jewish people who think they're Jews, but are technically based on DNA would not be when they would think that they were. Everyone would think that they were. They could perhaps be at the very inner circle of rabbinical dynasties. It's a sad situation. Well, as I've said previously, when Mashiach comes, he'll figure it all out.
Truly great to have you with us on this monumental night. We will get back to the freedom action now. This one.
All right, so I did this thing. I tried to get more people to my stream, and 0 people came. So it's like, well, why did 0 people come? Dog, your guess is as good as mine. I'm going to try a new VPN. This one's in New York. And it's wild. Like, I'll either get a bunch of people or literally no one. It's never like anything in the middle. So it tells me from what I've read online, I'm being shadow banned by their algorithm for whatever reason. Or notifying people. Why did I get shadow banned? Oh, so I was showing UFC 299 on my main account and it got banned just like 10 minutes into it for showing copyrighted material. So, yeah, so it flagged my IP address. So I'm using VPNs to try to avoid that flag. You know what VPNs are? They're basically like anonymous IP addresses. And yeah. I don't know why I explained that to you. I'm sure you knew what that was. Anyway, but I am running into the issue where every account that I'm trying to use is basically shadow banned. So I gotta find one that I have that isn't. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Of those 1,000, of the 1,000, only like, I'd say like 50 of them have over 1,000 followers. But having over 1,000 followers on TikTok is really important because it allows you to go live with video. Normally you can't. Holy shit, I know this person. I think I know that person. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, definitely.
Capable of beating some of the division very close decision in this last fight to Marlon Vera, but beat Chris Gutierrez, who's a super talented guy. And the last fight before that, he's got an amazing guillotine, one of the best calf kickers in the business, of course, coming from that American top team background. But this guy is as hard-nosed and gritty, effective as you're ever going to see inside the octagon, and he will get Tyler Phillips all he has tonight.
He has lost the 2 guys in the main event. He has competed well against the 2 guys in the main event. Obviously, it's showing now it's like
No, I mean, I go outside and I stream my life. And I just do that on different platforms. I don't do it on YouTube or I only do it on Instagram or TikTok or Twitter. So if you're not following me on those, you won't see them. So it will only look like I'm only here. But yeah, throughout the day, when I go to the store or I go to the mall or anything, or I drive, I'm doing it on Instagram. No, I mean, some. Yeah, I mean, you can only, keep people occupied for so long. That's correct. There's a phrase, something like, I don't know what the key to pleasing, I don't know what the key to success is, but I can tell you that it's not pleasing everyone. Exactly. Yeah, tons. Tons. I'm a huge proponent of ufology and aliens. So if you know anything about me or about this stream, one of the things that I want to do is make that conversation more acknowledgeable in the mainstream. So yes, I'm a huge, huge proponent of aliens. Every single night, I listen to the most listened to overnight program in the Western Hemisphere that is on just aliens and the paranormal. It's on Coast to Coast AM. Sometimes I even call into it. Oh, you know what Coast to Coast AM is? So sometimes I even call into it. On
George Norrie, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what's up. What the fuck is this shit? Practice mode is unavailable. Practice mode will only be visible to you. You'll have time to explore. What the fuck is that? I don't give a shit about that. Jesus Christ. What is this shit? If you're like, what is going on? I logged into a new TikTok account and I should also explain. For most of my life, I did not cuss at all. At all. In fact, I think I did it better than anyone. For like 4 years of my life, I could tell you how many times I cussed, and they were all involuntary. One of them, somebody almost hit me on the road. One of them, I sat in a chair, and I didn't know the chair was broken, and it broke beneath me, and I almost really hurt myself. So 2 times in 4 years. So it's like, well, how do you go from that, Rabbi, to just cussing like a sailor? Well, one thing that I learned with speech, and in particular with ready to go live, yeah. You can go live in 1 second. Okay. Let's see if this bitch works. So you saw a car. I thought I heard you say that. Where you?
I missed it by like a fraction of a second. It was right in front of me. I stopped my brakes before I ran into it. Somebody just like ran a red light and go and this white SUV. Like, God, just what the heck? Oh yeah, holy crap!
Right, exactly. But as I started streaming my life, so at the beginning of the stream, you'll see for like a year and a half, I don't cuss. But then I realized that the powers out there were trying to take away words from people. And I really thought longly and hardly about it, and I didn't want anyone to be able to say that I can't say something. And I want to be able to say all the words, no matter what it is, under the right context, whether for educational purposes or just to express emotion. But like, so with that said, I end up then starting to cuss just when I would do like little comedy routines, and then I would cuss. I would do karaoke, and I would cuss when I would sing rap songs. And then I just realized that if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it like a sailor. I'm going to do it like an absolute fiend and not let anyone take these words away from me. And also, it's for emphasis. I recognize this. Like, I'm the biggest proponent of telling people cussing never made anyone sound any more intelligent. That's true. But it can make you sound a hell of a lot funnier sometimes. So, with that said, for comedic... Exactly. For comedic effect, I do cuss, but for many years in my life, I did not. Wow. This, I don't know what to describe, it. Like, whatever's going on with TikTok, I'm like shadow banned. I don't know what it is, but literally, yeah, CCT's right, dog. They got me. I mean, whenever, like, literally no people are watching this, and I've tried multiple accounts and multiple VPNs. Longer videos, okay, I know longer videos need more people, but literally your platform sucks when 0 people come. Yeah.
This world's so like materials was given awesome pay. Like, yeah, like put on shows for everybody to watch this country.
Do you know who Bob Lazar is? Oh, okay, cool. So when you ask about my correct, specifically S4, but you're exactly right. So if you were to ask me my thoughts on aliens, they are consistent with what he has said. If that makes sense to you. So, yeah, but I mean, like, we reverse engineer alien technology at bases throughout the world. Area 51's one of them, right? Patterson Air Force Base, one of them. You know, that there could be perhaps alien human diplomatic relations where we get to reverse engineer their technology in exchange for their ability to abduct humans. That's generally been the consensus of what the thoughts are and why no one talks about it. There's a lot to it. But yeah, I'm a huge proponent of aliens and overall disclosure. And I look forward to it perhaps happening during my lifetime. And I'd like to help with it if possible. Dog, there's so much evidence, it's ridiculous. Okay, so let me ask you this, Jade. For how many hours, let me ask you this. For how many hours of your life have you spent researching aliens? And when I say researching, I mean not like just looking at like random stuff on Twitter. I mean like, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to research it like I'm researching a cure to cancer. And if you've never done it, that's fine. But I mean, how many times have you really said, I'm going to do this? And then for how many hours did you do it? And overall, how many hours of your life would you say you dedicated to the study of aliens, ufology, that topic? Okay, that's good. That's a very good foundation. So we're talking like hundreds of hours, perhaps, at least 100 hours. So yeah, definitely. I mean, you would have to know who Bob Lazar is and not just dismiss it and things like that. So you have a good background to be able to understand that, like, this is a very real phenomenon that occurs and interacts with people globally on a daily basis. Pardon me? Okay, please discuss.
And I looked up and it was a little cloudy. The sky was part of clouds and there was a cylindrical metallic ball. It was like defying turn. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it appeared to be the sky just fixated in one spot and all of a sudden another spot, like A to B, and all you can see is a blur.
Okay, so it moved faster than anything else you've ever seen in your life. Yeah. Certainly. Without doxing yourself, do you live anywhere near O'Hare International Airport? Yeah, I mean, this is within the range. There's some weird stuff that happens there. Did you hear about the Mothman incidents that were occurring there within the last, like, 3 years? West Virginia, more specifically. Kentucky, though, it's right on the border, and then you got Ohio as well. I actually saw video footage of this from O'Hare. I want to say maybe within the last 2 years of like some kind of, it was like somebody in a jetpack, but it wasn't a jetpack, with like these red eyes, and they were flying over O'Hare, and there were like multiple reports. It looked like that. That's really what it looked like. But it's very consistent with what was discussed during the Mothman flap. And so that's a different discussion. Mothman's different. Okay, so you had a close encounter to some extent. Did you? Yeah.
I could almost like touch it. It was that close. I mean, it was really close. But the thing is, it had no sound whatsoever.
Right. That's how people describe them. Okay, so you've had 2 encounters or any more?
I had a third encounter.
What is that?
One was in New Providence, Kentucky, down the road. And I think this right here was a cylindrical ball, of course. And it was not in the sky. About, I'd say, 2 feet off the ground. It's already nothing. And it's kind of like, I don't know if you ever seen
China syndrome? Oh yeah, big trouble in Little China. I haven't seen it myself. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it right now. It's a robot. Okay, so Big Trouble in Little China. Oh wow. Okay, so it's like a cylindrical like blob thing, but it was metal. It was silent. Now, okay, so one of them took place in near Chicago Park. One of them took place near Kentucky. Did I hear the other one was Tucson? Oh, Plano, Texas? Oh, okay. Okay, so like 3 counties out from Chicago, basically. Oh, wow. All right, so you've seen a lot. Way more than the average Joe. So you should consider yourself privileged. I understand. So the second one, it was a flying triangle, silent. Okay, and it did it have any lights on the bottom?
So here's the thing is, I thought it was 3 stars, and I thought it was a shooting star behind it.
Yeah, I do. Very strange is correct.
The worst thing about that is a week after that, after I saw that, shooting star came and crashed directly into the planet.
In the bantamweight division, and he said it on the watch. It just speaks to the depth of this big metal guy. Could be not in the
Dog, so you have like a meteorite? Wow, that is a phenomenal story. And a phenomenal gift that you have.
And if it is, it's setting you up for the next one, which is going to be 7 or 8 shots.
When you're talking about wrestling late round 2, Daniel, any thoughts to trying to change the level of this fight if you think so?
I do believe that could have fixed it in, but I think he makes it very early. He ain't in there with a guy.
No way. That's wild. That's absolutely wild. So, what color is the meteorite? Both. Wasn't it like super hot? Oh, okay. So let me understand this. So, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. You see this thing in the air, and like right above you, it explodes, and then it took you 2 years to find the 2 pieces of it, correct? Gotcha. Okay, so when it came in, it was like a blue.
Yeah, it was like white and blue.
When it first crashed.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I gotcha. And then when you found it, what color was it?
I need directions for paying down debt.
Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment.
Sorry, I'm just gonna. Can you repeat that? And then when you found it, what color was it?
$100,000 as soon as the same day you sign.
Well, that's what color it was my car.
Oh, blue.
We got like dark. Oh, it was dark brown.
Have you shown it to anyone else? How about anyone side? Has anyone ever looked at it under a microscope?
That's the thing. It's about this big. Oh, it's about this big.
Oh, like the size of a quarter?
A little bit bigger, about 3/4 diameter, probably.
Oh, okay.
In the evolution of the team that they have down there in Arizona, because not only is Carlos Phillips fighting at a fantastic level, obviously Sean O'Malley's fighting at a great level. And then you also have the guy Marcus McGee. And then the other kid, the wrestling kid.
Absolutely, I'd love to see it sometime.
Mario Bautista. I mean, all these guys are on the same level, coming out and train together and
Right.
each other to the level that we're seeing Carlos
Right.
Phillips raised to right now. Hey, John, you got all the dates on the top of your head, huh?
Well, we got ready today. John Crown joined by Marcus McGee and Anchinico Fernandez in the corner. Fuller and Matrix Phillips. Likely putting the finishing touches on one of their Wilkins UFC careers. Well, Pedro Munoz, as usual, unfinishable and game is held, but the Matrix has arrived. Tyler Phillips putting on a show here in Miami, Florida. Official decision on the bandwagon.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There's some unexplainable things out there. Sometimes government and sometimes it's sort of outer entity. Either one will want to tell you.
Yeah, so of the three things that you saw, what do you think they were government or
Well, I can't say that.
so you think that they were not of this world?
No, I mean, I think it was just probably happenstance where maybe, I mean, I'll do a little bit of more of a skeptic close to my experience of scientific explanation as opposed to just like, yeah, alien.
I get that.
I like to doubt myself being a genius because of recreational purposes.
Right, I get that. I get what you're saying. That makes sense.
With you, I thought it was alien. I just wanted to doubt that.
Rising UFC superstar Sean O'Malley makes his first title defense tonight. And it comes against Ecuador's finest import, Marlon Chito Vera, also UFC superstar Dustin Poirier, taking on French sportsman Wassau in the co-main event. UFC 299 right now, ESPNplus.com/PTV, UFC.com/PTV,
I'm in agreement with you.
everywhere else in the world. All right, it is time now for the official decision brought to you by the United States Marine Corps with those scorecards with results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we're going to take the scorecards for the decision. The judges for the contest on all are 30-27 for the winner.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slippery slope.
Well, and when he makes that belt motion, you might as well take it seriously. That's 3 straight wins, 7 of 8 for the oncoming bantamweight contender Tyler Phillips, who will have a number next to his name next week. What a performance on a massive stage for the 28-year-old out of Torrance, California.
So how about you? Have you had
Yeah, it wasn't as profound as yours, but I had one about 13 years ago, and it was not 13, maybe 11 years ago, and I was driving in my car. It was getting to be dusk, and I saw this fiery, like plasma ball that flew over my car. I knew where the sun was, so it wasn't like it was the sun. Like the sun was in a different part of the sky. And this thing flew over my car and into the subdivision where I was living. And I felt that it had an intelligence to it, but I couldn't explain it necessarily. But it definitely was like bigger than who I was. And I ended up years later reporting it. Do you know what MUFON is? MUFON.com, the Mutual UFO Network. Oh, cool! Wow. Okay, so they have a website. They have a website where you can report any kind of sightings that you've seen, even like years ago, and you can also see if anybody saw anything similar to what you saw. So I reported it, and it happened during when there was a flap of bees. So it's pretty common to see where. Thank you, Larry. Oh, Larry is somebody giving me love on TikTok. Larry loves Stein. Thank you, Larry.
Determined to be the man to break the veteran stranglehold on the lightweight division's top five. Poland's Mateusz Gamrot made serious inroads in 2023 with a pair of wins over Jalen Turner and Rafael Fiziev.
All right, this is game one time. No spring forward jump back, no daylight saving time, but in the history of the daylight saving time, before the establishment of time zones.
Did you just say something?
Yeah. So I asked you if there was like a food there.
A what there?
A food fighter.
Oh yeah. Do I know what a Foo Fighter is? Like what was reported during World War II as extraterrestrial aircraft, or how they were described? Did you say do I think that's what they've done? Oh, what I experienced? Well, okay, so let me explain. A Foo Fighter, to my knowledge, was just a name for any non-terrestrial craft seen during World War II. What I saw was like a plasma ball, and there was a flap of these plasma balls from about the year 2011 to the year 2015 throughout the world, particularly in the United States and in the United Kingdom, where these balls would just fly around. And it reminded me like of a translucent, but you couldn't see all the way through it, so it was somewhat opaque. But it was like there was like plasma inside this like perfectly like glowing sunlight ball that was flying through the sky. Okay, so like when you say that, I recognize what you mean, like a glowing ball in the sky that they used to see during World War II, right? So, to my knowledge, well, I did not know that was. Hold on. That isn't what a Foo Fighter is, though. Yeah, I mean, let's look up our terms. Yeah, no, you're right. It's very important that we know what this is. Foo Fighter definition. Don't say Dave Grohl. Yeah, exactly. An unidentified flying object of a kind reported by U.S. pilots during World War II, usually described as a bright light or ball of fire. So these were, to my knowledge, non-terrestrial. Now, what you're talking about sounds like a German program. What is the name of the German program you're referencing? Exactly. So, what did we teach you that you could do to maybe find out the answer recently? No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Let's look it up on ChatGPT. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm doing it right now. Okay, so we're gonna ask it. What is the name of the German program that used balls of energy to disarm Allied planes during World War II? Right. There you go. So you see, this is a very difficult question for a search engine. Like, we'll be looking at a search engine all fucking day. But with, what is it? Oh, okay, so you found it. Okay, let's look at this. Wonder Walks?
Wonder Walks.
That's where we're at. And I honestly don't think, really, like if I wasn't announcing it, then it wasn't really just being publicized. Anyone knows because our phones would just go forward, period. Our phones would automatically just move.
I usually only notice when it's time to heat up some food and my microwave time is off, or I get in my car and my car's time is off. But typically, I don't notice until it's time to eat or go somewhere that I lost sleep or games.
See? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I mean, it's not like I'm going to get up to
Now hold on a second. This is different. This is all of the German super weapons, including like the V2 missiles and stuff, which isn't what you're saying. Again, Foo Fighters are different. Foo Fighters are the discussion of non-terrestrial craft. What you're talking about is a German program. Right, but these were normally in the Pacific, so they weren't just German, is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm doing is I'm asking ChatGPT, what is the name of the German program within the Wanderboss that specifically addressed glowing balls of light that disarmed Allied planes during World War II.
And across two divisions as well. Wayward shot there from Dan Ryan, but he's doing a very good job.
Hold on. Because what it's saying is exactly what you're saying, but it's still confusing. It says that program is most likely referred to the phenomena of Foo Fighters, but it doesn't say that. Like, if that was a thing in Germany, it would have a sub. It would have a sub name, and Foo Fighters were predominantly seen in the Pacific, not the Atlantic or in the European. So we're gonna look up World War II. The term Foo Fighters describes a UFO by the U.S. 415 Night Fighter Squadron. Etymology, history. Okay, so here's the thing. You have to show me. See, here's what they say. The balls of fire phenomenon reported from the Pacific Theater of Operations differed from the Foo Fighters reported in Europe. They're both Foo Fighters. The ball of fire resembled a large burning sphere that just hung in the sky, though it was reported to sometimes follow aircraft. There was speculation that the phenomena could be related to the Japanese fire balloon campaign, as in Europe, no aircraft were reported to have been attacked by a ball of fire. Okay, where I'm not getting you, and it's on you. Show me where the Germans had a ball of fire directed energy weapon to disable American planes. I'm not saying that they don't. I just don't see that within their Wunderwaffe. That was more missiles and stuff. Like they had the Nazi bell. I mean, like they had those discs. So I'm not saying what you're saying isn't like a thing. It's just like it's like Nazis had these super weapons. Unrelated to that, though, there was also the Foo Fighter phenomenon going on. Perhaps unrelated to it.
I don't know what Rabbi Rothschild would be on. Because I'm obviously not Nazi.
Well, I mean, the winners write the history books, and the Allies were able to open up the German secret classified documents. And right, Operation Paperclip. Right, it's known as Operation Paperclip. And yeah, well, I'm not saying that. I think it did have a name. I mean, we know that the V1 had a name, the V2 had a name. So if they had this ball of light directed energy program, it would have a name. We just don't know what it is if it did. So getting back to what I saw in relation to this conversation, I saw a ball of light that I think could be similar to what was seen by U.S. or Allied and even Axis powers during World War II as the Foo Fighters. Yes, I would say that's probably accurate. As for Foo Fighters being related to any German technology, that I don't know if we have evidence for that, but we do have evidence for Germany having a super weapons program. I think that we can agree on all of that. And so what I saw, like 11 years went by, but I did report it. 11? No, maybe like 8 years or so went by, something like that. And I reported it live on camera on the MUFON website and just described it, what I saw, when it was, where I was, put a pin on a map. And then they have this really nice global map, and you can go through it like a timeline and see, like different UFO flaps. It's really interesting.
Successfully gets his body to the fence for leverage. Gamrot still in pursuit.
Well, we're all the entire country are all saying the same thing, that they're not wanting that to be all the time we are denying that in their weapons.
That's certainly a possibility.
Let this even very Nazi Wunderwaffe.
is in and controlling Dos Anjos pretty well here up against the fence.
He was doing a good job of controlling the end, but when he starts with losing, he backs out, allowed RDA to get back to the finish. Don't go Sargent is under pressure. This is exactly what he needs to do.
We are live in Miami, Florida for the UFC 299 prelims. For those of you who just watched North Carolina and Duke, appreciate you being with us as we continue our coverage of UFC 299. O'Malley versus Sarah 2, John A., Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier. On the Nation.com, that WBD Thomas with us throughout the broadcast as well. You are watching round 2 here of a couple of elite lightweights, Mateusz Gamrot and Rafael Dos Anjos. If you did miss round 1, it started extremely well on the feet for RPA, but Gamrot came on strong in the final 2 minutes of the round, so anybody's guess as to who won round 1. Round 2, Mateusz Gamrot has control by Dos Anjos maybe got that elbow home, hard to see from our vantage point.
I didn't love the level change of Gamrot on the last shot. He effectively just dropped down like that. You gotta be very careful when you do that, because if RDA picks up on this, when he starts to charge, knowing Gamrot is gonna drop, you gotta just lift that knee again. You might catch him when it's with the knee.
He does this pretty much everybody fight.
Yeah, man.
Am I gonna watch it? What? Yeah, I think so.
But as the fight goes on, and they take down the tips, they start to land now. Right? You might defend the first 2 or 3. And it's
Are you?
one of those guys that takes it with easy. He doesn't chase down the hard takedown.
The last one we had, we had a really good view of it. I want to say it was in like 2018, and I was the managing director of an organization at the time, and I spoke with the owner, and we actually made arrangements that we could have the employees go outside for 10 minutes or whatever and see it. And we made some contraptions so that you could see the eclipse. It was quite interesting and fun to do. Yeah, that could happen too.
Late in the round, Rafael Dos Anjos. Right hand over the top of Gamrot. Round 3 coming up.
You got this guy. He's out of it. You gotta go fight him to get in the brawl. Drink water at the end. Listen, you're always falling because you're trying to hit him when he's holding you. Get out of it and then hit him. He's out of it. Change attack. Don't forget the feet. Nothing crazy.
Smart footwork. Gotta keep your hips down when you're whistling. When you're on, you get the takedown, legs in, hips down, hips to the wall.
This is critical, I think, for anyone, especially here in Southern California, Hollywood, man. So many.
You may have heard rising UFC superstar Sean O'Malley makes his first title defense tonight against Ecuador's finest import, Marlon Chito Vera. Also,
Do I believe in that?
Poirier's back. He takes on the streaking Benoit Saint-Denis in the co-main event. You can buy UFC 299 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Big time. I think they come from Zeta Reticula.
Everywhere else in the world. Well, Dos Anjos might very well be the
At least some of them do. That's where they say they come from. It's in Orion's belt. Do you know where Orion is, the constellation? And there have been hints in this in in media, in science fiction media, like in Men in Black, they say something like the key is in Orion's belt, something like that. And the name of the cat in that movie, Men in Black, has a weird name. It has like a weird thing on its neck. Men in Black cat. And it has a weird name. Oh, the cat's name is Orion. And they say that his galaxy can be found on Orion's belt.
Does seem like he's slowing down quite a bit. And RDA has to have confidence in him. He's got up from those things that takedown by Gamma. No follow up under 3.5 to go. Alfonso scrolls and yet.
So can you expound on this?
That's the playbook, right? That is the playbook by which you miss or not let the fight. It's written repeated. Takedown,
So we're like cells within a huge organism? Okay, I could get down with that if we just considered like the universe an organism. I mean, I guess it just depends on what you define an organism as. You said a giant living thing. Well, that would be a super large organism. So if you're just defining an organism as something that is living, then an argument could be made. Hey, Squirrely? Just one moment, Jay. Squirrely, are you in here? Can you hear JH well? Oh, okay. He just seems really far away from me. I keep having to ask him to repeat himself. JH, are you close to the microphone? Oh, no, you're good. You're way better now. Okay, so you were saying basically that we all could be organisms within a larger organism, correct? Okay. Then we just have to define what an organism is. If we define an organism as a living being, that's simply that, then you could make the argument that the fact that life exists within the solar system means that there's some evidence of life. Thus, there's an argument to be made that some aspects of the solar system are an organism. It's I think if we define any being that contains life as an organism, well then the entire universe by default would be considered an organism if we as humans are within the universe. So I think what you're trying to get to more is an intelligent organism, perhaps, and I would just ask you for evidence of that. Certainly there is. You drop a ball and it accelerates towards the center of the Earth at negative 9.81 meters per second squared. What do you mean there's not evidence of it? I can show that.
superimpose the faces of 16 eighth graders onto naked bodies and then share the photos across campus.
No, you could show this. I mean, you could show evidence towards this. So you would say that we, like in the same way that we have cells that operate together to make a larger organism, where is your organism? Where is your living creature? Like, I get what you're trying to say. I just don't know where the creature is, unless you want to make the definition of an organism anything that contains anything that's living. And I would say, okay, if we want to make that the organism, it's not that profound to say, because everything in the universe is considered an organism, because it inherently contains life, because we consider Earth to be in the universe. Like, that's just kind of how you have to use it. It's all in the definition of the term organism. Anything that contains life, according to your definition of organism, is it just your organism? Your definition of organism, what I consider mine as well. I get that. I get what you're saying. But then we should be able to see that. We have telescopes. We'd be able to say that there's a giant version. We're in like a giant. And it doesn't show that. It shows that we're in like a bunch of different galaxies. So what I'm saying to you is, instead of saying like it's a human, if you want to say that a galaxy is an organism because it contains life, I can get on board with that. Hold on. You've jumped. I don't agree that the molecules that make up life are life. That doesn't. Okay. What I could say is just what you already have said, that if you want to, at its very nature, or its very the foundation of the matter, an organism is anything that contains life, then yes, the universe would be an organism, galaxies would be an organism, the Earth itself, Gaia, basically would be considered an organism. And I think these are all arguments that perhaps could be made. So I think you make a valid argument there. There's video evidence of this. So I can tell you that there's video evidence of crashed saucers on Earth from Russia that were disclosed during the 1990s. So you can see crashed saucers up close using types of metals that we've never seen previously. So that's some good evidence. We have a plethora of evidence of this stuff flying in the skies. Just exactly what you saw in the first description that you gave in Villa Park, where there was like a metallic ball that was in one location and then very quickly accelerated to another location, just like effortlessly, completely silently, without any exhaust. Well, that to me is evidence of some type of intelligence. I don't want to get into the intelligent design argument because that gets into a creator discussion. That's not for me to discuss. I don't know the answer to that. And I know for a fact no human knows the answer to that. So for us to just sit around and talk about it is kind of for naught, because it doesn't get us anywhere. And we certainly can, but if we want to get to a discussion that perhaps gets to more concrete results, we would say that there is a lot of, one could say there's a lot of evidence for aliens here on Earth. On top of that, you can go into antiquity, thousands of years of art going back even further than the hieroglyphics, but you see these discs in the sky of the hieroglyphics, and also you see it in Christian art throughout the medieval period, and you get into wood carvings into medieval Germany and you get into written documentation into the You just haven't looked at it, JH. You and I haven't looked at the same things. I've seen an alien autopsy. That's evidence to me. I mean, have I seen it in real life? No, but I've seen it in documentary. If you want to know what the name of the documentary is, it's the Top Secret KGB UFO Files. This is a very important documentary that was disclosed in 1998. It stars Roger Moore, former James Bond actor, and he is the host of this documentary where they do all these interviews with people who worked for the KGB after Russia fell or after the Soviet Union fell, and all of this footage went on the black market, and a lot of it was purchased. And so, what do you see in this? I mean, look, I don't know if the alien autopsy that they show in that is true, but if you want to see an alien body, it's out there. So, I mean, if you're like, what evidence is there? It's there. I mean, whether I've done DNA evidence on it, no. So I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I can tell you, like, there are bodies up close with other humans there. That's evidence on camera. And there are saucers on camera with people going up to it and making contact with it. In fact, just give me a moment. I'll send you the documentary. It's fascinating. Hold on, because there've got to be 18 different alien autopsies on the internet right now. There are a lot of alien autopsies going out there. So we want to make sure that we would be talking about the same one. I can tell you this. This to someone I say makes it a little bit more legitimate. There's also footage that I've seen of a living alien. It's called the Bob. He's called Bob the alien. Like, that's just the name that he's been given. But on Reddit, no, J-Rod's a different alien. There are multiple aliens. It's not one, man. J-Rod is a very famous alien as well, but this is Bob. So J-Rod is at Area 51 was supposedly like from the perhaps crash at Roswell. Well, the two stories, well, Bob Lazar, I don't believe has ever mentioned the term J-Rod. And I've seen everything that Bob Lazar has put out multiple times. He's never mentioned that word. So whatever program of which he was a part, he was in advanced propulsion. He was not in the EBE, the extraterrestrial biological entity portion of it, which is different. So, but when it comes to alien autopsy, there were a lot of these that went around, especially during the 90s, to kind of fake people out on what the real one would be. So the Bob alien, though, there was on Reddit, I believe it still stands. There's a very famous clip of an alien. There are two clips. One is just this clip looking up at an alien, and it blinks, or it is just staring at you, from the 1950s. And there was an offer that was put out on Reddit, and it still stands, I believe. It was $10,000 last I checked, and it had been up for years, that no one could discredit this video of Bob the alien. So I'll send you that video, and then I'll also send you the Top Secret UFO video. Now, there is a video of what is purported to be J-Rod it's called the Alien Interview at Area 51. And I've watched that one as well. I'm going to tell you, that one has been, there's a lot more evidence, I would say, that one is a hoax than what Bob is. So that one, I think, the one that shows J-Rod, I'm not saying J-Rod isn't real. I think J-Rod is real. I'm just saying I don't think that we have him on camera. that's the thing. If you've ever seen that one, supposedly,
Even if these things were real, who would believe them anyway?
well, that's what the government says. There's a it's kind of funny. I heard this story one time. It was like a meme, but basically, somebody was at a Wendy's in, let's say, Steubenville, Ohio. I don't know where it was, but they're at a Wendy's in Steubenville, Ohio, just eating their lunch. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Bill Murray, the actor, walks up to them, takes a French fry, dips it in their ketchup, eats it, looks him dead in the eye, and says, "No one will ever believe you," and then walks away. And that's kind of a funny thing because they're right. Any rational person, well, like if you were a really close friend of that person, you might believe them. But they're telling that story at a coffee or wine and cheese party, and it's like, yeah. So this one time I was at a Wendy's and somebody took a French fry, or Bill Murray took a French fry and ate it and told me no one will ever believe you. Like, are you supposed to believe that story? I mean, it's kind of far-fetched. And in the same way, when you get a far-fetched story like advanced propulsion aliens coming from interdimensionally, perhaps, or interstellarly, definitely, to visit us, it's so crazy that people don't want to believe it, so they just frankly like to live in the world in which they live and kind of keep their head buried in the sand, like the analogy of an ostrich. Well, and that's what I think we are. Well, from what I know, I mean, at least angel in Hebrew means messenger. And I think that could have potentially been what ancient people tried to use to describe the phenomenon of the UFO that they couldn't previously describe.
Oh, good straw there by Barbara straw. Beautiful straw.
What a people certainly can confuse things when they see them in the sky.
I was just going to say, right? Looked like she stunned herself.
Yeah, stunned herself and then big drop on it. You got to sprawl hard on top of your opponent.
Nice shoulder strike, right?
McGregor didn't change that, huh? Yeah, he did. Now people don't just do it to kind of distract you. They do it to hurt you.
You've had what?
I've actually had the encounter with an angel.
I mean, the head position with Somanara.
Talk to me about it.
The way that she is controlling underhooks and making sure her body and her head is lowered and Barbara is very impressive.
Chris Holt's work, Danny Castillo being joined in the Barber corner by Guillermo Faria de Souza tonight.
Still one of the saddest stories in all MMA over. He's so good, man. And that's such a bright future. It was like 6 seconds or something, wasn't it?
Former Ultimate Fighter winner.
I mean, Barbara must be going in with her elbows up. Because every time they enter into position, from Bernard, they get the feet under her. And she's got to kind of control herself a little bit when she enters.
Oh, nice knee from Somanara.
It's an interesting overhead. No, it's just Macy just turns everything into a ball. Everything's going to be an amazing Barber fight.
Wow. What did it look like?
What's your match there by Barber? Look at that. That's good. Remember earlier I was saying instead of keeping your leg up in the air, you want to put your foot on the mat and get grounded. That's
And what did it look
You
like?
would expect that, right? Straight out of the outfield with all those high-level wrestlers.
It was actually here, right for that window. It's illuminated right like okay, got a base.
Seminar staying poised under pressure as usual.
That's my fault. Right,
Close around 4.5 minutes. Seminar with hands clasped, perhaps trying to get a late takedown here.
Right.
Barber staying well balanced. Good knee up the middle by Barber.
Wow.
Oh, good right hand to take by Caitlin.
I would imagine so. That'd be quite an experience. Like an internal one.
For a limited time, new customers get over 45% off at drink.com. That's 36 bottles for just 36 bucks. Only $1 per bottle.
Why is everyone talking about Navarre? Nasal irrigation. I was dealing with some just bad nasal congestion, post-nasal drip. Navarre is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navarre is a drug-free way to freshen up allergies. Use this in drug using colored substance. During your report,
Where was this?
so you can breathe better, snore less, and feel healthy. 2-3 minutes of my time, and I'm not I can breathe. Navarre, clean nose, healthy life.
It's lunchtime and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can review his list. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Next Saturday, time to box a long-term with Archie Tagore in a high-stakes matchup of ranked heavyweights from the UFC picks. 6-5 main card hits at 7 p.m. Eastern. Next Saturday, March 16th, only on ESPN+. All right, round two of possible three here. That is Macy Barber in white, Caitlin Sherman in the black. Joe Sherman on longer clinching is not here round two.
That's solid advice. Barber's been able to bully her and push her around. The table on the outside is excellent range. Oh, straight right.
That's true.
And it only happens when you keep Barber away from it. Because when you look at their technique and their striking, some are much cleaner and much more efficient. Look at that. Land is beautiful combination. But it's when it gets dirty where they see Barber shine.
And that's what she tries to do in every fight. For Caitlin on the outside, use that length, use that jab, those long front kicks as well.
Good counter right there by Seminar.
No, nothing like that. What makes you call that an angel? I'm not saying it's not. It's probably the most similar thing to an angel I've ever heard. But what makes you call that an angel?
Keeping that distance now. Every time Barber goes to the clinch, slipping away.
Good vision defensively by the fourth-ranked Seminar. Oh, nice left hand by Seminar. Having a good couple minutes here.
A good timing, too.
That left to the
I got you.
She lays the right hand up top.
I got you.
Left to the bottom on Barber.
Now, Barber's now having a hard time closing the distance. We also have to consider how much energy she expended in that first round, working for takedowns, working on clinch, trying to control Caitlin. Caitlin landed a good right kick to the body there.
All right, let us now check in with the coach, Dean Thomas. Dean.
Yeah, Barber is such a brute, and she's having a hard time with the distance because she's punching too soon when people are out. So she's punching and switching her feet and throwing combinations because the stretching. She's never going to hit them coming there that way. She's going to have to slow down a little bit, pump the jab, and work her way in. But throwing them combinations from so far out is really going to get her in trouble. This is where she needs to be. This is where she pumps and sets the wrong one. She's got that seat up with the right arm, trying to lock the hands. She's got to find a way to pull Seminar off the octagon. You got to get her out to the center a little bit where she's got a chance to work like that.
Nicely done. Taking right back up to her feet.
Barber credited with a takedown for the first time tonight under 2 minutes now to go in round 2. We mentioned the major foot reconstruction for Macy Barber and a bunionectomy. So this is her first fight since a demolition against Amanda Ebos last June in Jacksonville.
Seminar doing a really good job of hand fighting, not allowing Barber
It
to
happens.
drag her to the mat.
It happens. It's really increased since
It's like in these small moments
October.
that she's missing, though. When Seminar starts to turn back towards it, when she needs to hook the leg and try to take her down. Seminar is very aware of what Macy's trying to do.
And this is an interesting round of score, right? Caitlin was scoring on the outside, doing much better with striking exchanges, but Macy was able to initiate the clinch and land some good shots from there. But now here we have Sermonara at her turnaround move. And the takedown that she got credit for, she really wasn't able to get the offensive shots to save.
So if you're Seminar, the moment your back gets back to the center of the outcome, try to break the leg.
Yeah.
Because your best chance is out the open.
Absolutely grueling fight. We'll see who is the fresher fighter in the third round, which lies ahead. Late takedown for Barber.
That's big.
Some ground strikes for good measure. Round 3.
If you're like I was, you're tired of worn-out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and they're uncomfortable to roll on. I found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat. Private.
Like demon possession? I do not. I can tell you maybe traditionally, certainly people did. But I think probably people would more have mental health issues nowadays. I don't necessarily agree that it's something nefarious on like an underworld level that is affecting people. I said
Barber got a little bit over aggressive. Barber was gesturing at the tape on her hand before the round started, trying to get the referee's attention, but he didn't really take note of it. So it doesn't seem like it's loose. Or at least not a problem. She's got like more tape on her thumb than I normally see. Look at all that tape on her thumb.
Yeah.
Nobody has that much tape on their thumb. So Bernard didn't do that any. So maybe the tape slipped or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Keith Trimble from Belmore Kickboxing Academy. Chief of his corner. Seminar tonight alongside her husband.
I plan on doing it the remainder of my life, God willing. I hope so.
Very close fight. Oh, nice.
Hey, somebody's got to do it.
When she throws with intent to knock you out. Every single time.
Nice strength in the clinch there by Sermonara.
No, I'm a single man. Never married. How about you?
Get your UFC experience to the next level from Diamond Discounts. To travel saving benefits, there's something for everyone. So to UFC.com. To sign up for the new.
Yeesh. Yeah, no, I had intentions to marry, have children prior to the pandemic, and then I started this, and I still do have those intentions, but I've just put them on hold. Definitely, it's hot out there for right.
You should really answer those commands, though, from Guinness to steal a lot of offense from Barber during round 3.
Sure. Easy. Calm down.
I feel like that's one of the things
Right.
that honest Bernard for a long time in her career is she lands so clean, but it never feels like she's trying to put you up. She's like landing the score like that, right? She'll land that 1-2, but then watch the difference in the intent when Barber attacks, right?
Well, and that is something we see that Sonora acknowledged in our fighter meeting. 14 of her 16 UFC fights coming in have gone the full distance.
She's not really known for her power. No, you know, that's sometimes
I'll be right back.
especially with the leg. Yeah, you don't have the musculature. Yeah, it's like she scored so much that if she had some power, then she could be putting people off. But you know, it's like everybody power something that you either have it or you don't. Yeah, you have it or you don't have it. Like, even if the 40 just has, when he throws the best, that dude is off. Oh my goodness. Perfect technique. Yeah, he's so good. Oh, nice quick shoot there by Minksy.
So Barber credited with another takedown there. Her fourth in as many attempts. It's a dirty boxing late. What a fight between Macy Barber and Caitlin Sonora. We anxiously await the scorecard. Official decision coming up from Miami.
Tomorrow, that's International Women's Day at the Museum of Black American Art, 6 to 8 Alamitos Avenue, Long Beach. The Bolas featuring Black artisans from 1 to 3 p.m. Admission to Bolas is free on Sunday. More information at mola.org. In Orange County, with you, there is the
The UFC 299 prelims are presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to drink responsibly. Looking back at some of the championships for the local Marlins in 1997, 2003. How about Mikey Lowell front and center there? Multiple-time World Series champion. Marlins winning those championships in their 5th 11 years in existence. All right, so we got number 6 versus number 4 here in the women's flyweight division, in which they are all chasing Alexis Rosso, who's actually announced this week. Alexis Rosso and Valentina Shevchenko will be your coaches on season 32 of the Ultimate. Big official decision forthcoming with response.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for the decision. The judges for the contest, 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for the winner. By unanimous decision,
That is an absolute bulldog. Macy Barber has won 6 consecutive fights. She is 9-2 in the UFC. Maybe it's a main event next. She is on the brink of a world title shot. Congratulations to Macy, the future guard. While the UFC returns to St. Louis, Missouri for the first time since January 2018 at the Enterprise Center, May 11th. Tickets for this event go on sale March 22nd at Ticketmaster.com. Soon, and this will be simulcast on both ESPN and ESPN Plus with a 7 p.m. Eastern main card on May 11th. The UFC 299 prelims are presented by Bubba. All right, so as we get ready for the heavyweight DC, earlier this year, most of our fan base probably saw this. In his native Salvador Bahia, Brazil, Jailton Almeida competed in a charity match with a man who has Down syndrome. That man is Alvaro Borges. What a gesture from Malia Gino, the budding heavyweight contender, DC.
You know, to be able to allow for this young man to live his dream, you know, this is very special by Jailton Almeida, and it shows me that he's very aware of not only what it means to these type of this kid, but also his position in the world of fighting, right? Because he gave that kid a very special moment to fight one of the baddest men on the planet. And look at the smile on this young man's face. It almost brings tears to your face.
It really is amazing. It's beautiful he did that. It's a beautiful gesture.
Diego Sanchez, of course, did something similar back in the day. Well, we're on the pay-per-view top of the hour. First, our featured prelim and a huge fight in the grand scheme of things among the big men of the UFC. Well, whether he fights Jailton Almeida on the feet or the mat, so his blades expect to hold the upper hand and also win tonight will produce that elusive first shot at the World Cup. Two of the top grapplers in the UFC's heavyweight division, Curtis Blades and Jailton Almeida, collided in an intriguing showdown that could be contested anywhere over the next 15 minutes, but if it does hit the mat, fight fans are likely to see who emerges as the top ground fighter in the division.
Really high-level grappler, and I'm inspired to prove I'm the best. Hoje à noite eu quero ter o Curtis Blade no meu jogo. Eu gostaria no meu jogo, né? Ele pagava as profundas. Ele disse que é o melhor grappler da divisão. Essa noite eu vou mostrar que é o melhor grappler da divisão.
As motivated as ever to earn that elusive shot at championship gold, Curtis Blades' resume speaks for itself. Finishes of Alistair Overeem, Junior Dos Santos, and Chris Dawkins have highlighted his run in the UFC thus far. And with a win over interim champ Tom Aspinall also on his ledger, Blades has his storyline in motion.
I've beaten a lot of legends in the heavyweight division. And my goal is and always will be to get a title shot.
A breakout star from Season 5 of Dana White's Contender Series, Jailton Almeida's rise to the top of the heavyweight division has been nothing short of spectacular. And after beating Jairzinho Rosenstrike and Derek Lewis on Ridgeway Purple's 6-0 UFC record, he is on the verge of entering the title race. Now, Curtis Blades firmly in his tracks.
Eu vou ter que falar para esse Deus de evitar que ele sabe que eu sou um cara muito perigoso, né? Se ele der uma brecha para mim, eu vou buscar uma faixa de finalização.
Well, it's pretty crazy that this fight is not on pay-per-view, but standing room only at UFC 299, and here is the oncoming force, Jailton Almeida. His winning streak is 15, a man who has realized success in multiple UFC divisions. And Megan, he does not believe Curtis Blades is going to be able to keep up with his pace here tonight.
He certainly does not. He said this is a battle of two different grapplers, and he believes he has the edge when it comes to the dances, but also when it comes to the striking. This is someone who just enjoys the fight, as you can see with this walkout. Learned a lot, though, from that last fight in November against Derek Lewis. He talked to us, he said, listen, it didn't really go as planned, but that experience against a much heavier guy with so much knockout power really taught me a lot. I am a better fighter for it. Always better to learn off of a win than a loss. But Jailton here, with the winning set, is going to come down to the grappling battle here.
Absolutely. It's the Jailton Almeida. He said that while Curtis Blades is a tremendous wrestler, he said he's seen guys like Alistair Overeem take him down. He said maybe that was a surprise factor. But he said he will be relentless in the idea he's going to score takedowns, and that is going to allow him to get ahead of Curtis Blades. He's very aware also, John, of the title picture, knowing that John Jones is deeply outfighting. Tom Aspinall, the interim champion, wants to get active. He feels like if he can get the job done tonight, he hopes Aspinall wants to fight in Brazil later in the year, or he said he'd be willing to go to London to fight him for that interim championship. High stakes for him.
Right, it was a hard road to the UFC for Jailton Almeida. He is now on the cusp of title contention. Just inject all of that Mortal Kombat right into my goddamn veins. Curtis Blades making a run for his 18th UFC appearance. And Joe, twice in the UFC, he has put together 4 fight wins. One of the better heavyweights, more accomplished heavyweights who have never fought for the UFC championship. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches this particular challenge.
Well, also, unlike Jailton Almeida, there's no thought whatsoever of him ever being fighting at 205. Almeida is one of the relatively smaller guys in the heavyweight division, whereas Curtis is a legitimate big 261 with high-level grappling and knockout power. If he can put it together tonight, a victory over Jailton Almeida, especially after Almeida had a fairly lackluster performance, even his victory against Derek Lewis, could be absolutely huge for Curtis. Curtis has real power, and if he can stuff that takedown and land big shots on the feet like we've seen him do, this could be a huge night for him tonight.
It could be a massive night for Curtis Blades. And Curtis Blades knocked both of Jailton Almeida the title in taken. Again, the Tom Aspinall the man, Curtis Blades has a victory over him. I understand it was a tricky type of situation, but it does lend itself to believe it. Title shots are earned when the opportunity is right. Curtis Blades can put himself in a really unique situation. And a win tonight is the guy on the short list to fight the interim champion, Tom Aspinall.
One night ride in Miami could be a title fight for the winner of this one. Taylor King brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Curtis Blades, slight underdog tonight, is 33. Brazilian Jailton Almeida is 32. Blades taller by an inch. You see the discrepancy in weight, 1 inch in reach for the American Curtis Razor Blades. Right now for the intros, back inside the Bruce Buck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 pounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a big Barcelona, holding professional record. What you win? 2 offers. He stands 63 inches tall, weighing in at 241 pounds. Fighting out of Salvador here in Brazil. Presenting the number 7 UFC heavyweight contender in the world, Jailton Almeida. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a big Barcelona, holding professional record, 17 wins, 4 losses, 1 contest. He stands 64 inches tall, weighing in at 257 pounds. Fighting out of Chicago, Illinois, presenting the UFC heavyweight contender in the world,
This fight initially was to be a UFC main event last November. Blades had to pull out of that fight. Derek Lewis stepped in, and Jailton Almeida got past the Black Beast over 5 hard rounds. This fight was
Orange Drive to Highland Avenue, closed. Orange Drive from Hollywood Boulevard to Lanewood Avenue, the north sidewalk of Hollywood Boulevard.
And it is our featured premium here at UFC 299. Jailton Almeida in yellow. Curtis Blades is in black.
As I watch Jailton Almeida get more settled into heavyweight, I know he's not as big as the rest, but I don't know that this dude was like 205 pounds anymore. He's huge.
There he is. Shoots from way out. Legs with a pretty good sprawl there.
But Jailson understands that he can run you to the octagon side. He'll keep trying. As Curtis keeps the under, he cannot let Almeida get his hand blocked. If I'm Jailson right here, I'm starting to step left and attack a single. There it is. Right up to the opposite side. Beautiful job by Jailson Almeida.
Already working his way to the mat for his blades, at least partially.
This is not good.
Dude, we have more light in here. What up, James Slammer? How are you doing, baby? Hope you living like a peasant. Wah, wah, wah.
It's just so scary for a big man. You don't get
Hey, JH, do you use Twitter? Excellent. Well, we've got some people in Twitter space right now. In fact, the developer of the coin, he's a big deal. He was in a recent MMA fight versus Bitcoin. Did you see that? Yeah, so this happened like 2 weeks ago, Friday, something like that, and he did really well. He knocked down one of the top 10 crypto influencers, like just punched him in the face and knocked him out, and did really well. So we're all really proud of him. And the coin that, like that, where this Telegram is doing really, really well. I mean, like all-time highs. So it's really bullish, really exciting. There's some terms you're going to hear that you probably don't normally hear in society. Normally, bullish is very good, like a bull market. Bearish is very bad. FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Jeeting is like a positive thing. It's like there's just words you're going to hear that normally people don't use, but they're using crypto. So, yeah, good stuff. In crypto trading, jeeting, someone who sells pretty much no matter what. A compressed pronunciation of the word you and e. Oh no. So jeeting is a person who sells anything and everything in crypto community. So jeeting and FUD is bad. Alpha is good. So like alpha is like positive. Jeeting is when you sell. FUDing is when you add fear and uncertainty or doubt into a conversation. So we are about alpha. We are very bullish. We are anti-bearish. We are anti-cheating. We are anti-FUD. The main event is supposed to be in 15 minutes or so. So that's very exciting. James Slammerin, you may not hear this. If you do, cool. I bought a new phone just to be able to stream on Twitter Spaces. Hopefully it's coming in clear. And if it works, great. I had these other phones, I had old iPhone 8s that I was using. They would end up freezing up. What up, Playboy? How you living, baby? We're streaming UFC right here. No need to pay for it. Why give pay-per-view your money when you can watch it for free with your favorite rabbi? Hell yeah, baby. I love you guys.
When you finished watching the Lewis fight, it felt like you didn't see the best of Jailson Almeida. And when you main event for the first time, that's what you want to feel.
Hell yeah, Jimmy Clams. Jimmy Clams is in this bitch. We got Jimmy Clams in here. Welcome. We're happy you're here. Hey, Fomakev. Fomakev, how you doing? Dog, we got a Twitter space going right now. I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's a video space, so you can watch the fight with everybody else. And it's live on Twitter. I just put, hell yeah. Hell yeah, more likes watching Rabbi stream the fight. So, Fomakev, if you can, go to the link that I put in the Telegram, and you'll be able to watch it live.
Don't rush it. Just take it down. You saw the game against the best sport, right? If you feel that you can land some in, do it. If you can hurt him a little.
Hell yeah, dude, Fomakev is in both. Fomakev is a legend. Oh, you're wonderful. That's tight as fuck.
You're doing very well. First round was very good. Second round's gonna be good. We're gonna catch him this round. Well, next Saturday we have more heavyweight action as Type 2 Vasa locks up with Mark Sheen Segura. In the main event of the UFC 8, that's 6-5 main card. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern next Saturday, March 16th. That is only on ESPN Plus. The coach Dean Thomas likely to be there. Dino, what do you got?
You know, I'm not sure I agree with Almeida's corner on this in terms of the wrestling. I get he dominated him, and he looks good. But if you don't hurt your opponent's always still going to be right in there with you. You have to hurt your opponent. Just wrestling on him is not enough.
Damn. There you go.
Just like that, Almeida's 15-fight winning streak is a thing of the past. Razor blade.
Wow, shocker. Complete domination the first round. What did Curtis catch him with? Curtis said,
Wow, let us take a look back at it. A look at tonight's freaky fast finish brought to you by Chili John.
I mean, I don't know that he hit him with much. He just shot. He didn't hit him to drop him. He just shot. And
the uppercut.
Oh, he hit him with an uppercut?
Yeah, with an uppercut. And he went, I think he caught him right on the chin. I think he caught him with that uppercut and already had him hurt. But these are beautiful hammer fists. Let's see it again. Can we see it
Bring
again?
it back a little bit more, yeah.
Let's go back from the time that Almeida shot. Because I think Curtis caught him in an uppercut. Right here.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a hammer fist. Yeah, it's just a hammer fist. With Jayota taking a bad shot, desperate to try to get a takedown. And Curtis Blake said, "The hell with this. I'm just going to start punching. Because I know if I don't start punching, this guy's ultimately going to take me down and he's going to rise him." Look at this right here. He's trying to frame him off. Jayota goes down again, trying to shoot. He just starts letting hammer fist go. Now, Jayota thinks he's safe here. And then eventually one goes, whoa, rung the bell. Oh, my goodness, I'm going out. Almeida never recognized that he was getting hurt. That's up to Curtis Blades to let this fly.
The experienced Curtis Blades staying calm at the moment. We are back to Miami in 30 seconds after this word from Jack Sports.
What up, Safe and Cozy? I like your name. I like being safe and cozy myself. I consider myself safe and cozy when I'm amongst my Sproto bros and sisters. Shout out to all my Sproto family. Hey, Jay, dog, you should get in this Twitter space. Can you hear better now? You should get in this space if you can. There are some people from the community there. I'll send the link in the Telegram. Did you know that Twitter offers video spaces now? It's quite an interesting little setup they have. So I've got one going and I'm streaming the fight there. And we have some other people for our community. Wapowu, how are you? Wapowu. Wapowu. I want you to know that we have a Twitter space going right now. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Please join it. And the reason why I want you to join it is because we got Morelight in there, who's our developer. He's also one of the leaders of this coin, and it's a big deal. So, JH, you do the same. I just put the link in the chat, and you can stay in the chat too here, JH, but I want you to get... Oh, tight, you're listening anonymously. Wow, you're fancy, JH. Wait, JH, can you see my screen? Oh, tight, so you have an iOS device, right? Do you have an iOS device, an Apple device? Oh, no, wait. So you have an Android device, but you can see my screen? Oh, maybe they did an update. Hey, Sari, how are you? Yo, dog. Thanks. I appreciate it. How are you? How was your day going? No, I know. I heard you the first time. Hey, we're watching UFC 299. Do you have a favorite? When does Benoit fight? I'm not sure. Probably coming up. We got... I don't know if I can hear you. I can tell you this though. We've got a Twitter space going. If you're interested in joining, it has a video capability, so that's quite exciting. I'll put...
Do you still allow yourself to fall in love? Do you do intentional dating?
Well, circumstances surrounding the first contest between Marlon Cheeto Berry and Sugar Sean O'Malley.
Seattle Supersonics. Dog, do you like Sean Kemp and Gary Payton? Sari, do you like Sean Kemp and Gary Payton?
Their rematch from March 9th presents the opportunity to remove all doubt.
Do you like Sean Kemp and Gary Payton of the Seattle Supersonics?
4-second exhale. An opportunity.
You're absolutely right. Apologies there. I think JH just asked you a question. Do you like the Seattle Supersonics?
She does very good. He beats some really, really good guys.
Oh, they were an NBA team a long time ago. He was making a joke. NBA, like basketball? Oh, tight. You're cool. Well then, excellent. It should be coming up. Just for a moment. Let me look that up for you. You're welcome. Sure, man. All right. It looks like Fight Center. All right. And Benoit. You're looking. Okay, you want Benoit St. Denis, right? That's 1, 2, 3. That's in 4 fights. Hey, no problem, man. You got it, baby. Hey, man, I just want world peace. I don't want any war anymore. I think we can agree on that. Absolutely. Hey, Sari, we're in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So whenever you want to connect, we're here. Whenever there's a big MMA match, we're here. And if there's ever any type of MMA that you want to watch, let me know, and we'll put it on in here for you. Absolutely, baby. Take care, my friend.
And a world title for his native Ecuador. Here's the pay-per-view main card coming up 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Star power across the board.
Wow, this is a big lineup they got coming in here. This is big time. I'm excited. If Jay, you don't know who Tempura is my man. He's in here all the time, just being himself, just quiet. He just watches. One of my favorite things in the entire world, and I mean this, if y'all can hear this too, and I understand everybody's got their own nightly routine, but when we get a bunch of people in here and they fall asleep on stream, I love it. It makes me feel like we're all connected, and sometimes people snore on stream, and it's funny. I won't name names, but what up, Matt? How are you? Welcome. Matt just came in and out, just dipped his toe in, came back. Okay, short break in progress. Please stay tuned. Hey guys, it's your favorite rabbi here. Guess what? This fight is like hundreds of dollars, and we're not gonna pay a dime for it. Not a fucking penny. Why? Because that's some bullshit. If anybody knows how to do this, it's so fucking easy. Shout out to all my LimeWire homies, all my Napster friends from back in the day. So it's a short break in progress. Please stay tuned, which we're doing. Sometimes you have to go to a different thing, but I think it's all going to be streamed on the same thing. So it's pretty tight. The worst part of this is I sometimes have to refresh it. There you go. It's already back. Can't beat that.
We are in Miami, Florida, outside the Kaseya Center. I'm Megan Levy alongside Tail Sutton and Anthony Smith. And guys, it has been an incredible night of fighting thus far. But to get us started, we have unbelievable highlights from the heavyweight division. Tail, Curtis Blades just got his hand raised. But we're finished number 13.
Well, thank you for letting me take this. Well, I don't know his time. I'm talking about the opponent here. Almeida set a record in the first round with 9 takedowns. He went for the same takedown. Was the first in the fifth, or was the first round? And this time, Curtis stopped it. He off on the head. This result in a finish. And he came and finished the first place, who was dominated in the first round. I mean, what a difference around to make. I know what the court said in between. Curtis Blades was supposed to be out. Curtis, by the way, he called out the first action call. I don't know if that's a likely correction, but I think it was an appropriate call. And I do like to see Curtis get a little praise for this victory.
He came into this one. He came into this one number 5. Obviously, the title is in his sights, but Anthony, Cuba has a legitimate heavyweight contender here. It's Morales, the Spain, what is it?
Cuba absolutely has a heavyweight prospect. This puts them move like he should be moving. And way too big to move the way he does. He has knockout power in the heavyweight division, moving backwards off balance. Shouldn't be able to knock people out like that. It's amazing.
Absolutely unbelievable. 5 career fights, 5 finishes. But guys, you can't let you go without getting your predictions. Chael, Kevin Holland, the veteran, taking on the organizational newcomer in Michael Johnson.
And I know a lot about MVP. I really follow this career. I believe in him. Typically, guys don't perform their best in their debut. I've taken Kevin Holland. But yeah, I'll go with Kevin Holland. He's been for a long time. He's been in big fights. And I think he's going to perform tonight.
All right, what about this opening event scheduled for 5 rounds? Dustin Poirier and Benoit Saint-Denis.
Every time you're dancing, that is very close. I know close, except for this one. Dustin Poirier. He's getting this man to fight for a title in his last fight. These are not even close. It's number 12. It's number 3. The odds make it point. Everybody's going Poirier. Yeah, I'll go with Dustin Poirier. I think shoulder hit getting flipped and maybe getting knocked out. I just don't see where. I don't see where Benoit fight at all. I think Poirier's better everywhere.
All right, in our main event, Chael, I gotta know who wins the rematch.
It starts with O'Malley. He's going to get it done. This is going to be back and forth. This is fight of the night. Some people say fight the year possible, but it should be a
.com/UTV.
This program is sponsored by Bet365.
Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. Once a no
There's a new hit show in town. A dazzling display of firepower that is lighting up the bantamweight division. With a raw blend of attitude, superstar charisma, and straight savagery. He boasts the highest strike rate in the division's history, the largest strike differential, and his tour de force to win the title was loud enough for everyone to hear. Welcome to the Sugar Show. Tonight, the UFC returns to the vibrant shorelines of Miami, Florida. Magic City is the stage for one of the most anticipated fights of the year. Because when you talk nasty, you're talking about Ecuador's deadly. Whereas the most finishes in bantamweight history, the most submission attempts, and the most knockdowns. Ecuador, stand up, because your boy is here to do it again.
I'm gonna break him. I'm gonna kick his ass. I'm gonna make him quit. It won't be the first time that he really said that on his schedule.
First, one of the fiercest competitors in UFC history and a massive fan favorite who has torn the house down time and again since debuting a dozen years ago, is ready to confront a blistering hot groundbreaker from France, whom nobody wants to face, riding a 5-fight win streak and representing the new wave of covers at lightweight, boasting a 100% finish rate. It is the god of war himself. Plus, the partition has finally come down for England's own MVP. One of the most exhilarating strikers in combat sports makes his highly anticipated UFC debut against an explosive and brash contender who happens to be the rudest kind of welcoming party. It's getting hot in South Beach, and the blood is beginning to boil, for the Sugar Show is rolling through town. And if he connects, the credits will roll too. Tonight, from the sold-out Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida, it's UFC 299, O'Malley versus Vera 2, and it starts.
Short documentaries and long documentaries. There's a lot of very long movies. They're perfect.
3 films have the most nominations this year.
Dateline Miami! South Florida has long been an MMA hotbed, and after the UFC made a major imprint here last year, the combat sports leader is back for more. This time with a fight card that holds up to any pay-per-view lineup that has preceded it. Earlier tonight, the men on the marquee made their way to the Kaseya Center. This week, all eyes have been on the newly minted bantamweight king, Sean O'Malley. Pressure may be a privilege, but there is plenty of that. O'Malley's shortest son, and he wants to remain elected in a division full of absolute killers. Among them, the division's all-time best finisher, Ecuador's Marlon Chico Vera. He has been on the roster for nearly 10 years as well. Finally, in his 23rd UFC start, he gets a chance to produce his ultimate championship moment. No adjectives can properly describe the atmosphere inside this arena tonight. Standing room only, we are sold out for one of the biggest pay-per-view fights of all time. Live from the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida, USA, this is UFC 299, O'Malley versus Vera 2, presented by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of UFC. Closed captioning for tonight's telecast is available, and if you'd like to watch UFC 299 in Spanish, that option is also available here on ESPN+. And with that, thank you for being with us for UFC 299. I'm John Anderson. The Sugar Show has descended upon the 305. UFC bantamweight champion Sean O'Malley has star power to be sure, but largely it has been built by his fighting style and his penchant for knocking people clean out. But of course, if the Sugar era is to continue beyond tonight, he will have to avenge his only career defeat to the wildly popular and competitive Marlon Chico Vera. Absolute pleasure to welcome my broadcast partner, Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier.
headline this thing this year, O'Malley. Miami is always on fire. The city loves the boy. They love the fight too. I look even prettier in Miami.
You may need to move here. You can live here in California.
Absolutely not.
All right, as we dive into the main event, these fight odds are presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. Sean O'Malley is the biggest betting favorite on this fight card here tonight, minus 260. The comeback on Marlon Chito Vera is at plus 210. And here we go, folks. This is a rematch of a fight that first took place at UFC 252 back in 2020. But tonight, the stakes have been raised. Titles on the line. Sean O'Malley's first defense.
It's very interesting that Sean O'Malley is such a big favorite considering that Chito beat him in the first fight, but it shows you how good this man is and how much better he gets with every fight. He's the complete package. He's got style. He's got charisma, focus, determination, discipline, and knockout power. And he is a sniper. And he's so dedicated and so driven to become not just a defending champion, but the best to ever do it. And he's got a real shot at that. But tonight, he has to get past the only man to beat him, Marlon Chito Vera.
Yeah, Marlon Chito Vera, for everything you said about Sean O'Malley, Chito Vera lives the same life. He trains as hard as anyone you know. Any city we go to, you might see Chito just running because he runs miles and miles and miles. He loves to be conditioning himself to become a champion. He has started a long time ago in Latin America. He never would have thought that Chito Vera would be in this position. But his consistency, his commitment to the sport has allowed for him to develop a fight style that has got him on the cusp and on the verge of becoming a bantamweight champion in the UFC's featherweight division.
So much intensity on this rivalry. They have been in each other's bracket before. There's a lot of mutual respect. But certainly they will table that as they engage tonight over 25 minutes in the game to decide the UFC Bantamweight Championship of the world. All right, that brings us to the co-main event. Caution, flammable, two of the best lightweights in the world. DC are ready to engage, and we will find out tonight if Ben Rothschild is ready for prime time as he takes on your fellow Louisiana Dustin Poirier.
Lafayette, Louisiana, stand up. Dustin the Diamond is in the octagon again tonight. Look, Dustin Poirier is as professional. It is as dangerous as anyone the lightweight division has ever seen. This guy has dynamite in his hands. He has fought the best of the best. He's been an interim champion. He fought for the BMF championship. He has fought and defeated so many great lightweights, and he is happy to welcome Benoit Saint-Denis to the elite of the division. Dustin says he is not ready to move quite yet. Benoit's got it in.
But he is facing in Benoit Saint-Denis one of the most savage contenders to ever compete in any division. This man is a former Special Forces officer who is a straight-up killer inside the octagon. He has phenomenal finishing ability, both in his ground game and in his stand-up, and a killer instinct and drive that is second to none. And that's what makes this fight so intense and so exciting.
It's all coming your way on pay-per-view right here, right now. And as you know, we never take your viewership for granted. UFC 299 starts right now. UFC 299, O'Malley versus Vera 2 is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of UFC. By DraftKings Sportsbook.
This program is sponsored by Bet365.
So they changed the name of the game to the front and center.
Get ready. TNT Sports is lighting up the night with blockbuster battles. Thunder explosions, lightning fast music, seven battles, each with its own narrative. Every bout carries a weight of destiny. Witness the passion that fuels champions.
But you also have to figure out a way to combat that tech being used for bad.
Gear up for a night where every hit, every victory makes history. This is Boxing Express, a night of champions on TNT Sports.
On to the team who is first.
So then, it's about winning or losing, right? More than that, it's about...
Fighting DNA is more than a gaffer. It's about Tom got some decent players. It's about having a good keeper.
And that's not something you can just learn overnight.
Again, it's the game.
Whatever it's about for you, Sky Bet account has got a free bet on this weekend's football and a free bet on Cheltenham next week. Sky Bet, that's betting better.
Does that answer your question?
This program is sponsored by Bet365.
Yo, what's going on, period? We're live on YouTube. Or on Twitter. You know what Twitter is? Yo, dog, you're like the guy from Rick and Morty. I like your Rick and Morty PSP. How you living, baby?
Сонг не сделает себе имя на мне, потому что я вернулся для того, чтобы доказать себе и побить Сонга и вернуться к титульному гонку.
A punishing force who rose to the top of the bantamweight class by living up to his no-mercy nickname. Russia's Shogun owned statement-making wins over Uriah Faber, Jose Aldo, and Corey Sanders, and plans on adding Sonya Dong's name to that hit list to surround.
Мое преимущество в опыте и желании вернуться на победную серию. Поэтому в эту субботу.
Already a 13-fight veteran of the UFC at the age of 26, China Sonya Dong grew up in the UFC and after 2023 wins over Ricky Simone and Chris Gutierrez, it's clear that if he can defeat Russian powerhouse Petr Yan, he will be set up for a massive 2022.
Cineva non vuoi cenare di fuoco, ci fa per finire, non solo in giura ora di come ci avrà.
According to the man himself, UFC 299 is the introduction of the sweat. The $15,000 product told me he believes that Miami and this part of canvas after a fiery face-off at yesterday's weigh-in, his confidence is at an all-time high. He told me specifically he believes his power is the difference maker. He believes he will knock out the former champion Petr Yan and put the entire division on notice that he is the best boxer at 135 pounds. Guys, he truly believes a title shot is within the sight when he, if he has it his way, will put on a show for this Miami crowd with his brand new persona.
Well, he was the youngest fighter on the roster 1 week shy of his 20th birthday when he made his UFC debut back on 2017. So it took a little while for Swaggy Song to come out of his shell, but man, he has a late 14th UFC appearance, and he brings in a 2-fight winning streak tonight. Tonight's fight description brought to you by the all-new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped, the official electric trimmer of UFC.
This man, Sonya Dong, has absolutely destructive knockout power. And speed is one of the things that I've noticed about him over the course of his career. It's just constant, consistent improvement in his combination, his ability to deliver shots, incredible physical strength, and just one of those guys that you look at and go, this could be a future champion. Absolutely. Sonya Dong is a tremendous athlete. From everything he does, from his punching power to his speed, his movement, Sonya Dong and Uriah Faber.
Bob Dobbs, how are you? Bob Dobbs, did you know that we have the whole crew in a video on Twitter right now? Not a Twitter Live, but a Twitter Spaces, but the video version. Wait, hold on. I want you to try it because somebody who is in there did so without an iOS device and they were able to see it, and there might have been an update. Can you please check it for me? Oh, hell yeah, baby. I'll do more than that for you. I'll wipe your ass for you when you're done if you'd like. Just one moment. I'll do anything you want. If you're going to help me, I'll help you, baby. All right, just one moment. Oh, of course. Fucking course. Just one moment.
Daniel was back in July 2020 when he stopped Jose Aldo in round 5 to realize that bantamweight championship, and at the time, looks like he might reign for a while. Some recent adversity has him on the wrong end of 3 straight. We'll see if he can get on track here tonight.
You know, I've been doing shows and we've been doing stuff like, if this Petr Yan's last dance, Petr Yan does, who could fight against
Corey Sanhagen wins. Then lose to Alex O'Malley and in the Rock and not be sitting in the same situation. He was competitive in all this fight. He doesn't look like he's losing the step. The owner Jan.
Bob Dobbs, I just sent it in the messages. If you would check it out. Hey, yo, the guys from Rick and Morty, you can check it out as well. I see Bob Dobbs just said, read. I'm going to reply to him. And I just did. I just fucking did. Kids, we're going to get an update from Bob Dobbs soon. Everyone's really excited about it. Oh, Yo-Yo puts up the shield. Yo-Yo puts up the shield. How did I do what? Oh, wait a second. Are you in the chat? Are you in the Twitter space? Can you see video? Darn it. Okay. That's all right. We got you in here. I'm happy you're here. Welcome, everyone. Come on in. We're watching UFC 299. We've got a Twitter shield going on. Tango, we'll be able to talk to you once this Twitter shield is gone.
I can barely hear you. Maybe you're not talking.
I'm not talking into that one. I'm talking to this one.
No issues on the scale for the man, and they enter the octagon with an identical reach of 67 inches. All right, now for the introductions, here is Bruce.
Damn, 3 a.m. Gardner joined the chat. And Tango. Tangai. Man, this chat is lit. Bob Dobbs living like a pimp all day, every day. Sideline, sideline. Bob Dobbs, get that current reply going and get that current bookmark going. Bob Dobbs, get that current reply going. Get that current bookmark going, dog. Oh my Christ, we need you to get that fucking bookmark on. Get that reply going, dog. Sending messages is not allowed on this week.
Introducing his opponent, flying out of the red corner, Foster, only professional record, 15 wins, 1 losses. He tied 97 1 tall, weighing in at 135 pounds. Flying out of the Academy of Rothschild, presenting the number 1 UFC featherweight contender in the world. No mercy.
I think I'm going to give myself a boxing nickname. From here on out, I'm going to be known as Sugar Rabbi Rothschild. Either that or Lights Out Rabbi Rothschild. Maybe Sugar Lights Out Rabbi Rothschild. So from now on, I'm going to be like Prince. I will be the artist formerly known as Rabbi Rothschild, currently known as Sugar Lights Out Rabbi Rothschild. Please adopt any boxing nickname you wish. If you feel you're marvelous, go out there and you be marvelous, more like Marky Mark. If you want to be out there with the Funky Bunch, you're more than welcome. Really, anybody out there, if you want to be Iron 7 VLS, you go do you. You go do you.
And now he's in there with a former champion.
Right now, get free access to
What an opportunity for a young man. I overhand right along the goal from Fielder now.
Yeah, what an opportunity for Fielder Yard to turn back over the game and establish his place.
Ooh. Good left hook from the John.
John always defensively responsible, hands up high.
Really? Yes. Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gone?
I never been to
John,
You can get lucky anywhere playing at Lucky Land.
You watch these guys move, man. They're so fast, they're so quick, they do everything right. I know we always talk about the skill level of the bantamweights and the flyweights, but it's a division which you can't have any flaw. No, not allowed to have deficiency. You better be good at everything, or you're going to drown. You will not survive in that weight class if you aren't well rounded. Facing early, keeping that chin tucked.
you can't let Sean get comfortable. He's got to do something to get going. The Sean is so fired up and so dangerous. And you got to think that John, coming off of those losses, at least has a slight dip in his confidence.
Nice job by Jan attacking the body there. But at least he has a guy in front of him today who's going to stand his straight. Even Sean O'Malley, was faced with striking with Fielder Jan, hurt the rest. And you know how much Sean loves to stand up and strike. That is the level at which Fielder Jan can box and strike. And he might get some Sean. Sean doing a really good job of throwing lead leg kicks. And then when he's on the receiving end, one returns every time. And he returns with big shots to Fielder Jan. Sonya Dawn coming in on back-to-back main event wins over Ricky Simone and Chris Gutierrez. Coach Dean Thomas with us all night. What do you have?
Sonya Dawn has got Fielder Jan fighting on a takedown attempt. I think that's going to eventually pay his dividends because he's selling out hard on the takedown attempt. And Jan is really fighting on that.
Good read, Dino. Good jab a moment ago from Song.
It's just the power of John. He's so imposing that as he moves forward, you're always got to be cognizant that one of those shots gets through you and keep trouble.
Join over 80 million users on the world's leading crypto app. Download the crypto.com app.
What up? What up? How are you? We're watching UFC 299. We hope you're doing well. If you want a link for it, we can provide it to you.
Oh, beautiful grappling. That was nasty, but Song just followed it. That was great grappling.
Beautiful flow. Oh, big shot.
Big shots. Fielder Jan able to get back to his feet under 30 seconds here to go down one.
He might come off that back up.
Maybe Song felt like he accomplished what he needed to take down. I mean, that's what Dean is talking about right there.
Yeah.
Those fake attempts that take down. Song building a dream. Maybe as the fight goes on, he's going to give him that feel and then throw something up the middle to try to hurt him.
All right, this corner cam is brought to you by Drive Hydration, the fastest growing beverage in history, with only 25 calories, zero added sugar, BCAAs, and electrolytes, now available at Walmart.
You have to say more. He's waiting for you. Don't kick too much. Don't roll, more fans, better. Sharp jab.
You're winning, right? Bill Knox. You're just getting fucking started, baby. Hey, shorten up that left hook. You're doing it.
Let's go. Well, the upcoming UFC Fight Pass live event schedule is loaded. 7 combat sports promotions from around the globe. First up, Fusion Fighting Championship Thursday, followed by a Friday triple header from Cage Warriors, Hollywood Fight Nights, and West. Then ADCC European Open Pro Finals, Eternal MMA, and another go to Cage Warriors on Saturday. Be the first to see the future stars of combat sports on UFC Fight. The Jan Corner did not like those first 5 minutes. On the other side, Uriah Faber contended with his pupil showing it off.
You can tell in that corner, Fiora Jan, they don't like it. A little bit of desperation, like, hey, we got to get going. We can't be behind them. We got to fake for him. We got to get the leading. Because right now, he is reacting to everything that Tony Dog is doing. Tony Dog right away gives him a fake takedown attempt, throws a combination, drives himself into the clip.
Tonight's social media post brought by Godzilla Kong, the new Empire experience on the big screen in IMAX and in theaters March 29th.
The threat of the power songs on the song post, you've seen Fiora Jan shy away from his game, which is so unusual.
That's just a takedown threat. He does not want to get taken down. Every time he saw his level change, I mean, Fiora Jan overreacts. Now he's landing the jab. He starts to front. Look at that. Right there. He always wants. Ooh, nice uppercut there.
Two of those in a 20-second span for the former champ Fiora Jan. Big overhand right for Saul.
Fiora Jan decided to dig in here.
He's going to have to.
Yeah, he is going to have to.
These guys are sure Tony Dog from walking him down. That combination he landed before, he hit a 1-2 up top and he landed a nice body shot. It's very good. But it's here is it. Every time he tries to stand his ground, some level changes and gets to his legs.
Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor face off in the new movie Roadhouse, streaming soon on Prime Video.
This is a big elbow from Fiora Jan on the forearm on the zone.
Showing elbow from Song, follows up with a jab and now a left.
Ooh, good left hand right up before that.
Starting to find his striking range midway through round 2. Jan dealing with a cave issue. Keith Peterson will allow an official to come in and cut that off.
These guys are English labs. They were bred in England to assist the fishermen.
That doing nonsense. There he is, doing nonsense.
They're very snappy. They have a broad chest, a big head.
Really starting to open up now.
It was interesting. I drove up to the end of the day.
The Tommy don't love the fight. I remember this man named this fight. He was all bloody. This dude never shied away from getting in your face to try to fight. That's the fear right there. Oh, wow.
Excellent defense by Fiora Jan. Kick to the body.
Savage jab from Jan.
At first, his name was Bear. But I can tell you that if you want to know why or how he came up with his name.
Jan doing a nice job changing up the level of the strikes here in the second round.
Students have been expelled from Beverly Hills Vista School for creating fake food photos of classmates. The 8th graders were kicked out of the school for allegedly using artificial intelligence to activate 16 students to hold those
Avoiding some of the big
and then spreading those photos across the class.
Doing a great job with defense while staying in the pocket. Nice up. Oh, beautiful.
Choice here. Oh, takes it to the pocket.
But good head movement too by Fiore Young.
Nice body shot there by Jan. And he really dug into that body.
Official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get
Oh, what a takedown. What timing. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Miss your first shot and get another chance.
Jan showing his championship medal here in round 2.
Original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses.
Looks like it's close.
Yes, this is a big round for the former champion. Establishes range much better in the stand-up, much better combinations, and that takedown was huge.
Do not take a break down there. Okay?
Got this, sir. You got one round.
Yeah.
Listen, when you hold the shot on what you're throwing with the right hand, here's one that you need to put the things there. Hey,
Here's a beautiful elbow by Sonya Bell. Now these are the exchanges in the center. Look at that. Beautiful jab and a beautiful full right hand. It's a left body kick by Jan. Beautiful jab by Jan. And here's one of those big uppercuts. And here you can see where the cut happened. Right there with that slicing elbow.
Well, don't miss the best in the country competing in the 2024 Q1 Wrestling Championships live from Kansas City. Our IBC will be there as part of the broadcast team. The championship finals, Saturday, March 23rd, 7 Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN Plus. So that cut for Sonya going on the same side as you see in Hagen Wood, albeit in a different spot. We'll run back to work off of that jab.
And Fiore Jan traditionally builds as the fight goes on. That is what makes him so dangerous. Uriah Kittle had a great message for Sonya Bell. Get back to fighting smart, doing the right thing. Don't rest if you can take him down.
Whoa! What a crazy kick that I kept out of Fiore Jan. Nice elbow in the corner. Fiore Jan's on fire here.
He's fighting really well.
Really building off that second round.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's trusted influencers and data you need to win. If you're a winner, go to iHeartResults.com.
Live from the Campfire 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Looking at the world through all the lightly updated windows, Bill and Kathleen from American Vision Windows offer you a generous opportunity to save big for a limited time. Choose free expert installation. There's never been a better time to buy.
I am waiting for years later. Very energized.
The reaction that Sonya Bell is getting from Fiore Jan on just that little rebound is crazy.
I think that was Rob Roberts.
Yeah, he ruined it. Yep, he ruined it.
Yeah.
Free expert installation. Get you amazing savings opportunities.
We're in a foul. Amazing.
Energy bills. 888-226-9908. Visit American Vision Windows.
Do it again.
Look at him. Nice uppercut there by Jan. When Jan is able to get his combinations off, it's very impressive. Sonya got to press him a little bit. He can't stand on the outside. Got to continue to give him the ideas to take him down. And let his foot fly off of that.
His patience is incredible. As you know, that Fiore Jan has been in some soft fights before. Long distance to slow him down.
Nice job by Jan, rolling with that operation from Sonya Bell.
He's got his ability, it's like moving his head. He looks like he's showing signs of fatigue. He's bobbling around a little bit.
Holds up again for Jan.
Nice uppercut.
High level level mixed martial arts skills on display here in the bantamweight division. Coming up on 2 minutes to decide.
Infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities, liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair
Starting to go bloody again.
This is
Yeah,
Jacob.
that's not what the left side shooting at. It seems like it's a full fight. That touch on the full fight right there. Yep. It's a jab.
Sex, drugs, and social media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and download dangerous activities through social media platforms. To be a part of this
Strong lands over the top. Beautiful jab from Jan.
Space is limited. It's free to attend. Go to KFI806.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio.
Great vision defensively from Gilder Jan.
This is really high. Yes, it is.
This is unsolved.
But when it comes to truly soft fights against top flight competition, you've got to give Gilder Jan the advantage. He's winning so many times. Look at that. Nicely done. Gilder Jan. It's so important to get to that far side under it. Whenever you got the half guard on one side, you got to find that far side under it. You got to kill his underhook. Because that's what they use to get back to their feet. Strong Yvonne has got to get to a hip and start to build. If he finishes this fight on his back here, he is going to lose. Much less effective on the attack. Looking for the first guard here. He's got it.
What an absolute war between two of the best bandweights in the world. And the tale of two visuals after the fight. Gilder Jan back in a major weight tonight here in Miami.
What a fight.
So much pressure on the shoulders of the former champion Gilder Jan coming in here tonight. And in all likelihood, he will end his 3-fight losing streak in style. Next fight, reverse watched by Monaco. Can cocktails, 2 shots in every can. Feel the fun.
Right here, you see Song don't get an early takedown. It started really well for Song. He was landing the punch, got a thick elbow off in round 1.
We're getting a dog. You guys name him. Whatever you guys come up with is going to be his name. So they got together and they came up with Satoshi. And
he really did get the former champion on his heels to start the fight. Big right hand lands for Song Yudong. And then they exchange between the two. But then it was Fioriano as the fight went longer. Landing the knife uppercut to Joseph fighting behind the jab. Second round ends with his cutting Song Yudong with that slicing elbow. Third round, he could put it in the bag and take down. Landing some garnish rounds. And it seems as though he's back on the winning side.
Well, you can witness history with us April 13th, UFC 300. Beckons from Las Vegas, historic night and a historic card headline by the light heavyweight title field between Alex Pineda and Jamal Hill. Also, Justin Gaethje versus Max Holloway and Sean Weili versus Yan Xiaonan. UFC 300. One for the books. You can watch it exclusively on ESPN Plus pay-per-view. Buy it now, though, through a link and receive a special offer. Save $10. You can go to ESPNplus.com/UFC 300 for details. All right, the official decision is brought to you by Godzilla Kong, the new Empire. Experience it on the big screen and in IMAX, only in theaters March 29th. For the scorecards, here's Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29, 28, with a winner by unanimous decision. Walter, no
Congratulations, sir. I'm here with the winner, the former champion, Gilder Jan. Gilder, this was a fight where your back was up against the wall, a very important fight, and you showed your true skills tonight.
Person, whoever that might be. And after a while,
Ready.